The Villain's Cheat Code, When a Gamer Becomes the Evil God Sidekick. By BZDXG. When a veteran gamer becomes the game's villain, can the world still be saved? Villain plus lighthearted fun plus semi-invincible plus MMORPG equals ultimate enjoyment. After completing his 17th game order in an all-night session, Victor unexpectedly finds himself reborn into a game world he knows like the back of his hand, as its infamous villain, no less. In the original storyline, he was destined to face the hostility of the entire world alone. The proud female Valkyrie leader, his fiancée, longs to take his life. An all-powerful female heiress dreams of burying him alive. The Grand Duke wants to tear him to pieces. Even the stray dogs on the street bare their teeth at him. Now, this villain possesses a player's cool-headed mindset and comprehensive knowledge of the game world. Faced with a predetermined death sentence and countless players coveting his experience points, how will Victor use his profound understanding of the game and his calm, rational mind to turn the tables? Can he establish an unbeatable position in this world? When a player who has mastered the game's mechanics becomes the villain within the game, what kind of sparks will fly? In this marvelous journey filled with strategy, humor, and unexpected twists, every level up could be a life-or-death decision. The line between villain and hero blurs under Victor's careful calculations. What kind of chemical reaction will occur when game skills collide with real-world magic? Will Victor's gaming skills and his newly formed alliance with the evil god be enough to change the tide? Are you ready? Step into Victor's world, where the villain has never been so charismatic, and the future? Well, who can say for sure? Victor, you've really made a name for yourself. From the study came a woman's angry shouts. A beautiful woman with short black hair held up a newspaper, pointing at the portrait printed on it by Magic Stone, fuming with anger. Are you trying to completely disgrace the Kravina family name? Slap. The newspaper was thrown into the man's face. He remained expressionless as he removed the paper. His obsidian-like bright eyes quietly scanned the contents of the newspaper. The man in the newspaper had well-defined features. Even on this black and white printed paper, one could see the man's excessive handsomeness. It was a face capable of captivating thousands of young girls. But this didn't include the girl in front of the man. The man's gesture seemed to be inviting the girl, but in the picture, the girl declined with a smile. The smile seemed to carry a hint of disdain. Bang! A sound pulled him back from his thoughts. The woman in front of him, Leah Kravina, slammed her hand on the desk. I asked you to represent the family at the banquet, and you publicly confessed to the Duke's daughter at the party. She's still underage. Have you lost your mind? Yes, the content of the newspaper read. Shocking. Viscount Kravina does this at the Duke's daughter's banquet. I must say, this newspaper knows how to grab attention. If he had seen such a headline himself, he might have spent a few coins to buy a copy as entertainment for afternoon tea. Unfortunately, the subject of this newspaper headline's entertainment was himself. Victor Kravina. He looked at the mirror on the desk, and the reflection matched exactly with the handsome man in the newspaper. But as someone who had just transmigrated today, without any memories, Victor didn't want to take the blame for this. Although, faced with the woman's angry shouts, he could only remain silent. If a mentally ill person kills someone and claims they did it because they were mentally unstable, can they avoid the death penalty? They actually can. The premise is that you need to have such a certificate. Victor didn't have one. He could only listen to her insults while lowering his head in silence. But this attitude of seeming to let the words go in one ear and out the other seemed to raise her anger level even more. Finally, ending with the phrase, "I must be crazy to think you would actually listen," she concluded this one-sided scolding. Victor was also able to sort out the information he could gather during this lengthy scolding that lasted for dozens of minutes. The arrangements in the study, as well as the appearance of the short-haired beauty in front of him, all matched 100% with a game he had played in his previous life. It was an adventure-type MMORPG game, or massively multiplayer online role-playing game. In this world of swords and magic, players could create their own faces, play different races, experience different professions, and enjoy various storylines and challenges. And his previous profession in the real world used to be a top-tier game booster. This makes him extremely proficient in most aspects of the game. This game also required levels, and if you weren't a pay-to-win player, you needed to grind for various resources and materials. If players don't want to spend too much money but also don't have extra time to level up and gather materials, they'll need to find someone like Victor to help with game boosting. At the same time, in some PvP, player versus player, ranking matches, when players needed to rise to ranks that didn't match their actual strength, they also needed the help of power levelers. This was what he did in his previous life, and he had quite a reputation in the power leveling circle. Just yesterday, he had spent 7 days without eating or sleeping to finally complete the 17th order he had taken on this month. Just as he was about to collect the payment, bam, he died suddenly. His transmigration was just that plain and unremarkable. Back to the point, the character he had transmigrated into was named Victor Kravina. His status was that of a viscount. In a country like the Kingdom of Carentia, which allocated power and status based on a title system, his position as a viscount was more of a symbolic identity. Apart from having a territory, he didn't have many other special privileges. In the eyes of commoners, Victor was naturally a powerful and influential figure. But, getting involved with the Duke's daughter? A viscount was no match for a duke. As expected of a villain boss, starting at hell difficulty, Victor muttered to himself. "What did you say?" Leah's voice rose a few degrees, as if confused, or perhaps expressing dissatisfaction with his nonchalant attitude. This naturally drew Victor's gaze to his nominal sister, Leah Kravina. In the game, she was Victor Kravina's sister. Due to her extremely high appearance stats, she was one of the few female characters in the game that players chased after, calling her wife. Leah's high popularity was also inseparable from her having a villain brother. Victor Kravina was a boss character that players had to defeat in the early to mid-game. Due to a series of actions by Victor Kravina, the political power of the Kingdom of Carentia was overthrown. The current Empress issued a quest, seeking help from players, to defeat Victor Kravina. And this villain character, with various tags such as high attack and speed, difficult to defeat, high appearance, scumbag mage, inexplicably gained quite a bit of popularity. Overall, transmigrating into a familiar game should have been a happy thing. But he wasn't feeling too good. Because Victor's enemies were truly numerous. Perhaps it was because the tall tree catches the wind, or maybe it was the malice of the plot designers towards handsome guys. In the game, any NPC the player encountered could potentially have a grudge against Victor. It could be a teacher from the Magic Academy, an elderly man in the village. Even a dog by the roadside might have been kicked by Victor. More ridiculously, even a series of main storyline characters wanted to kill him. This included Victor's fiancée, Victor's sister, and the Duke's daughter. This was also the origin of Victor's title, Scumbag Mage. There are only a few female characters who are both well-known and attractive, but as the game progresses, most of them have been offended by Victor. This also indirectly proves that in the future, Victor's formidable strength allows him to constantly make enemies while still surviving. And now, he had replaced the original Victor, becoming the current Victor. Just the hatred accumulated by his original self was enough to give him a hard time. I wonder what time it is now. After Leah's earlier inquiry, he didn't mutter this out loud this time. He just thought about it a little in his heart. But Victor's pondering once again made Leah in front of him feel that he was deliberately not speaking to humiliate her. Her anger immediately maxed out. Enough. Victor, do you have any idea what situation you're in? She angrily pulled out a contract from her designer handbag and threw it on the desk. If I hadn't used my connections to contact the academy and have them immediately draft a professor title for you, the Duke's private army would have been at your mansion door by now. But you're sitting leisurely in the study, drinking coffee and reading books. Even now, you don't even want to say a word of thanks. Thank you. I hate you like. Eh? Leah's words faltered slightly, she blinked, even forgetting how to vent her anger. Victor sat in his seat, took the contract, and while looking at it, said, "Thank you for handling these things for me. Next time in public, I'll be more careful with my words." Seemingly unaccustomed to her notoriously infamous brother suddenly saying a word of thanks, Leah's finger restlessly twirled a strand of her hair. Her mood became a bit complicated. "Anyway, I did this just to avoid bringing shame to the family, and I can only solve it temporarily. You'll have to go and apologize to the Duke's side yourself. Also, don't just thank me, think about how to deal with Miss Gwen." "Gwendolen?" "Yes, my nomination alone naturally wouldn't be enough to make the Academy agree, so I asked Miss Gwen for help." At this point, Leah's eyes cooled a few degrees, looking at Victor as if looking at a worm. Having a fiancé, yet still trying to flirt around. As expected of you, Mr. Victor. Victor actively filtered out the latter part of that sentence. Although I don't know if you've misunderstood something, I will thank her. In his mind, he recalled this character. Gwendolen. The second daughter of the Knight family guarding the northern border, and also Victor's fiancée in the game's plot. She was a true righteous knight, and a righteous knight was destined to stand in opposition to a villain mage. In the game, although this justice-filled knight was Victor's fiancée, the two never stood on the same side. Even in the final plot to defeat Victor, it was Gwen who arrived and ended Victor's life with a single spear thrust. The relationship between these two seemed more like a forced family alliance marriage, without a hint of affection. The fact that the great knight Gwen personally stabbed Victor to death seemed to indirectly confirm the player's speculations. Unfortunately, the dog plot writers never mentioned the backstory between these characters, and until the end, the relationship between them could never be confirmed. Another dangerous character has been added. Sighing slightly in his heart, Victor felt that life was extremely difficult. Gwendolen was no small character. As the strongest knight in the kingdom of Carentia, even in the late stages of the game during the chaos of gods and demons, her combat power remained amazingly strong. In the late game, Gwendolen would even become a boss that players had to face, and during that time, the formidable strength of the great knight Gwen was clearly imprinted in the hearts of every game player. Regarding her combat power, Victor had a clear understanding. This woman absolutely could not be provoked. Otherwise, he would really die. Although he had transmigrated, it seemed he didn't have any cheat abilities he could use. As if seeing that Victor was a bit at a loss, Leah felt inexplicably pleased in her heart. She thought it was his arrogance not allowing others to help, but in reality, Victor was just pondering how to protect himself in this seemingly inevitable deadly ending. There are still some matters to handle in the territory, I have to go back. Leah laughed coldly, picked up her handbag, and prepared to leave. Oh, by the way. As she was about to leave, Leah turned her head back and glanced at Victor with a pitiful look. To keep a crow as a pet, and one with only one eye at that. Your aesthetic taste is still as terrible as before. Bang! The study door was closed. The voice of the maid could still be heard from outside. Miss Leah, do you need me to prepare a carriage for you? But at this moment, Victor's thoughts couldn't focus on the departing Leah. He turned his head and saw a pitch-black creature in the corner of the desk. It looked like a crow, but slightly larger. And just as Leah had said, it had only one eye. That eye seemed to be full of humanity, rolling about inquisitively. Finally, its single eye met Victor's gaze. Then, it displayed a human-like smile. Hello, I am the dark god, Habika. News. Besides, I tried to create an image using AI, and I finally learned how to insert images into articles. I will periodically create some story images in the future, hehe. /news. Habika? Victor was slightly startled as memories from the game began to surface in his mind. This was one of the many deities in the game's background. It only appeared in the game's lore, mentioned only in storybooks for collection quests. No one had ever seen its true form. According to the records in the game's story, Habika's appearances always brought either natural disasters or human calamities. The most severe recorded incident was when Habika's appearance once reduced the world's human population by half. This was a very sinister and terrifying deity. Of course, you can also call me by my current name, Vega. The crow, which called itself Vega, politely placed its wings on its chest and bowed. Unable to grasp the other's intentions, Victor didn't respond. Seeing Victor's silence, Vega flapped its wings once and straightened its posture. Interesting. It seems you've heard of me. Victor, I don't know you. He understood very well that being entangled with a god was no good thing, a fact universally acknowledged among players. Especially this kind of evil god existing in the background story, it looked very dangerous. But why would an evil god that had never appeared in the game's plot seek out Victor in advance? Vega opened its beak, and a hoarse voice like a crow's spoke before him. You're not Victor. Your soul isn't filthy enough. Its single eye stared at Victor, trying to see a trace of panic on his face, but Victor's ever-present poker face disappointed it. Gods can see through souls, it said. But it doesn't matter. I came here for you. Vega shook its feathers, and a long black feather fell onto the table. Black mist condensed, turning into a black paper. White streaks began to twist and form a bunch of words, like a demonic contract. Victor looked at the contents on the paper, feeling a bit of a headache. He had just arrived in this world, hadn't done anything, and ended up being handed 2 contracts in one day. I'm a professional game booster. Not some poor wage slave. He took the paper, reading while mockingly saying, "Aren't you a god? Fallen on hard times?" He hadn't thought that even gods would have to go out and sign clients. This contract stipulated that if he signed his name, he would have to provide food, clothing, and shelter for the crow, and even help it establish a church to cultivate followers for this evil god. The contract said that the more followers, the stronger its power would become. And then, nothing else. Victor. Even a slave contract isn't this outrageous. You provide food, shelter, and find followers for you, and after you gain all the benefits, I get nothing? He silently looked at this crow, which was elegantly pecking at its own feathers, like a noble bird. If one could ignore its single eye. Most of my power is sealed, I can only seek the shelter of others. If you take this deal, you'll gain the friendship of a deity. It's worth it. Vega called out while continuing to peck at its feathers. Victor was speechless. The friendship of a god? What use is that? The crow glanced at him with its single eye, seemingly seeing through his thoughts, and said flatly, "It can save your life." Deal. Victor promptly signed his name on the contract. He wasn't too worried about being tricked, because deities were known to always keep their word. Even evil gods. After being handed the contract, he felt a very subtle connection form between them. It seemed that with just a thought, he could find where this crow was. The crow flew to Victor's shoulder and pecked at its feathers again. Just as Leah said, keeping a crow as a pet really wasn't a sign of good taste. But he was new here, and the contract was already signed, so he might as well treat it as keeping a pet with no taste. After all, he only had to provide food and shelter. As for the church, he could just spend money to build one later. He turned his head to look at the other contract nearby, which also needed his signature. This was a contract from the Advanced Magic Academy, sincerely inviting the protagonist to become a teacher at the academy, promising him the title of professor. He suddenly remembered that although Victor was a villain, he was also a magical prodigy. Countless aged wizards were stuck at the 2nd tier, but Victor had already reached the 3rd tier at the age of 20. And in terms of the game, Victor silently recited in his mind, and a game panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Victor Kravina. LV, 39. HP, 1000 of 1000. MP, 4900/4900. A standard glass cannon mage. This confirmed his guess, he had indeed transmigrated into the game. A 3rd tier mage corresponded to levels 30 to 39 in the game, and so on afterwards. According to the background story, Victor hadn't progressed in 9 years, and his reputation as a genius had long been forgotten by the world. Only after transmigrating into Victor's body did he realize that he had been hiding his true abilities. The experience bar for leveling up had accumulated who knows how much, and he could easily cross the threshold of the 3rd tier and leap to the level of a 4th tier human saint mage. But Victor had never done so, he had always been planning a scheme. Although his character wasn't good, his reputation as a genius was well-deserved. This contract needed to be signed. Not to mention that this professorship was obtained through the efforts of his sister and fiancé. Having a professor title was equivalent to having the protection of a magic academy, so the Duke's side couldn't easily cause trouble for him. At least, on the surface, he needed a reasonable pretext. An underage daughter being confessed to by a scumbag? That reason wouldn't hold water. The desire for beauty is common to all. Was your daughter never going to marry? Victor picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract, then had a servant send it to the Magic Academy. He stood up and walked towards the mansion's backyard. Vega finally stopped pecking at its feathers and asked him what he was going to do. Without turning his head, Victor told it. "I'm going to teach at the school tomorrow. I need to practice some magic so I'm not out of practice. Take me with you." Vega stood on his shoulder, chattering incessantly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the training ground where several huge stone targets stood. Victor looked up at these towering stone statues, somewhat surprised. In the game, players' backyards also had such magic stones for improving skill proficiency. The giant stones would display damage numbers, and based on the different damage numbers, one could distinguish the skill proficiency and attribute levels. Now seeing the same thing in Victor's mansion's backyard, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Vega saw him pause for a moment and thought he was intimidated by the targets after not practicing for so long. Then it really started chattering like a crow. Magic, requires a lot of skill. It went on and on, telling Victor many things, such as how to cast efficiently and how to increase power. The crow shook its well-groomed feathers. If I had my power, I'd show you some powerful high-level magic. Victor didn't say anything, letting it continue to ramble. He glanced at his skill list, and the result was quite satisfying. Some of the magic Victor could use, he was already proficient in. As the final boss of the second chapter, Kingdom Chaos, in the game, he was a hurdle all players had to overcome. As a former top-level game booster, he was well aware of Victor's skills. When the boss raised his hand, he knew exactly what move was coming. Vega was still chattering. There are many things to pay attention to with magic. Drawing magic circles, chanting speed. Before it could finish speaking, Victor raised his hand, and with a bang, a black lightning bolt burst forth. First tier spell, Black Lightning Spear. Victor's face didn't change at all, as if casting magic was as simple as eating, drinking, or using the bathroom for him. Then, various second and third tier skills bloomed like fireworks, constantly leaving marks on the giant stones. It was like a wild bombardment, the entire backyard dazzlingly bright. Vega stood on Victor's shoulder and fell silent. Victor looked at his now depleted MP, feeling unsatisfied. The current boss's constitution was just too weak, running out of mana after casting just a few skills. If a player wore a bunch of equipment, their mana would easily exceed 10,000. Who would worry about conserving mana then? You cast spells without drawing magic circles? Victor ignored it. The mage class was known among players as a spell machine gun. Because in the game settings, players didn't need to operate the magic circles at all. They just needed to click a hotkey, read a short incantation, and the skill would shoot out in an instant. And for someone like him who had played all classes as a booster, he was proficient in the skills of any class. Casting a spell? That was child's play. Seeing that he could now perfectly control the release of skills, Victor prepared to leave. Vega suddenly spoke up, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Your method of casting spells interests me. Can you cast a few more?" Victor didn't want to entertain it. "You think this is fireworks? Cast whenever you want?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, he glanced over and saw Vega's single eye light up with a dazzling blue, enveloping his body. He felt as if a rope had been tied between himself and the crow. Victor brought up the panel and looked again. MP 995099/999999. He looked down at Vega. "I want to report this. This guy is cheating." Several hours later, Victor, seeing that he still had 9/10 of his mana left, finally gave up on the idea of exhausting his mana pool. Now, he truly believed that Vega was a god. Vega nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps Victor's series of actions had satisfied its curiosity. "Truly interesting. Perhaps I should let you continue for a few more hours, so I can further ponder the mysteries of your spell casting." Victor silently protested to Vega. Seeing Victor's expressionless face, Vega tactfully changed the subject. "Let's stop here. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to stay in this backyard all day?" Its deep eyes stared at Victor, seemingly trying to discern other secrets from him. "I'm going to the market to buy some things." Victor tossed out the words nonchalantly, but the crow still refused to fly off his shoulder. "I'll continue to follow you, to see what you're going to buy." Hearing Vega's words, Victor sighed and called for a servant to prepare a carriage. Victor entered the shop, looking at the dazzling array of materials. He walked straight to a counter. "What would you like to buy?" The shopkeeper, seeing a potential customer, hurried out to greet him. Victor tapped the table and said softly, "Lizard dragon tail, harpy feather, beetle shell. I want a bag of each of these 30 materials." "Certainly. This customer is truly generous." The shopkeeper responded while counting out all the materials Victor had ordered. "There are a full 30 bags of various materials here. Would you like someone to deliver them to your home?" Victor waved his hand, rubbed the ring on his finger, and suddenly all the materials disappeared. Seeing this, the shopkeeper's smile grew even more exaggerated. "Haha, the customer truly possesses a treasure. Please come again next time." After Victor left, an employee approached the shopkeeper and asked, "Boss, who was that person?" The shopkeeper smacked him and said sternly, "Don't ask. Anyone carrying such a high-level storage ring must be someone extraordinary." Only Victor knew that he didn't have any storage ring. The ring on his hand was purely decorative. He had directly put everything into the player-exclusive inventory, a move that even Vega couldn't understand. Vega spread its wings, its voice mixed with the characteristic hoarse tone of a crow, cawing in Victor's ear. Victor just listened quietly, his full attention focused on the various items that could be crafted flashing before his eyes. The reason for buying such a large amount of materials was to craft the items needed in the early stages of the game. In the original game setting, every player, regardless of their profession, had an extremely rich and specialized crafting book. Victor, as a player, could naturally bring up these screens at will. Victor returned to his residence with all the materials, satisfied. He went into the basement of the mansion and dug out a pile of glass bottles from some corners. "What are you planning to do?" Vega, perched on his shoulder, felt uneasy. Its instincts told it that Victor was about to do something again. The god's instincts were very accurate. It then saw Victor gradually kneading various materials together with his hands, his palms continuously releasing light, with crackling sounds gradually growing louder. "What are you doing? Stop it." Vega felt like it was going crazy. What was he doing in the basement? Making gunpowder? Victor didn't listen to a word it said, but instead became even more enthusiastic. After a flash of bright light, the empty bottles on the table were filled with red liquid. Vega, looking at so many healing potions before its eyes, couldn't help but complain. "You really are unlike ordinary people. How can making healing potions be as dangerous as making bombs?" Victor chuckled softly, looking at the pile of red potions in front of him and nodding at their description. Minor healing potion, restores 300 health points in one use. Indeed, the materialization of item stats in numerical form was the best way to make Victor feel secure. Vega looked at the pile of healing potions on the table, its single eye flickering with a blue light. The red potions were a slightly dark hue, the deeper the red, the stronger the healing effect. Vega jumped off his shoulder, flew to the table, uncorked a bottle and poured it into its mouth. It felt a moment of dizziness, smacked its beak, and looked back at Victor. "Did you really make this potion yourself?" Victor admitted it, but Vega fell into deep thought. What's the deal with this guy? The potency and effect of these healing potions are completely comparable to the low-level healing magic of the goddess of healing. Could this guy be hiding some divine power? On second thought, it wasn't a bad thing that Victor had such abilities. After all, they had already signed a contract, and at the very least, it meant having a relatively powerful craftsman. Vega suddenly asked him, "Have you considered selling some? This quality would definitely make a fortune." Victor shook his head and refused. These things were all for his own use. He wasn't short of money at the moment, so there was no need. His hands instantly released a dazzling blue light, and he produced a pile of mana potions in the same manner. Every time Vega saw Victor create an item, it felt a little shock in its heart. Creating items with bare hands was something that even master-level craftsmen couldn't do. Could it be that what he had awakened was actually the one-in-a-million creation-type magic? It had only been attracted by this human soul, but now, it was finding Victor increasingly incomprehensible. As a mage, mana potions were certainly more important than healing potions. Although Vega had an unlimited mana cheat, helping out wasn't without its costs, and Victor didn't know exactly what the price would be. It was better to have some mana potions on hand. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. After a while, a voice sounded. "Crafting skill has leveled up, current level, LV2. With the breakthrough in level, Victor stopped handcrafting potions and saw some new things appear on his item crafting panel. He looked up at Vega on the table, saying nothing. The crow felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, until Victor spoke. "You should count as a crow, right?" "Vega, huh?" Victor successfully plucked a dark feather from Vega, ignoring his resentful gaze, and continued with his work. Magical creature hair and 6 magic stones. Need magic stones, huh? He remembered quite clearly that magic stones were a relatively rare item, capable of recording video and storing some words, and even storing magic. However, the magic within the stones would gradually dissipate. Someone had tried to use magic stored in magic stones as bombs, but it failed. Magic stones were extremely expensive to produce. If one had that kind of wealth, it would be better to make a few real bombs. Having accumulated enough materials, he prepared to start synthesizing items. The materials instantly turned into threads of liquid, mixing together, and began to solidify at a visible speed. The embryonic form of a glove appeared, with several transparent magic stones embedded in it. A single fingerless glove appeared in front of Victor. The crow shuddered again. "Kid, you can even synthesize equipment with your bare hands?" Victor didn't want to respond to it, he just stared at the glove in front of him. It was inlaid with several transparent magic stones, clear and flawless. Mage's Hand, level 2 crafted item, can store 6 different types of magic, capable of quick activation and release without preparation time. This item could deal with some emergency situations and was essential equipment for mage players in the early stages. He used his mana to slowly infuse various types of magic into the magic stones on the glove. With each infusion, the transparent magic stones changed color. As Victor continued to infuse various types of magic, the magic stones all took on different colors, and he finally stopped. Vega, watching this scene, was no longer surprised and said to him, "Able to store various types of magic? And no need for incantations? Why don't you tell me how you made such a good thing?" Its single eye flickered with crazy blue flames, but Victor just shook his head at its eager look. "It's a secret." "How stingy." Vega complained, not expecting that it, a mighty evil god, would have to inquire about knowledge from a human. If this got out and its colleagues found out, wouldn't it be laughed to death? Victor ignored it simply because his secret as a player couldn't be exposed. If his ability to create items with bare hands were to spread, it might attract the investigation of some ill-intentioned people, and then things would get troublesome. Even if it was for his own sake, he had to consider it carefully. "Lord, Lady Gwen has arrived." Gwen approached, surrounded by servants. Victor, ever the gentleman, extended his hand and invited her into the meeting room. They walked side by side. Along the way, Gwen observed Victor, catching a glimpse of the pitch-black one-eyed crow perched on his shoulder. After entering the meeting room, Victor directed a pointed look at the servants, who discreetly left. Once the door closed, Gwen and Victor took their seats. Gwen asked coldly, "Did you receive the Academy's invitation?" Victor tapped his fingers on the table and replied, "I did." After his answer, the air in the room suddenly chilled. At this moment, Victor couldn't guess what this woman's attitude towards him truly was. Although they were engaged, it was also she who ultimately killed Victor. Victor felt that Gwen had no feelings for him whatsoever. And yet, Gwen had helped him. The Academy's invitation to become a professor was naturally aided by the Dellon family's recommendation. The more Victor thought about it, the more confused he became. In any case, if he could improve his relationship with Gwen, he might be able to avoid a fatal ending. Victor waved his hand, and 5 bottles of blood-red life potion appeared on the table in front of Gwen. "Please accept these." Gwen merely glanced at them, showing no intention of accepting. Victor sighed at her proud demeanor and continued. "This is a thank you gift for your help. Leah told me about it, and I don't want to owe you any favors." He looked into Gwen's eyes with his ink-black ones. Gwen turned her head away, biting her lip. After a moment of internal struggle, she asked, "Yesterday, did you really confess to the Duke's daughter?" Victor remained silent. Whether he had done such a thing yesterday, he himself didn't know. That was done by yesterday's Victor, not the same soul as today's Victor. Seeing his continued silence, Gwen truly believed he had done such a thing. Her cheeks flushed red as she scolded. "Victor! How could you do such a thing? The Duke's daughter is only 17. You actually confessed to an underage girl." Victor. Now it seemed everyone knew about his failed attempt to flirt with an underage girl. Gwen, being a knight with an extremely righteous heart, naturally couldn't stand such behavior towards an underage girl. If he couldn't resolve this issue properly, it could very likely be the spark that would lead to a complete fallout between Victor and Gwen in the future. He had to handle it carefully. Victor felt a heaviness in his heart as he spoke to her. "I hope you understand, I don't have feelings for the Duke's daughter." Gwen glared at him and continued, "This matter has already become public knowledge." Victor looked into her eyes, which betrayed anger and helplessness, and responded gravely, "I will handle this matter. I won't let rumors continue to surround us." Victor was well aware that this incident would not only bring shame to his Corvina family but also to the Dellon family, to whom he was engaged. The Dillon family's help was also helping themselves. Gwen opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. Looking at Victor, she felt he had changed somewhat, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Gwen stood up, accepted the potion bottles, and turned to leave. As she opened the door, she said to Victor, "If you have any difficulties, come find me. I'll help you." With that, she pushed the door open and left. Victor breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his reaction, Vega couldn't help but croak in his ear, "Who was that?" "My fiancé." Victor shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. The one-eyed crow gave him a pitying look, preening its feathers with its beak. "She's very sensitive, with a frightening gaze. It's as if she could see right through me. Luckily, I just look like an ordinary crow." Victor was at a loss for words. A one-eyed crow is anything but ordinary. The next day arrived, and Victor went to the academy as agreed. The Royal Magic Academy lived up to its name. Those who could study here were all young masters and ladies from wealthy or noble families. There was also a special group of people who possessed magical talents above others. They could study magic here without paying tuition fees. The free tuition wasn't without strings attached. As a prize, these talented individuals would naturally have to work for the royal family in the future. Victor looked at the magnificent Magic Academy, recalling scenes from the game. He remembered there was a huge library here, where mage players could learn magic of various ranks. Victor planned to go there to study. He urgently needed some powerful skills to support his magical abilities. Although Victor's own magic was already sufficient, as a player, having a larger repertoire of spells would naturally provide him with a greater sense of security. The contract had been delivered to Victor yesterday, and he was now a senior professor at the Royal Magic Academy. On his first visit to the academy, he took the initiative to meet with the dean. After a brief greeting, the dean asked him to teach the best class in the entire academy to prove his abilities. After leaving the dean's office, he followed the memories in his mind and arrived at the Mage Tower. The Mage Tower, also known as the Trial Tower, was where players could undergo a daily trial. Passing the trial would grant a large amount of experience points. The tall tower was imposing, reaching into the clouds. Various magical arrays covered its walls. Looking up further, a hazy ripple obscured one's vision, seeming to contain some kind of mystery. Victor approached the magic tower and touched the barrier. The magic in his body trembled slightly. Identity verification successful. Welcome back to the Mage Tower, Professor Victor. A slowly rotating black mist appeared before his eyes, and when he came to, he was already inside the tower. So that was a teleportation array. After climbing the stairs, various ores containing powerful magic were scattered throughout the tower. Books were neatly arranged, making it look like a completely different place from what he had seen outside the tower. Looking at the spotless floor, Victor immediately realized that someone had already cleaned the place. He heard a gasp behind him and turned to look. A young woman with shoulder-length hair appeared before Victor's eyes. Her glowing yellow eyes stared at Victor. Perhaps because Victor was staring at her, her cheeks turned red, and she asked in a slightly trembling voice. "Are you Mr. Victor?" Victor turned back and acknowledged it. The young woman continued, her nervousness not diminishing one bit. I'm Henny, your teaching assistant," she said, handing Victor a speech script. "You just need to memorize this before the afternoon class. Then you can teach according to the content in this script." Victor took the script, glanced at it lightly, and nodded, "Thank you." Henny suddenly became flustered and ran out of Victor's office. Victor thought to himself, the academy has really thought of everything. At present, no one in this school knew Victor's true level of knowledge, even though he was a very powerful third-rank mage. Even though the school had given him a professorship, it was only based on his magical talent. If Victor were just a waste, even with the nominations from 2 families, this professorship wouldn't have fallen to him. What he needed to do now was to give a speech based on the school script. As long as he did this flawlessly, at least when outsiders saw it, they couldn't find any fault. Our Royal Academy's professors are definitely not incompetent, half-baked experts. Victor picked up the speech script again and looked at it for a while. After all, since there was a ready-made script to use, why not take advantage of it? The noon hours passed in an instant, and the afternoon weather became even brighter. People from all walks of life were waiting for the young professor of the Royal Magic Academy to appear and give his speech. They were equally curious about whether this genius professor who had been dormant for many years was just a gimmick created by the academy. Victor arrived at the classroom. He had already memorized the speech content thoroughly. He only needed to present part of it to easily get through this challenge. That was what Victor had originally thought. But when he scanned the classroom and saw a blonde girl sitting in the front row, he changed his mind. At 17 years old, she was the most talented student the Royal Magic Academy had seen in recent years. Her family background was also particularly distinguished. Second only to one, the Duke's daughter, Erica Ducloy. He hadn't expected that the person he had offended the day before yesterday would become his student. Erica naturally noticed him too, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unreadable emotion. So this is the little beauty from yesterday's newspaper headlines. She's quite pretty. Let me see, TSK, so young, yet already a second-rank mage. She's got something. Vega whispered secretly to Victor from his shoulder. The reason Vega could come to the classroom with Victor was that the Royal Magic Academy never prohibited pets, nor did they restrict the types of pets. The dean himself kept a watermelon with eyes. Compared to that kind of thing, a one-eyed crow wasn't particularly unusual. Victor cleared his throat and addressed the students in the classroom. I am Victor Kravina, a professor at the Royal Magic Academy, and now your teacher. Today's lecture topic is the influence of formation composition on advanced magic systems. After speaking for a while, Victor gradually became more proficient, fully engaged, and time passed quickly. About 40 minutes later, he looked at his watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and he waved his hand. Class dismissed. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Great, there were no issues with this class, and no one asked questions. It went very smoothly. Victor was about to leave when Erica, sitting in the front row, suddenly raised her hand, smiling. Teacher, I have a question. Could you answer it for me? Upon hearing this, Victor's expression darkened slightly. Sure enough, the troublemaker had arrived. Erica's attempts to make things difficult for Victor were entirely expected. Victor quickly realized this and had no intention of taking it lying down. Just then, the bell rang, and Victor smiled at her. If you have any questions, we can discuss them in the next class. He had finished teaching, and his performance had been quite satisfactory, at least, no one could find any fault with it. There was no need to create additional complications at this point. However, Erica wasn't about to let him off so easily. She pressed on, unrelenting. As far as I know, when a student asks a question, the professor is obliged to answer. Of course, if you're just a gold-plated professor here to put on a show, then you don't have to answer me. Her aggressive stance didn't draw any disapproval from those around them, instead, it only heightened their anticipation of how Victor would respond. How rude. Victor sighed, rubbing his forehead. In a place filled with insiders, his grudge with Erica was well known. Everyone knew about his scandal involving the young girl, and naturally, they were eager to see the conflict between the two unfold. After all, catching this drama firsthand could provide the material for tomorrow's headlines. But Victor wasn't about to let these people have their way, otherwise, he would become the new laughingstock of the academy and society. Of course, that wasn't going to happen. However, he also wasn't willing to let Erica make him lose face in front of so many people. At the very least, she deserved a small lesson. Facing Erica's questioning, Victor didn't back down. His expression darkened, and he tapped the table in front of him, enunciating each word clearly. This is my classroom, and my rules apply here. I make the decisions. And if you think you can use the title of professor to morally coerce me, you'd better give up on that idea. Victor raised his head, his cold gaze laced with disdain. I refuse to answer you. With that, he was about to leave the classroom, but as soon as he took a step, the surroundings started to blur, flashes of blue light streaking across his vision. When he regained his bearings, he found himself back at the podium. Victor focused his gaze and noticed a faintly glowing blue magic circle beneath him. A teleportation array. I didn't expect her to set something like this at the door. Erica stood before him, her face a mixture of pride and contempt, as if she was trying to provoke a look of panic or fear from Victor for her own amusement. She then addressed him. This is the question I wanted to ask. If Professor Victor cannot answer, you won't be able to leave. The onlookers were stunned by what they had just witnessed, their eyes wide in shock. What the hell? Was that teleportation magic? A student at the Royal Magic Academy can secretly set up a teleportation array? Is this the power of the Academy's top students? A second-order mage is this formidable? To set up teleportation magic so mysteriously and quickly? This level of magical proficiency is terrifying. Victor had avoided answering directly because he had inherited Victor's level and magic but not his knowledge. He knew how to use magic but didn't understand its principles, much like knowing how to use a lighter without understanding how it produces fire. Unexpectedly, Erica had stumbled upon his weak spot. Vega's voice echoed in his mind, "Do as I say." Hearing Vega's voice, Victor felt his confidence surge, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Well then, I'll add an extra lesson." Pointing at the dismantling sequence of the teleportation magic, he addressed Erica from the podium. "All you need to do is disrupt the weak links between the various small formations. It's quite simple." He then extended his finger and began inscribing a series of runes. The runes instantly connected with the core of the magic array, their glowing lines reaching out to the smaller formations. The array began to destabilize, its light fading. Erica's face grew tense as she saw her teleportation array being effortlessly unraveled by Victor. Sweat started to bead on her forehead. She could clearly feel the weakening connection between herself and the array. No matter how much magic she poured into it, she couldn't slow down the array's collapse. She was already too weak to sustain it, and the connection was entirely severed. Victor snapped his fingers, and a hairpin from Erica's head suddenly flew into his hand. "I'll borrow your hairpin for a bit." Erica was stunned, watching helplessly as her hairpin was taken. Her teleportation magic had been hijacked. The others continued to stretch their necks, eager to watch the unfolding drama. The dim teleportation array began to glow again, but it seemed to be under Victor's control. He started casually teleporting objects around the room. One moment, a flower pot from the window was transported to the podium, and the next, the clock on the wall was shifted to the ceiling. It seemed as though Victor could freely teleport anything within the room at will. Finally, he decided to give Erica a new seat, teleporting her from the front row to the very back. Having made his point, Victor performed a few more actions with a series of runes, restoring the teleportation array to its original state. He gently placed Erica's hairpin on the podium and addressed her at the back of the classroom. "All right, you can try activating it again." Erica glared at him with a resentful look, attempting to activate the array once more. The hairpin on the podium suddenly disappeared, neither returning to Erica nor being transferred to Victor. Victor maintained his poker face and said nonchalantly, "Congratulations, your hairpin has been teleported to another dimension." Erica was left dumbfounded. No matter how she tried to manipulate the array, the hairpin never returned. Victor, not yet finished, continued speaking, "There's another way to solve this array." He snapped his fingers, and the magical hand on his right hand emitted 6 beams of light, simultaneously forming 6 magic arrays in the air. The crowd gasped in amazement. "Multicasting? 6 spells at once? How is this possible?" "Nothing's impossible. Victor is a third-order mage." The showdown between the genius professor and the genius student of the Royal Magic Academy, this is totally worth it. Victor waved his hand, ignoring their praises, and calmly said, "You can simply suppress it." With that, the magical hand gently squeezed the air, causing the 6 arrays to glow simultaneously. Boom! Under the immense magical pressure, a crack appeared in the teleportation array, and then it vanished. Erica's hairpin was gone for good. She lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. It was impossible to tell what expression she had on her face. Victor chuckled softly and turned to leave. "Erica, remember, this is the answer from your teacher, along with a small lesson. Your teacher is busy and likes to end class on time." He didn't care what repercussions might follow and walked straight out of the classroom. As soon as he stepped outside, a wave of chatter erupted behind him, but that was no longer his concern. Victor returned to his office, passing the time. When the final bell of the day rang, he thought of the library and decided to see if there was anything new to discover. He teleported directly from the Mage Tower to the library, and the sight before him was just as he remembered it from the game. He randomly picked up a book and began flipping through it when a dialogue box suddenly appeared before him. "Do you wish to learn first-order magic, rolling fireball? Required materials, flame flower, habika feather." This explained why Victor had purchased so many materials. They could be used not only for crafting items but also for learning magic in the library. Learning magic naturally cost money, but Victor, being a lord, was wealthy and didn't mind the expense at all. This was a loophole in the game. The materials required could only be obtained by defeating neutral monsters outside. But Victor could simply buy them in bulk thanks to his wealth. Seeing that it was still early, Victor went on a learning spree in the library, mastering many of the basic spells available on the first floor. He continued until he exhausted all his materials and half of the money in his pocket. By the end, he had learned nearly everything there was to learn. As the evening approached, the golden light of dusk filtered into the library, casting a yellow hue on the floor. Though it was getting late, a sudden, incongruous light shone from deep within the library. It seemed he wasn't the only one studying hard in the library. Curious to see who it was, Victor followed the light. When he saw who it was, he was slightly taken aback. Henny? It was his assistant, who was currently seated at a desk, pen in hand, writing furiously. He could even hear her muttering under her breath. Tomorrow, I'll have Professor Victor lecture on this topic. Seeing Henny working so hard for him, Victor couldn't help but walk over. Henny noticed someone approaching and, on instinct, looked up warily. Professor Victor? Once she recognized him, she hurriedly stood up, adjusting her glasses nervously. Victor, who rarely showed any emotion, broke his usual poker face and asked her with concern, "Aren't you tired?" He knew Henny's work was assigned by the school, but her level of knowledge clearly qualified her to be a new teacher at the Royal Academy of Magic. Keeping such a talented individual as his assistant wasn't just something that might later be exposed by society, it was something even his own conscience couldn't bear. Not at all. Henny shook her head resolutely, her attitude firm. It's an honor to prepare lessons for you, Professor. A naive and somewhat adorable young lady. If it were the old Victor, he probably would have squeezed this little lamb dry until there wasn't a drop left. He would extract every bit of benefit and then discard her without a second thought. That was the kind of person Victor was. If something benefited him, he would hold on to it tightly. In reality, with Vega around, he didn't need an assistant to help him prepare lesson content at all. Since there was no one else around, Victor decided to let this silly little lamb off the hook. He considered his tone carefully and, in a voice that tried to mirror Victor's usual coldness, said indifferently, "You don't need to write speeches for me anymore." Henny froze at those words, her body swaying as if she could barely stand. She thought she must have made a mistake somewhere, a mistake so severe that Professor Victor wanted to fire her. "Professor, I can spend more time perfecting your speeches." Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice trembling as she pleaded with Victor not to abandon her. "Please don't abandon me, I promise I'll do a good job as your assistant." Victor frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Henny to react this way. He merely wanted her to get more rest and then fully utilize her talents independently at the academy. But all she could think about was hoping Professor Victor would give her a chance to correct herself and continue being his assistant. It was as if she was about to lose her job. Vega ruffled its wings and softly explained in Victor's ear. "Why do you think that is? This child is merely an apprentice, unable to even cross the threshold of becoming a mage." Victor suddenly realized this, feeling a pang of regret for Henny's wasted potential. In the game, the level of a magic apprentice was within the 1 to 9 range. In other words, she was a novice. The Royal Academy of Magic didn't keep idle people around. To become a teacher here, the minimum requirement was to become a mage. Only then would the academy evaluate a candidate based on their teaching ability. No matter how knowledgeable Henny was, even if she was capable of preparing lessons for the academy's most gifted students, if she hadn't become a mage, she wouldn't be qualified to become a teacher. From Henny's perspective, Victor now understood how hurtful his words had been. Henny was just an assistant. Even if he didn't need her, only 2 outcomes awaited Henny: waiting for the next professor's assistant position to become available or leaving the Royal Academy of Magic and facing unemployment. If she became unemployed, no one would blame the academy. They would only think it was her own inadequacy that led to her dismissal. She was highly knowledgeable and had devoted her entire life to learning, only to end up with nowhere to go. But Victor wasn't one to offer comfort because he was a notorious, petty villain. So, he merely left her with one sentence: "All right, I take back what I said, Henny. You've done well and made no mistakes. I'll keep using you until you're completely worn out. So until then, don't overwork yourself." Henny was overjoyed, nodding excitedly. "Professor, I won't let you down." Victor was curious why someone as capable as Henny would willingly serve as an assistant. So, he asked her. Surprised that Victor would inquire about her background, Henny's eyes briefly dimmed, but she still calmly replied, "I graduated from the Royal Academy of Magic, but I didn't become a first-level mage by the time I graduated, so I volunteered to stay as an assistant." The rest of the story became clear. Other professors naturally had their favorite assistants, while she, despite her abilities, lacked the talent to catch anyone's eye. Until the academy hired a new professor, Victor, she had no chance to work for this infamous genius mage. After hearing her explanation, Victor nodded and patted her shoulder. "Work hard. The academy wouldn't keep you around if they didn't see potential in you. I'm new here. Would you mind giving me a tour of the academy?" Henny was flustered by his request, but quickly agreed, hastily tidying up her desk. "I haven't had much of a chance to explore the school myself. Let's take this opportunity to look around." Victor said this, but he knew the place like the back of his hand. In the game, he'd been here countless times, and he even knew about the secret garden behind the headmaster's office. He only said it to avoid overburdening her. Especially seeing her writing lessons in front of him made him feel guilty. It was his job, yet he was letting someone else handle it entirely. Of course, alongside the guilt, he also felt a certain satisfaction. Who doesn't enjoy slacking off? Henny led him around the academy, tirelessly explaining various buildings to him. Gardens, lawns, training grounds. Victor nodded along to everything, even though he knew the place was like his own backyard. When they reached the arcane hall, he paused. This was the place where players engaged in PvP battles, and they could also practice their magic skills here. But at that moment, a commotion came from inside, sounding like a student argument. Victor frowned, suddenly understanding why school principals like to patrol noisy classrooms during their campus years. Troublesome kids need to be disciplined, and unruly students even more so. So, he pushed the door open and entered. Erica's mood was at an all-time low. She had intended to teach Victor a lesson but ended up being lectured instead. On top of that, she lost her most cherished hairpin. It was a gift from her mother, which she had inadvertently sent into the void of a teleportation array. To retrieve the hairpin, Erica came to the arcane hall to practice teleportation magic, hoping to undo the modifications Victor had made to her teleportation array. But it was clear she couldn't do it. After numerous failed attempts, each accompanied by an explosion from the array, Erica nearly lost her composure, ruffling her golden hair in frustration. "This is so annoying. Why did it fail again?" Growing more agitated with each attempt, Erica made a critical error. In her frustration, she failed to cancel her teleportation spell, and the array's endpoint landed in the middle of the arcane hall. A student in uniform happened to step into her array. The array activated automatically, emitting a bright red light. Whoosh! In a flash of red light, the student vanished. Erica watched as the student disappeared before her eyes. Jack? Jack! Damn it, he's been teleported. The faces of the accompanying students turned pale. Panic flashed in Erica's eyes, she had made a grave mistake. Damn it! Did I just send him to another dimension? She frantically tried to retrieve the student using magic, but no matter what she did, there was no response from the teleportation array. The unfortunate student, like her unlucky hairpin, was lost and unrecoverable. The scene eerily mirrored what had happened in the classroom earlier. Everyone now noticed Erica, who was in a panic, continuously casting magic. The teleportation array in the center bore her magical signature. And today, rumors had spread that Erica had already mastered teleportation magic. At that moment, the students in the arcane hall erupted in anger. Erica Ducloy. You did this. You teleported Jack away. You did it on purpose. The students at the academy were divided into two factions, the nobles and the commoners. The noble faction and the commoner faction were always at odds, with the nobles viewing the commoners as mere dogs who would one day serve their families. Disputes between the noble and commoner factions were common, though they rarely escalated due to the academy's emphasis on skill over status. But now, in the eyes of the commoner students, Erica Ducloy, the star student of the noble faction and the Duke's daughter, had publicly humiliated them with her actions. Noble families rarely visited the arcane hall, preferring to continue their studies at home under the tutelage of private family mages. Only the commoner students, who relied on their average grades to gain admission, would come to the arcane hall to practice diligently. Unable to surpass the nobles in wealth, they could only strive to surpass them in the path of magic. But who would have thought that Erica, in her bad mood, would attempt to retrieve her hairpin and end up making such a grave mistake? At this point, no one cared about the truth anymore. The commoner students only wanted an outlet for their grievances, a way to vent their frustrations. Erica, you need to apologize. Apologize. And bring Jack back. Erica stood alone, unable to defend herself against the accusations from the crowd. She lowered her head, remaining silent. All she could do was keep trying to teleport the lost student back. But with the students' angry shouts filling her ears, her mind grew more muddled, making it impossible to stay calm. She finally snapped, replying angrily, I can't do it. It was a mistake with my magic. I don't know how to bring him back. Her words only further infuriated the commoner students. You made our friend disappear and you won't even apologize? Nobles are despicable. They've finally shown their true colors. Your noble lives matter, but what about ours? What do you think we are? Erica bit her lip and remained silent, her fists clenched as a wave of frustration surged within her. Victor. How am I any less capable than you? What you can easily accomplish, I should be able to do too. She knew she shouldn't blame others, but after meeting Victor, she realized she couldn't measure up. Victor outshined her in every way, whether in knowledge or magical talent. It was a talent so exceptional that even her own family praised it, something passed down through the noble ranks. Once the seed of jealousy was planted, it was hard to uproot. Are you all so free? A cold, indifferent voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. The last rays of the setting sun cast a crimson glow on Erica's exquisitely beautiful face. Victor leaned against the door, a strange raven perched on his shoulder. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his coat, and his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't see anyone there. If you're all eager to write an apology letter, feel free to continue arguing in front of me. Victor's imposing presence subdued everyone in the room. The students held their breath, not daring to make a move. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Victor asked, now tell me, what happened? A commoner student at the front spoke up, Erica came here flaunting her noble status, deliberately humiliating us. One student has vanished under her spell. The other commoner students immediately chimed in, while Erica hurriedly tried to defend herself. The scene descended into chaos once again. Silence. The noisy space fell quiet once more. Victor rubbed his temples. Indeed, no matter which world, arguments were always so annoying. Is that so, Erica? Victor questioned her impatiently. Erica gradually calmed down and continued to explain, I wasn't trying to humiliate them. I was practicing magic here, and that unfortunate person entered my faulty teleportation spell, which is why he disappeared. The surrounding students naturally didn't believe her words, but with the professor present, they didn't dare voice their doubts. Vega whispered in Victor's ear, I've checked. The teleportation array sent the person to another dimension. No matter, I'll handle it. Vega's single eye flickered, and a wisp of black energy slowly drifted out from under its wings. Victor understood its meaning and activated his mage hand. Immediately, 6 magic circles appeared in the air. 6-fold spellcasting again? Seeing this scene once more, Erica was only surprised. She hadn't expected Professor Victor to handle such a difficult technique as multi-layered spellcasting with such ease. Behind him, Vega gently added some runes to his magic circles. 6 thread-like black runes gradually joined the array. The entire array emitted a red glow. Mixed with the light of the setting sun, it illuminated the entire arcane hall. The light was so bright that everyone present had to shield their eyes. As the light faded, a sudden exclamation startled everyone present. This is the arcane hall? I'm back? The student looked around in amazement, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. I'm back. I'm really back. The crowd gradually opened their eyes. Seeing the long-lost face, the commoner students burst into cheers upon seeing their classmate return. Erica stood there stunned, not expecting Victor to reverse her faulty spell so effortlessly. Is this a third-tier mage? Erica muttered. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Victor coldly said to her. Erica, apologize. Hearing this request, Erica became defiant. She had resentment in her heart, how could she possibly listen to Victor? Why should she? She admitted that Victor had rectified her mistake, but it wasn't intentional. It was that unlucky fool who blindly entered her magic circle. Moreover, her innate status and environment told her. Since when do nobles apologize to commoners? Victor noticed her unwillingness to comply and frowned slightly, unable to help but mock her. Making mistakes and refusing to apologize, lacking in academics and character. Is this the upbringing of the Ducloy family? These words struck a chord with the commoner students, who despised those arrogant nobles who oppressed them with their family backgrounds. Seeing this professor speak up for them, their eyes seemed to light up. However, these words truly ignited Erica's emotions, but she knew she shouldn't lash out. As Victor had said, she was in the wrong. She shouldn't bring shame to her family because of her own issues. Erica's not-so-small chest heaved as she took a deep breath, calming herself. She gracefully bowed to the unfortunate student. I apologize for my negligence. Seeing the once proud noble lower her head, the students couldn't find any words of mockery. After all, they were all of the same age. The unfortunate student, Jack, recovered from his shock and awkwardly accepted the apology. I was at fault too. If I had paid more attention while walking, this wouldn't have happened. Victor raised an eyebrow, somewhat satisfied. This peaceful atmosphere was what a beautiful campus environment should be like. But an apology alone wasn't enough. Since a mistake was made, one should lead by example. He glanced at Erica and calmly said, "Come with me to my office." Erica lowered her head in silence, but still followed him. The two left under the gaze of everyone present. Immediately after, the students erupted into discussion. My goodness, he's so handsome. Do you know who he is? He looks like a teacher? Must be new here. Wow, that was multi-layered spellcasting, and 6 layers at that. That's the most I've ever seen. How can he be just an ordinary teacher? I'm from class 1. That's the new Professor Victor. He just taught us this afternoon. A professor already. No wonder he's so powerful, but he's so young. I wonder when Professor Victor's lectures will start. I'll definitely sign up when they do. Victor, who had left, naturally couldn't hear the students' chatter. Erica followed behind Victor, with his assistant Henny beside them. They arrived at the Mage Tower, and after identity verification, the three were teleported to Victor's office. Victor lightly drew a magic circle in the air, and Erica's hairpin suddenly appeared in his hand. He handed it back to her. Erica was stunned, never expecting him to return her belongings. Keep your own things safe, and don't do this again in the future. Erica pursed her lips and lowered her head as she accepted the hairpin. Victor naturally sat down in his chair, while the defiant Erica stood before him, clearly in a position to be lectured. Victor's fingers tapped on the desk, and then he slowly began to speak. Listen, Erica, regardless of what conflicts we've had before, this is now the Royal Magic Academy, not a place for you to act recklessly. I am a teacher, and you are a student. Adjust your attitude accordingly. Magic is dangerous. If you can't control it perfectly yet, don't cast spells randomly in public areas. This time it was just a simple teleportation spell. What if you were practicing some powerful area of effect spell? Erica didn't speak, but from the slight trembling of her body, it was clear she was afraid. If she truly lost control, it would be a disaster. Victor's lecture continued. You said something very correct in class, Erica. As a teacher, I indeed have an obligation to answer students' questions. But the premise is that you come to genuinely seek knowledge, not to deliberately make things difficult. Having said this, Victor began to demonstrate the principles of teleportation magic and more advanced upgrade arrays in front of her. Watch carefully, I'll only teach this once. Runes and magic circles danced at Victor's fingertips. Erica came to her senses, focused her attention, and watched the scene intently. He showed Erica how to teleport objects to another dimension and bring them back. After the demonstration, he left Erica with an assignment. Master this, write a report, and send it to my assistant tomorrow morning. She will pass it on to me. Erica didn't speak, just nodded and left the office. Henny, who had been watching from the corner, couldn't help but say after Erica left, Professor, you're really kind, not at all like the rumors. As for Erica, I don't like her. She had heard about what happened in class today and naturally knew about Erica's deliberate provocation. Fortunately, Victor had calmly resolved it and even turned the tables on her. Victor didn't look at her, simply saying, if you were underage and got confessed to and flirted with by a man nearly 30, I estimate your resentment would be no less than hers. Henny was startled and asked in surprise, that incident. Was it true? Victor just smiled lightly, stood up, patted her head, and left with these words. Bring Erica's notes and speech draft together tomorrow. With that, he turned and teleported out of the office. Erica got off the carriage, and a man was standing at the gate of the courtyard. He had the same blonde hair and eyes as Erica, sharing the same bloodline. It was her father, Duke Rivy, whom she took pride in. The years hadn't left many marks on his face. Dear, why are you back so late? Duke Levi greeted her with a smile, but upon seeing Erica's gloomy expression, his smile gradually faded. Erica? What happened? Did someone bully you at school? Tell Daddy, and I'll make them pay. Erica stopped him, saying, Enough, father. No one bullied me. I just saw Victor. He's become a professor and started working at the academy today. Upon hearing this, Levi straightened up abruptly and said viciously, that bastard. I'll have the Royal Magic Academy fire him tomorrow. Although he was just saying this to cheer up his daughter. Levi understood that Victor was exceptionally talented and a third-tier mage. Especially now that he had become a professor at the Royal Magic Academy, he was considered to have fully aligned with the royal family. Unless the king personally spoke up, no one would dare to openly move against him. But Erica didn't know this and hurriedly advised, don't. She recounted what had happened today, and the Duke's expression softened slightly after listening. Erica continued, I indeed can't compare to him. She didn't tell her father about the conflict with the commoners today, only about the dispute in the lecture hall. After listening, Levi nodded understandingly and comforted her, if that's the case, then study magic well under him. For Victor to become a third-tier mage at 20, he naturally has his exceptional qualities. But you are my daughter, and I understand your talent better than anyone. Learn from his strengths, then defeat him. I believe you can definitely do it. Hearing the Duke's words, Erica nodded obediently and quietly returned to her room, followed by a servant. Seeing his daughter leave, he sighed. No matter how much grievance Erica suffered under Victor, he couldn't intervene. Ultimately, he was a duke. His actions should all be for the benefit of the country. In this position, Levi couldn't afford to act childishly. The Empire wouldn't allow it, and his role as a duke demanded better. I'm sorry, Erica. By the time Victor returned home, it was already late at night. As he stretched his body in the garden, he saw a servant approaching him. My lord, your sister has summoned you to study. After saying this, the servant hurriedly left. Victor frowned. So late at night, this couldn't be good. Pushing open the door to the study, Liao was sitting in a chair, having waited for some time. What's the matter? Victor asked his sister, but was met with Lia's angry gaze in response. See for yourself. Liao slammed an expense report on the table in front of Victor. The table shook from Lia's forceful gesture. So angry. Victor glanced lightly at Liao and picked up the report. It detailed Victor's spending records, showing a large sum spent on purchasing materials, and another significant amount that had mysteriously disappeared. Of course, Victor knew where this money had gone. Buying materials, learning magic. The former was explainable, but the latter was a privilege only players could enjoy, so naturally, Liao couldn't trace it. However, was the family really that short on money? The domain's income hasn't been very smooth lately, and you're still spending so lavishly? Are you trying to drain the last drop of blood from our lands? Liao stood up, poking Victor's chest with her finger, harshly criticizing him. Explain yourself. Victor calmly reviewed the bill and placed it gently on the table. Liao, what are the sources of income for our domain? Hearing Victor's question, Liao tilted her head and squinted at him. She chuckled lightly, her tone tinged with mockery, as if looking at an idiot. As a lord, you don't even know your own domain's income sources? Although Victor truly didn't know, this didn't stop Liao from mocking her unworthy lord brother. Listen up, our Kravina domain's main income comes from grain and mineral trade. As Liao explained, Victor gained a general understanding. The Kravina family owned a domain named Kravina. The land was fertile, surrounded by lush forests. It was about 100 kilometers from the capital, reachable by carriage in just one day. As a result, the Empire's second most prosperous town was located here. The Kravina domain had a rich vein of minerals, sufficient for mining for over 50 years even now. With its proximity to the capital, fertile land, bountiful harvests, and a mine at home, it would be hard for the Kravina family not to be wealthy. But recently, mineral production has decreased significantly, and it's not yet the harvest season for crops. The grain we've been selling was stored in granaries from last year, Leah said, facing Victor with an angry tone. We need to ensure our domain's consumption of grain, we can't sell it all. Now the domain's income is very low, and at this critical moment, you dare to spend money like this. Victor nodded after listening, his face expressionless, but calm. Don't you have any sense of remorse? Leah looked at Victor in disbelief. She knew her brother was irresponsible, but surely he couldn't be this clueless. Victor thought for a moment, stroking his chin before responding. Go hire a few mages, then acquire a storefront in the busiest part of the capital and open a magic item shop. Hearing Victor's suggestion, Leah immediately bristled, exclaiming. Victor! Haven't you listened to a word I've said? Do you think such shops are rare in the capital? Even if you open a shop, so what? Do you think your name carries more weight than all other merchants? Victor, do you even know how to do business? Leah became increasingly agitated as she spoke. She thought about how, after their parents' death, she had started learning to manage the domain from a young age, maintaining it for over 10 years until now, with the domain still having some surplus. No matter how much Victor squandered, she had never complained. But now, this clueless Victor was trying to meddle in the family's business. What was he trying to do? As she spoke, she felt increasingly wronged. Seeing that he couldn't calm Leah's emotions with words, Victor didn't want to say much more. He simply waved his hand, and dozens of blue magic potions appeared on the table in front of them. Leah was stunned, looking at the sea blue-colored potions on the table. Her about-to-erupt emotion suddenly paused. What is this? She blinked. Currently, no one had seen such magic potions before. Items for restoring magic power did exist, but they all had one thing in common: they were rare and extremely expensive. And only potions for healing injuries had appeared on the market, their effects quite different from the health potions used by players. One was like drinking medicine for slow recovery, the other restored life values immediately upon consumption. This was the difference between reality and game items. Simply put, bringing game items into reality would be a pure bug. Even a small instant recovery magic potion could become a god-tier item. So Victor didn't explain, coming from his mouth, it would still be too hard to believe. Seeing is believing. Victor calmly instructed, go find some mages, and have them cast spells until they're exhausted, then have them drink a bottle. You'll know what to do then. Leah was extremely skeptical, but she still took all the potions. By the way, do you have any helpers? Victor asked. Hearing Victor's question, Leah sneered, oh, our great lord has learned to care about his subordinates. Victor paid no mind to her sarcasm. After all, the poor relationship between the siblings was partly due to Victor's inaction. So, he simply repeated his question. Seriously, have you hired bodyguards or helpers for your merchant convoy? Leah snorted coldly. No, I don't trust others. This meant that the Kravina domain's business had always been handled by Leah alone. Don't you encounter dangers on the road? Although the domain isn't far from the capital, it's still a full day's journey. Leah was surprised that her unreliable brother actually cared about her for once, but this concern made her somewhat uncomfortable. She leaned against the table, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, and turned her face away awkwardly. No, we have our own trade routes. If we encounter any bandits or robbers, we just need to show our Kravina family crest, and they'll leave us alone. We generally don't have any problems. At least we haven't encountered any danger so far. After saying this, she didn't look at Victor, but instead took out a potion and examined it carefully. Victor nodded, then took off his right-hand mage's hand. Leah, listen carefully. This shop opening in the capital is no ordinary matter. Such precious items are likely to attract others' covetousness. Wear this, it can help you deal with some unexpected situations. Leah looked at the glove Victor handed her, put down the potion bottle, and hesitated. Don't worry, it's just a small mage's tool. It will automatically adjust to fit your hand size. Leah thought that wasn't what she was concerned about, but she didn't explain. She reached out and took the fingerless glove, which still retained the warmth of Victor's hand. She felt the gems on the glove, and suddenly felt a surge of resentment. As a merchant, she naturally understood what these were. Magic stones, gems that could transmit magic, each worth millions. He actually installed 6 of them on a single glove. She grumbled internally, but surprisingly didn't attack Victor. Leah put on the glove, and as Victor said, it automatically adjusted to fit her hand. Open your palm towards me, and focus your thoughts on the gems of the glove, anyone will do. She followed the instructions, opening her palm towards Victor. There was a green gem in the center, and she thought its color was very pretty. Is this enough? As the question flashed through her mind, suddenly, the green gem began to glow faintly, and then, whoosh! Like a ripple exploding, a magic array rapidly formed in Leah's palm. Almost instantly, violent winds filled the entire study, papers fluttering noisily. The whirlwind above the magic array kept growing. Victor's finger lightly tapped the desk, and a teleportation array quickly formed in the air. After the whirlwind grew to a certain size, it was sucked into the teleportation array. Immediately, the storm subsided. A few seconds later, a shocking cracking sound was heard nearby. Leah was stunned. Just now, was that? Second-tier magic, fierce gale, powerful enough to level a mountaintop. Don't be so surprised. Seeing Leah's bewilderment, Victor tapped the desk, and the magic array lingering in the air dissipated. How could Leah not be surprised? She wasn't a mage, she had only seen others cast spells before. And that magic just now was released from her own hand. She was still in a daze. So this is what it feels like to cast magic. She stood there blankly, even forgetting to lower her hand. Victor recharged the glove with magic and continued speaking to the shocked Leah, be careful. This demonstration wasn't just to let you grasp the knack, more importantly, it's to prevent accidents. You've seen how powerful it is. Pay attention to the number of uses. Each gem can only be used once. When they're used up, come back to me, and I'll replenish them. Leah knew the preciousness of what Victor had given her. It was priceless, at least in all her years, she had never seen equipment that allowed ordinary people to use magic. She was about to say that selling it would surely make a fortune, but suddenly remembering Victor's solemn attitude, she held her tongue. This was something that could save lives. Leah hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly said to Victor, thank you. Then she hurriedly left with the magic potions. After the study door closed, the crow on Victor's shoulder spoke. Aren't you reluctant to give this to others? It's just an item, I can make it any time I want, and besides, I don't really need it much. The mage's hand didn't have many opportunities for use normally, except in PvP situations where it was very effective. As a tool for multiple instant spell casts, it was used to gain the upper hand or for emergency defense. It was basically essential equipment for mage players during PK. He didn't need it much at the moment. Hearing Victor's words, Vega didn't say anything more, but started calculating in his mind. I need to think of a way to persuade him to make one for me to play with. Early the next morning, Victor had just finished breakfast and was about to leave for the academy. He had just tidied up his clothes when he saw a servant enter. My lord, there's a lady outside who claims to be your teaching assistant. She says she's here to deliver notes and lecture drafts to you. Victor paused in the act of putting on his clothes. Henny had come? He didn't remember telling Henny to deliver things to his doorstep. However, he still asked the servant to invite her in. The result was seeing Henny's haggard face, with dark circles under her eyes. Why do you look like this? Didn't you rest well? Henny seemed to wake up suddenly, and said to Victor. No, Professor, I forgot to sleep last night and wrote drafts all night. This reason left Victor at a loss for words. After Erica delivered the notes, I remembered you said to bring them to you, so I brought the lecture drafts along. Looking at the drowsy Henny, Victor really couldn't find it in himself to scold or educate her. Should he say she was a bit foolish? He was silent for a moment, then asked. Have you had breakfast? Henny shook her head. She had rushed over early in the morning, hadn't slept, and naturally hadn't eaten either. Victor waved his hand, instructing the servant to take her for breakfast and then arrange a room for her to rest properly. Henny stammered an and was about to say it wasn't necessary when she heard Victor's tone that brooked no refusal. Fill your stomach, then rest. Henny immediately wilted. She didn't dare to defy Victor and lowered her head like a frostbitten eggplant as the servant led her away. As for Victor, he had originally planned to go to the academy in the morning, but seeing Henny arrive, he changed his mind. The class was in the afternoon, so he decided to look over Erica's homework and his lecture notes, spending the morning in the study. Victor was grading Erica's homework when, without turning his head, he asked Vega. "What do you think of that child?" Caught off guard by his question, Vega hesitated for a moment. It knew Victor was referring to Henny. "What do you mean? Didn't you say you wanted me to gather followers for you?" Victor stretched lazily, his fingers tapping on the lecture notes on the desk. He turned his head to look at Vega, his squinting eyes revealing both shrewdness and danger. This kind of naive and innocent person is the easiest to deceive. You think gathering followers is just lip service? Followers must be sincere for it to work. Victor listened to Vega's explanation while tapping on the table. Looking at the morning sunlight falling on the book, Victor smiled softly in the study. It's just sincerity, right? No worries about deceiving them. Vega narrowed its eyes and made a cooing sound, expressing its dissatisfaction with Victor. Perhaps you're more cunning than the previous Victor. You flatter me. Victor didn't say much more, just continued reading the speech draft. He always felt that since this stinky bird bonded with him, it had gradually started to forget about its mission of reviving as an evil god. Thinking this, Victor glanced at Vega. At this moment, the crow was standing on the desk, nodding off sleepily. Vega had always eaten during the day and slept at night, barely exercising. It was like a useless ornament. In just a few days, Vega's body had grown quite plump. When it stood on Victor's shoulder, Victor could feel the added weight. However, if the other party wasn't in a hurry, then he didn't need to care too much either. So he spent a quiet morning in the study looking at the speech draft and Erica's homework. By noon, Victor had finished grading Erica's homework. As for today's teaching content, thanks to Henny's diligent preparation, he quickly memorized the key points. When Victor walked out of the study, he saw Henny the teaching assistant rubbing her eyes as she came out. "Awake? Get ready, we should set off." Victor casually reminded Henny, who startled like a frightened deer, immediately becoming more alert and quickly responding. "No problem, Professor. I'm ready." Victor nodded and instructed the servants to prepare the carriage to head to the Royal Magic Academy. He invited Henny to sit in the carriage together, but Henny was extremely nervous and could only obediently sit down. As a result, the two sat face to face, with Henny keeping her head down the entire time, not daring to look up, only sneaking glances at Victor. Henny felt her heart was about to jump out, pounding nonstop. Her mind was in chaos like a volcanic eruption, frantically thinking, "I'm actually sitting in the same carriage as the genius Professor Victor. Oh my God." Henny felt hot, realizing her forehead was sweating, and she couldn't even sit still. Victor saw how tense she was and wanted to say something. But speaking rashly might make her even more nervous. If so, it was better to let her indulge in her own wild thoughts. The more nervous she was, the more likely she was to overthink, and then realize that she had actually slept at this notorious nobleman's house this morning. Victor found her wide-eyed shock amusing. He just looked at Henny, while Henny looked down at her shoes, maintaining this posture. There was not a single conversation throughout the journey, quietly waiting for the carriage to reach its destination. As the carriage gradually came to a stop, Victor spoke first. "We're here." Only after hearing Victor speak did Henny slowly raise her head, her expression immediately relaxing. "Finally here." She let out a long sigh, not expecting this journey to be so long. After getting off the carriage, Henny kept walking beside Victor. Seeing him about to go to the office, Henny mustered up the courage to say to Victor, "Professor Victor, the dean said to visit him when you arrive at the academy." Victor nodded, then walked straight towards the dean's office. Henny followed behind Victor like a timid deer again. Bang bang. After being teleported through the mage tower, Victor knocked on the door of the dean's office. "Come in." After the dean's permission, he entered with his teaching assistant. Standing in front of the dean, Victor got straight to the point. "Dean, I heard you were looking for me." The dean was an elderly fat man, wearing a bunch of mage accessories. He looked just like a traditional wizard. At the same time, he was also the strongest in this academy, a fourth-tier mage. An existence known to the world as a saint mage. Almost legendary. 20 years ago, he had already reached this level. Seeing Victor, he pushed away his water cup, capped his pen, and gently placed the pen on the book. It seemed his body had aged to the limit, feeling tired from even the slightest movement. Exhaling, the dean leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "Professor Victor, I heard about what happened in class yesterday." Victor frowned, not expecting that Erica's challenge would reach Dean's ears. "You did very well," the dean smiled at him, then continued, "but, wasn't it too strict? Given time, it might cause dissatisfaction among the students." Hearing the dean say he was too strict, Victor shook his head and replied, "If I don't do this, they won't understand the importance of respecting teachers." Victor's tone was calm, he didn't feel there was any problem with his handling of the situation. Besides, he was Victor, and Victor was a person who always sought revenge for the slightest grievance. Fortunately, the dean quickly agreed with his point of view, nodding and saying, respecting teachers, good point, as expected of a mage called a genius. "Oh right, I called you here today because of this." The dean pulled out a piece of parchment from the desk and handed it to Victor. "This is our academy's invitation for an external lecture. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be added." Victor gently took it and carefully read the contents. "I suppose you already understand, Professor Victor." The dean showed a kind smile and said, "In our academy, lecturers with professor positions are required to give a lecture once a month. We plan to promote your lecture course externally in a month, inviting various mages and industry professionals to attend, and broadcast your lecture via Magic Stone recording." Hearing this, Victor already understood his meaning. "So, I hope you can refine the content of the lecture within this month. At that time, the Academy will provide you with a lecture hall that can accommodate thousands of people. Professor Victor, do you have any suggestions?" Listening to the dean's explanation, Victor understood that it wouldn't be long before it was time for the Academy to recruit new students. The Academy wanted to attract students with excellent qualifications, and students would also consider the faculty strength of the Academy. If a youngest third-tier mage professor suddenly appeared at this time, it would undoubtedly be a very powerful way to attract new students. Although Victor had a bad reputation, he had ability and strength, so no one would care about his reputation. And if he really made this lecture beautiful and successful, then that news would naturally be debunked. Victor recalled the contents of the newspaper from a few days ago, as well as his promise to Gwen. No one would care about the love life of a powerful professor, even if he really did flirt with the Duke's daughter. At the same time, if this was really done, then his position as a professor would be directly tied to the Royal Academy. With this relationship, he would obviously be able to do more things before the death outcome arrived in the next few years. So Victor nodded and agreed. "I have no problem, everything will be done according to the Academy's wishes." Seeing Victor agree, the dean smiled and looked at Henny beside him. "How about this teaching assistant? Are you satisfied with her work?" Victor glanced at Henny beside him, then replied, "It's my honor to have such a competent assistant." With that, Victor turned and left with Henny. Henny followed behind Victor, feeling extremely flustered. The more she thought about the professor's evaluation of her in front of the dean just now, the more she felt her efforts had not been in vain. She unconsciously started walking more cheerfully. In the afternoon class, Victor taught a very normal lesson. This time there were no industry insiders. After all, after yesterday's incident, no one would think they could see any entertainment from Victor. Victor continued to lecture on knowledge points as usual, and the students were all diligently recording key points and taking notes. This time Erica didn't continue to find fault either, seriously taking notes and writing a lot. The bell rang, and Victor organized his teaching materials. Class dismissed. "Erica, remember to come to my office." Victor returned the corrected notes to Erica and pointed out some errors. "For you now, it's still too early to easily use teleportation magic, but your direction is not wrong." Victor taught, Erica listened, the two looked so harmonious as if they had forgotten that Victor had flirted with her at her birthday party before. He didn't mention this, and naturally Erica swallowed this matter and didn't mention it either. After Victor imparted knowledge to Erica, he nodded and said, "That's enough for today." Hearing this, Erica tentatively asked, "If I have questions in the future, can I still come to consult you?" She indeed hated Victor in her heart, but she had to admit that his knowledge was absolutely top-notch. Even the private tutors her father hired for her couldn't reach Victor's level. Any difficult points became simple and easy to understand under Professor Victor's explanation. How could Erica know that those were actually told to him by Vega, and then passed on by him? With such an evil god comparable to an encyclopedia, teaching a student was a piece of cake. Victor thought for a moment and said, "It depends on the situation. I have a lot of work to do, but if I have time, of course I can." Of course, this was just lip service. He, Victor, never dawdled and always left work on time. As soon as he finished speaking, Victor felt a twinge in his heart. The mage's hand had been activated. If Leah used the mage's hand spell, Victor, as the source of magic, could feel it. He had just given it to Leah yesterday, and she used it today? What a coincidence. Victor wasn't too worried about Leah, but the source of magic wasn't far from the capital, so he decided to go take a look. So he stood up and said to Erica, "I have some things to deal with. Remember to close the door when you leave." Then he drew a teleportation circle on the spot and left. Erica. Everyone in the academy knew that the Mage Tower had no doors, and entry and exit all relied on the teleportation magic inside the Mage Tower. Suburbs. Leah looked at the group of people burned to charcoal in front of her, her expression slightly frozen. Several mages beside her trembled. They all saw that the powerful second-tier magic was released from this woman's hand. Second-tier magic was not something they, a small fry, could face. She had such powerful magic, why did she still need other mages to help? We are just first-tier small fry mages in front of her. Leah scratched her head and looked at the carriage behind her. She had hung the Kravina family crest, but why was she still attacked? Forget it. She had already notified Miss Gwen, and it wouldn't be long before she arrived. The group just stayed in place, waiting for the knights to arrive. 10 minutes later, a group of knights riding white horses and wearing cold iron armor arrived. The leader was naturally Gwen, who immediately found Leah. 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 Seeing Leah sitting alone on a stone lost in thought, Gwen got off her horse and ran over. Leah returned a smile to her. "Leah, are you all right?" Gwen grabbed Leah's hand, her eyes showing some concern. "Me? Of course I'm fine. But those bandits who attacked our merchant group are not doing so well." She shrugged and gestured with her eyes for Gwen to look to the side. Gwen blinked. When she first arrived, she was only concerned about Leah's safety and naturally didn't see the pile of charred corpses. Now seeing them, she frowned. As a great knight, she was used to seeing corpses, but even so, this kind of horrific death made her scalp tingle. However, was this done by the mages Leah brought? But thinking about it, she didn't quite believe it herself. The weak magical power on those mages was not enough to support the power to burn a large group of people. Then who could it be? An absurd thought flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but joke with Leah. "Were these bandits killed by you?" "Don't mind, Leah, I'm just joking." "Leah, if I say yes, would you believe me?" "Gwen, question mark." "I did it." Gwen turned towards the voice. It was Victor. Hearing Victor claim responsibility, she naturally believed him. After all, Victor's reputation as a third-tier mage was well known. Dealing with these bandits would be child's play for him. "What are you doing here?" Gwen asked, turning her head back. She was curious why Leah had called her over if Victor was already here. She pocketed a crystal flowing with 7-colored light and leaned against Leah. As the colors gradually faded from the crystal, Victor noticed Leah had a similar one at her waist. The two women communicated through these magic crystals, functioning similarly to a two-way telephone. Victor maintained his cold poker face and explained unhurriedly. "My family's merchant convoy was approaching the capital. I came to assist and took care of these bandits along the way." Hearing his explanation, Gwen didn't doubt him. She turned to the night squad and ordered, "Check the bodies. See if you can identify any of them. Conduct an identity investigation and report back to me." "Yes, ma'am." The night squad sprang into action upon receiving the order. "Leah, be careful. Contact me immediately if you're in danger next time." After giving these instructions, Gwen prepared to leave with her knights. Once she left, Leah puffed up her cheeks, her face resembling a steamed bun. She had dealt with these bandits herself and wanted to show off in front of Gwen. She didn't expect Victor to suddenly appear and steal her glory. "You understand better than I do the principle of not flaunting wealth," Victor said nonchalantly. Leah immediately calmed down. It was fine for the people in the convoy to see, as they were her own. But if anyone found out her magic came from an artifact, she could be in danger. As a merchant, she never underestimated human greed. I understand, she nodded. Victor was satisfied, feeling a sense of accomplishment as an older brother for successfully educating Lia. He walked up to Lia and extended a finger. The dull gem flashed with a red light as he recharged the magic. After finishing, he prepared to leave. However, Lia asked him somewhat shyly. "Why did you come here?" "I don't believe what you told Gwen earlier." "I sensed you using magic, so I came to check out of curiosity," Victor turned and answered flatly, his eyes devoid of any spark, maintaining his icy demeanor. Hearing Victor's words, Lia felt a complex mix of emotions. In all her years, Victor had never shown concern for her. But what happened today? Has someone rewired his brain? Did he suddenly develop a conscience? Lia's rapid-fire thoughts soon got an explanation. Victor looked at her calmly and continued. "The attack on the convoy might be related to my enemies, though I've lost count of them and don't know exactly who. You should be more careful." Lia finally found a chance to retort, sneering. So you're aware that you're disliked." She had some guesses about the origins of today's bandits, but she didn't tell Victor. "Have you tried the potion's effects?" Victor asked abruptly. "All the mages have tried it. They all say it's good," Lia nodded, surprise evident in her voice. The exhausted mages became instantly energized after drinking just one bottle. Even though she wasn't a mage, she could understand how astonishing this effect was. "This convoy trip isn't just for retrading. I've already scouted a shop location in the capital," she explained. "There are many adventurers, especially mages. Selling this in the bustling districts will definitely be a hit." Victor listened to Lia's description, secretly admiring her executive ability. He didn't show it, though, as Victor never praised anyone. "If you encounter any difficulties in the capital, I might not be able to help. You should contact Gwen more often." Lia tilted her head, drawing out a long "oh." She looked at Victor suspiciously. "Don't you know?" Victor frowned, telling Lia not to speak in riddles. "Gwen is going on a mission in a few days. She probably won't be back for at least half a month. And you're supposed to be her fiancé? You don't even know this. I think she should start preparing to remarry." Lia mocked Victor while secretly observing his facial expression. Victor naturally didn't know about this. He and Gwen barely had any contact, and to be honest, he couldn't even figure out what their relationship was supposed to be. "Where is she going?" Lia's hope of seeing a change in Victor's expression was dashed. He asked as casually as if inquiring about a stranger's whereabouts. Feeling bored, Lia lowered her head and fiddled with the mage hand for a while before answering half-heartedly. "She said she's going to Mount Vesuvius. Although it's supposed to be a dormant volcano, locals reported some strange sounds from the mountain. The Emperor sent her to investigate whether the volcano might erupt and to formulate a contingency plan." Victor paused slightly upon hearing this name. Memories flooded his mind. That place wasn't really a dormant volcano. Behind the layers of magma at the bottom of the crater lurked a massive monster, the neutral world boss that appeared in the first chapter of the game's storyline. Its power was not to be underestimated. In the game, world-class bosses were challenged by players from the entire server. They had extremely high levels and much more HP compared to ordinary bosses. After defeating it, a dungeon would be generated for players to challenge repeatedly. If Victor remembered correctly, that boss would awaken in a year and a half. At that time, players were generally low-level. The game had only been open for half a year, and most players were only around level 20. But this boss was an astonishing level 50. Players could barely break through its defense. He remembered when the boss awakened from the volcano, it burned all the surrounding towns to the ground. The Empire dispatched armies and night squads to suppress it, but they were easily crushed. In that critical moment, the Empire had to seek help from adventurers like the players. This world-class boss was finally defeated after players died countless times, grinding away its last bit of HP over 3 full days. Victor had the fortune to participate in that battle. He remembered staying up for 3 nights, logging in every day, just to chip away a tiny bit of the boss's HP along with other players. Every time he recalled it, he felt a surge of excitement. Their efforts paid off, and generous rewards were given to every player who contributed to the battle. Although he later challenged that dungeon again with various classes, he could never recapture that initial sense of despair. However, Victor was curious to see what it looked like before it awakened. The furnace beast, that was the name players had given it. True to its name, it was like a giant celestial furnace, striking fear into hearts and devastating all life. Its appearance even turned the earth into charcoal. Victor decided to visit Gwen tonight to probe for information. If he could tag along on Gwen's mission, that would be even better. Seeing Victor standing there lost in thought after she finished speaking, Liao felt he must be thinking of something unpleasant. She waved her hand at him dismissively. "Are you that free? Wandering around outside when you're supposed to be a professor at the Magic Academy? If you have nothing to do, can you just go home?" Victor looked down at her, nodded without refusing, and a magic circle appeared under his feet. With a whoosh, he disappeared. Seeing Victor leave, Liao held her forehead and sighed. This guy. He really just leaves without a second thought. But it's fine that he left. Now she could attend to her real business. She began directing her subordinates to inventory the goods. The mages who were curled up in a ball were dumbfounded. They had just witnessed Victor teleport in and then teleport out. Was that the legendary head of the Kravina family? Casually using teleportation magic, even more powerful than their own boss. Soon after, the inventory was complete. Not a single item was missing, which made Liao breathe a sigh of relief. Liao called over a subordinate behind her, gesturing for her to come closer, then whispered in her ear. "Contact our people below. Investigate the recent movements of the Ducloy family." Her eyes suddenly turned cold. Since when has anyone dared to rob a Kravina family convoy? She had long suspected the Duke. Because recently, only his little daughter had made an enemy of Victor. As for Victor's other previous enemies? Those who could be buried were buried, those who could be exiled were exiled. Even those who couldn't be dealt with wouldn't be so blind as to mess with their family's convoy. Except for the Duke, she didn't believe anyone else would be so ignorant of the rules. It had always been them collecting protection fees from others. Even in the capital, they couldn't let these locals bully them. Victor teleported back home and immediately went to his bedroom to prepare another set of clothes. He called for the servants to ready a carriage, preparing to visit the Dellin family mansion. The servants quickly carried out his orders upon receiving them. Meanwhile, Gwen had just finished her day's work. Returning home, she immediately took off her armor and shed her cumbersome clothes. The maid at home had already prepared hot water for her. Gwen soaked in the bathtub, comfortably stretching her limbs, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. Ah. A contented sound escaped her lips as she closed her eyes, letting the gentle water envelop her entire body. At this moment, a maid knocked on the bathroom door. "Miss, you have a visitor." Gwen was enjoying her bath. Hearing the voice, she let out a small hum and lazily surfaced. Her white back leaned against the edge of the tub, water droplets rolling down her skin, creating ripples on the water's surface. "Huh. Who is it?" she asked, having just yawned. Then she heard the maid suddenly say from outside the door. "It's Mr. Victor." Splash. Gwen's body slipped, and she fell completely into the water. Victor sat in the carriage waiting for the servant's notification when he heard Vega's low, chirping voice. "Are you interested in that dead volcano?" The one-eyed crow was once again preening its glossy feathers, its body perhaps too fat to reach the back with its beak. Victor glanced at Vega. "How did you figure that out?" Vega raised its head confidently. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to see this fiancé." Victor didn't respond, which was as good as an admission. Not long after, while Victor still had patience, Vega was the first to lose its cool. "Why hasn't anyone called us in yet?" The sound of flipping pages stopped as Victor closed his magic book and said flatly. "Imagine this, if you were a beautiful woman alone at home and late at night someone wanted to see you, this person being your fiancé, what would you do?" Vega tilted its head, pondered for a moment, then rasped, "Dress up beautifully and meet in the most exquisite manner?" "I get it, she's putting on makeup specially because you're here. And you're patiently waiting for her." "Wrong. She'd only think such a person is sick and find it annoying." Victor expressionlessly denied Vega's assumption, but clearly, the crow was unconvinced. "Why? I've seen it written like this in those romance novels. Is it that you don't understand women?" "It's you who doesn't understand Gwen." Victor turned his head, his gaze fixed on the main gate of the Dellin family courtyard. This holy Grand Knight had never considered herself a woman in the conventional sense. Well, to be fair, Victor himself didn't quite understand the current Gwen either. However, he believed that at this point in time, Gwen probably despised him. After all, no woman would like a man who wore a sour face every day, was petty, and even committed numerous misdeeds. The relationship of the engaged couple was likely to remain a lifelong stain for Grand Knight Gwen. That's why even after Victor's death, she never married. Get ready, we should go in now. He reminded the crow on his shoulder, which quickly assumed a "I'm just a pet" posture, standing lazily and motionlessly on his shoulder. After a while, a maid came to the carriage and respectfully informed him that Miss Gwen was ready and invited him in. Victor alighted from the carriage and, led by the maid, passed through the main gate and was brought to the meeting hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Gwen. She was sitting on a soft sofa, not dressed up, wrapped in a modest bathrobe that didn't reveal an inch of skin. It seemed she had just finished bathing. However, she didn't need to dress up. In Victor's eyes, even with just her bare face, this exquisite and perfect visage was enough to captivate any man. "It's so late, what are you here for?" Gwen's tone was neither warm nor cold, with a hint of detachment. Victor sat down unceremoniously across from her, his tone equally flat as he got straight to the point. "I heard you're going on a mission and won't be back for half a month." Gwen didn't question where he had heard this from and nodded honestly. "Yes, departing in a week." "Can you take me with you?" Gwen. Hearing these words, her reaction was somewhat peculiar. First, she seemed confused, then furrowed her brows, as if repeatedly confirming what she'd heard. Finally, she leaned back, her face gradually showing an expression of disbelief. Gwen put her hand to her forehead, lowered her head, and asked again. "Repeat what you just said." "Can you take me with you?" Without any hesitation, Victor repeated. Huff. Gwen let out a light breath. She felt as if he had damaged his brain. "And the reason?" "Without a proper reason, I can't possibly take you along. Victor, I'm very familiar with the terrain of the surrounding mountains, including the weaknesses of the monsters distributed around. If you take me with you, including the round trip, you'll only need 7 days to return." Hearing his words, Gwen didn't even look up. It was unclear whether she was weighing Victor's value or simply not caring. Victor wanted to say more to elevate his value in Gwen's eyes, but Gwen spoke first, cutting him off. "What I want is the truth." Victor's gaze cooled a bit as he looked at Gwen and slowly said, "You used your ability on me." As a naturally righteous knight, Gwen Dellen had exhibited her unique talent from a young age. She possessed a heart of justice. As long as she wished, she could clearly discern whether the person opposite was lying or not. Gwen could control this ability freely, so when unnecessary, she wouldn't use it. However, she didn't trust him. Victor didn't feel particularly angry, rather, it was somewhat expected. Because this indirectly proved how much Gwen despised him. When talking to him, Gwen would even use her heart of justice to gauge whether he was lying. "I don't trust you." Gwen was straightforward and offered no further explanation. Suddenly, Victor smiled with resignation. He thought for a moment, then spoke again. "There's a type of monster on Mount Vesuvius that produces a unique crystal. I need that to create magical artifacts." As he finished, Victor's eyes revealed a strong desire. First-tier magic, self-suggestion. Effect, hypnotize and suggest to oneself, temporarily allowing any one ability to randomly increase by 1 level. Dealing with Gwen's heart of justice was simple, he only needed to tell the truth. Even if this truth was fabricated on the spot, as long as Victor himself believed it, it was the truth. Mages also have their own methods, which are flexible morals and a wise mind. Gwen finally raised her eyes to look at Victor. "It seems you do know that volcano well, otherwise you wouldn't say such things. To achieve your own goals, you'd even use the Royal Knight Order as your personal guard. As expected of you, selfish Victor." For once, Victor didn't maintain his poker face, but nodded with a smile. "I'll take that as a compliment." Gwen wouldn't doubt Victor's selfish motives, because that's exactly the kind of person he was. She also knew that to achieve his goals, Victor would only become more persistent with her. If that was the case, she might as well agree. "I'll apply for a request for an accompanying mage. You can come see me on that day." Seeing Gwen agree, Victor smiled and replied, "Thank you. Even for a selfish person like me, Knight Gwen is willing to help selflessly." I'll arrange everything this week. No need to see me out. With that, Victor stood up to leave. Gwen nodded, watching him go. However, in her mind, Victor's smiling face when he flattered her lingered. Has Victor ever smiled like that before? Back in the carriage, Victor calmly leaned back in his seat, his pitch-black eyes staring at nothing in particular. Are you angry? The crow inquired curiously. What makes you think that? Vega, I've seen that poker face of yours for so long, it's just intuition. If you didn't have any strong emotions, you wouldn't smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Angry? Hearing its words, Victor pondered for a moment. Perhaps the education ingrained in his bones made him want to be a good person, but being called so selfish by her righteous demeanor. And he could only gain her approval by pretending to be what she thought he was. He wasn't angry per se. It just made him feel somewhat nauseated. Over these days, Victor taught at the academy during the day and buried himself in researching magic potions in the basement at night. As long as there were enough materials provided, he could make about 100 bottles a day, all of which would be handed over to Leah for sale. Leah said that once the shop renovation was complete, these positions would be put on the shelves, and for now, they would only sell this one type of potion. They needed to establish the shop's reputation first, before considering stocking other magical items. Of course, Victor knew that once these consumables hit the shelves, they would definitely trigger a buying frenzy. So he told Leah not to sell them all, but to limit it to 50 bottles per day. Hunger marketing. Leah, being a merchant herself, understood immediately. At the academy, Victor wasn't idle either. On one hand, he was considering topics for lectures, and on the other, he made a decision. Every time he taught, he would have Henny audit the class on the side. Under the pretext of gaining experience. Erica would come to his office every night, often with many questions to ask, and her visits became increasingly frequent. Although Victor found it somewhat annoying, Vega tirelessly answered each question. To prevent Vega from constantly chirping in his head, he had no choice but to relay everything to Erica. Incidentally, he could also brush up on his magical knowledge from Vega. After secretly learning from Vega, he realized that Erica was truly a genius. He couldn't understand Vega's abstruse and complex content at all, but Erica would grasp it as soon as she was taught. Even at this level, she seemed to have countless questions waiting to be asked and answered. Victor couldn't help but sigh. With a student like Erica, who was both talented and hardworking, who else could be first in the exams if not her? Everything was progressing smoothly, and soon, it was the 6th day of his appointment with Gwen. Henny quietly followed behind Victor. Today, she would still be auditing behind Professor Victor. She didn't quite understand why Professor Victor would let her audit, since it was originally her course. Until they reached the door, she finally understood Professor Victor's intentions over these past few days. Today, I want you to go in by yourself and use your knowledge to teach a class for these students. Henny? Professor Victor, I can't do it. Henny shook her head hurriedly, lowering her gaze, not daring to look at Victor. Listen to me, Henny. These past few days, I've had you audit the classes for a reason, to learn how to teach a good lesson. Victor placed his hand on Henny's shoulder, clearly feeling her petite frame shiver slightly. Henny looked up, her eyes filled with indescribable worry. Professor, I'm afraid I won't do well, it might affect your reputation. Reputation? Did he have a reputation? While this might sound self-deprecating, he truly didn't care much about reputation. Victor gently patted Henny's back, calming her trembling body slightly. The reassurance had its effect, and he spoke again. Go on. He knew that no matter how much he said to Henny, this naturally timid little lamb wouldn't agree. So Victor chose to use a commanding tone rather than a negotiating one. Henny knew she couldn't refuse the professor. The professor would be displeased. Henny took a deep breath, steeling herself as she pushed open the classroom door. The previously noisy room quickly quieted down, but when the students saw Henny walk up to the podium, they couldn't help but feel confused. Where was the professor? Why was his teaching assistant standing at the podium? Feeling the students' gazes wandering over her, Henny felt immense pressure. The professor has something to attend to today, so I'll be teaching in his place. Her voice grew softer and softer, the last 2 words barely audible even to herself, like the buzzing of a mosquito. As her words fell, it was as if a bomb had been dropped into calm waters. Following the explosion in the water, the fish began to chatter. No way. She's just a teaching assistant, how can she substitute for the professor? Forget about whether the professor allowed it, does she even have the professor's ability? We want Professor Victor to teach. If our grades drop, can you take responsibility? Henny was berated by many students, one sentence after another, until she could barely lift her head. She lowered her gaze, like a punching bag. Her eyes darted around frantically, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Woo-woo. Professor Victor, I can't do it, I really can't. Professor, please come back quickly. I'm sore. Silence. The sudden voice startled Henny, and she quietly lifted her head. At some point, Erica, sitting in the front, had stood up. Magical ripples surrounded her, with an intricate and complex magic array floating before her. Henny had seen that array before. It was a silencing spell. Except for the user, no creature within the controlled range could make a sound with their mouth. Assistant Henny, please continue. Woo-woo, Erica, thank you. She was immensely grateful for Erica's help, while also feeling a bit guilty. On the day the professor first arrived, she had spoken ill of Erica. Who would have thought that this time, she would be the one to come to her rescue? Next time during the exam, I'll definitely tell you the exam scope in advance. Henny had already thought of how to repay Erica. Not bad. Victor was leaning against the door outside, fully aware of every move inside the classroom. Erica's assistant surprised Victor and left him quite satisfied, while Henny's fear was understandable. He had originally thought to use the pressure from the students to help Henny grow quickly, but now it seemed the effect might be counterproductive. But having Henny teach was also a necessary measure. He was to leave the city with Gwen tomorrow, for up to half a month, or at least a week. No matter what, if he wanted to keep his position as a professor, he couldn't abandon these students' courses. So Victor thought of Henny. His course was originally written by Henny, so there was absolutely no problem with her ability. The only concern was her timidity. He needed Henny to overcome this on her own, to understand that she was capable of teaching these students well. With Erica's help, the classroom environment quieted down. Henny took a deep breath to adjust her emotions, and finally mustered the courage to start teaching. She lectured on the content written in the speech draft, material she had long since memorized by heart. Soon, Henny found her rhythm, becoming increasingly at ease as she taught. Victor, who had been secretly observing the whole time, nodded. When it came to teaching, Henny undoubtedly had talent. The students also transitioned from initial doubt to confusion, and finally to surprise. They realized that Henny's teaching rhythm was perfect, giving them a feeling. It was as if Professor Victor himself was teaching. In the end, they were all immersed in Henny's class. In the classroom, only Henny's lecture and the sound of pens scratching on paper could be heard. As Henny was lecturing, she suddenly paused. Because this part required the teacher to demonstrate a spell. Second-tier magic, Star Shatter. Since Professor Victor was a powerful third-tier mage, when preparing the course, she had written the content from Professor Victor's perspective. Unexpectedly, she had set herself up for a stumble. She herself was only a magic apprentice. Even if she knew the theory of the spell, she didn't have the magical power to support its use. Though panicked, she quickly calmed down. Erica, could you demonstrate this spell for everyone? She knew she was gambling, betting on whether Erica would help her once more. Fortunately, her gamble paid off. Erica calmly walked up to the podium, taking the magic book from Henny's hand, which clearly recorded the magical principles of Star Shatter. The level of detail was such that she barely needed to think, only needing to conceptualize the magic array path to easily release it. She raised one hand, attempting to use the spell for the first time. Star Shatter. A mysterious ripple stirred up waves. In the air, brilliant morning stars appeared one after another. Like a painting, they formed the patterns of a magic array. Just as it was about to take shape, it abruptly disappeared into thin air. Just as many students were puzzled. Tut tut tut. Suddenly, from an unknown time and direction, countless tiny spikes, as if instantly generated, all pinned themselves to the wooden dummy in the classroom. Seeing the training dummy riddled with holes from the shattered stars, the students' hearts skipped a beat in unison. What a treacherous attack spell! But with Erica's demonstration process, they learned much faster. So that's how it works. They began to discuss excitedly, not even realizing that Erica's silencing spell had long since worn off. Henny also breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging a smile with Erica as their eyes met. The class ended quickly in a focused yet relaxed atmosphere. As the bell rang, none of the students showed any dissatisfaction. This class had once again proved immensely beneficial to them. At the same time, they developed a considerable amount of admiration for Henny. As expected of Professor Victor's assistant, even ordinary lecturers might not teach as well as her. Professor Victor's assistant is also so excellent. Yes, indeed. Henny walked up to Erica, wanting to properly thank this girl who was willing to stand up for her in class. Thank you, Erica. If it weren't for you, I would have surely embarrassed myself in this class. Erica smiled at her privately and waved her hand, continuing. It was nothing. Henny whispered softly in Erica's ear, I really don't know why the professor insisted on having me teach, when it's clearly his own job. Hearing this, Erica also felt somewhat puzzled. But curiosity alone couldn't solve the problem. Erica had originally planned to go to Victor's office to ask about today's questions, and seeing the situation, the two decided to go together to get some clarity. Meanwhile, Victor sat at his desk in the office, sipping coffee while flipping through a magic book. As soon as he saw that Henny had adapted, he had secretly come back to slack off. The leisure time in the twilight, mixed with the sound of pages turning. It was quite pleasant. But peaceful moments are always fleeting. With the reminder from the Mage Tower, he granted Henny and Erica permission to teleport. As the residual light of the teleportation magic gradually faded, the next second, these two young and beautiful girls appeared before him. Professor. Henny's voice was still so timid, as if he might inadvertently eat her at any moment. The sound of pages turning didn't stop. Victor didn't look up, casually mentioning as if in idle chat. Today's class went well. How did it feel? Henny stroked her chest, hurriedly taking a few breaths of relief. Thanks to Erica, it went smoothly. If there's a next time, I definitely won't be so scared. Erica, who was feeding Vega, turned her head and returned an eye signal to Henny. Only then did Henny remember her purpose for coming. She wasn't here to seek Victor's praise. Professor, why did you want me to teach this class for you? Snap. Victor closed the book, placing the exquisite bound volume on the table. He looked at Henny, responding as calmly as ever. I need to go on a trip, and it will take some time to return. Hearing this, Henny didn't think much of it. But Erica, who was feeding Vega, trembled slightly, spilling bird food on the table. Hey, little girl, if you're going to feed me, do it properly. Vega protested dissatisfied, but Erica certainly couldn't hear it. She ignored Vega's chirping and pricked up her ears to listen carefully. So I wanted to test if you have the ability to be a teacher for our class. Henny froze on the spot. Professor, you were testing me? Victor gave an and returned a faint smile to her. Even though the upward curve of his lips was barely noticeable. Well done, I believe you can definitely become an excellent lecturer. Professor, woo. Seemingly receiving unexpected recognition, Henny finally couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into tears. But Erica was still in a daze. Eh? What? Victor is leaving? How long until he comes back? Somehow, hearing that Victor was going on a long trip, Erica felt a bit lost. In this twilight after class, she could learn so much knowledge from Victor. But if Victor left, it seemed she would have no reason to come here anymore. Although Victor wasn't really leaving, just going away for a few days, her mood was still somewhat low. However, another voice echoed in her mind. Great, this jerk is leaving. It's good that he's gone, if I don't see him, I won't be annoyed. She quickly adjusted her emotions and shrugged. Even without Victor's education, she was still that genius mage. Oh, right. Victor turned his head and looked at Erica. What questions did you bring today? Hurry up and ask, once I finish teaching you, I can clock out. He even remembered that she would come to ask questions. As if with a crack, the psychological barrier Erica had just built up developed a fissure. She lowered her head and walked towards Victor with the questions she had prepared long ago. But for some reason, she seemed to become a bit absent-minded. In the evening, Liao walked into Victor's study. The shop renovation is complete. These days, Liao has been handling shop matters in the royal capital. So recently, she hadn't returned to the estate, but was staying here directly. However, she already had her own room here. Victor closed his book, wanting to discuss the price issue with Lia. Lia said to him, 1,000 geo. This price, for consumables sold in the royal capital, was not cheap, but very reasonable. This potion was definitely worth this price. If they could sell 50 bottles a day, it would directly bring in 50,000 geo. The cost was just one fruit, though uncommon, at most 10 geo. This was truly a high-profit business. Victor nodded. This price was also within his expectations. Any more expensive wouldn't be worth it, any cheaper wouldn't match its miraculous effect. Oh, remember to limit it to 2 bottles per person per day. Why? Lia was a bit puzzled. This magic potion was already expensive to sell, and it was questionable whether anyone would buy it at first. Why limit the quantity? Wasn't he afraid the stock would pile up unsold? Victor gave his explanation. It's better to earn less money in the early stages, but spread the effect of this potion. Later on, the more people who know about it, the more we'll earn. Listening to his explanation, Lia's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, marveling. I now feel that you're more like a merchant than I am. It was as if she was getting to know Victor for the first time in these 10+ years. She yawned, seemingly remembering something, and casually asked. Oh right, are you really going with Gwen to that? What volcano? Victor nodded. All right then. Lia muttered, waving her hand. Don't die out there, so I don't have to spend money to collect your corpse. I'm going to bed. With that, she patted her cheeks and turned to leave Victor's study. Seeing Lia leave, Vega raised its head, its eyes regaining a humanized light. Your sister, is she worried about you? I thought your relationship wasn't good. Indeed, it wasn't good, but it has improved in recent days. Victor tapped the table, a blue potion appeared in his palm which he began to fiddle with. Why, how did you manage that? Vega asked curiously. Victor placed the blue potion on the table and explained with a single sentence. Because I can make money. Early in the morning, Victor leaned against the carriage, bored, waiting for Gwen to come out of her house. Gwen had just pushed open the door, holding a slender silver sword in her hand. She was going for her morning practice. As soon as she stepped out, she looked up and saw Victor's carriage. Gwen was momentarily stunned. At the same time, Victor, leaning against the carriage, nodded at her. Gwen. He came so early? Feeling it would be impolite to let him stand outside, Gwen thought for a moment and said to Victor. Want to practice? I'm a mage, Victor replied flatly, staring at the thin silver sword in her hand. Gwen's face turned bright red. She turned her head away and let out a small "oh." Come in first, then. With that, she ran off to the training ground to begin her morning practice. Victor, feeling a bit bored, stood by the training ground, watching her intently. A knight's morning practice was nothing more than swinging and chopping with a sword to train the body. And practicing various combat techniques, repeating them over and over. Gwen swung her sword for a while, feeling a bit embarrassed under his gaze, and couldn't help but explain. Knights need to train every day, day after day. I didn't ask you, Victor replied. Gwen. So one person watched while the other practiced, in wordless silence. After her morning practice, Gwen wiped the sweat from her forehead and was about to pick up the water pouch beside her to take a sip and replenish her fluids. A leisurely voice came from the side. Drinking water immediately after intense exercise isn't good for your body. Gwen put down the water pouch, feeling that if she drank the water, Victor would probably nag her again. What was wrong with him today? Was he having some kind of episode? After the morning practice came breakfast time. Gwen looked at Victor, hesitated for a moment, and asked. Have you eaten? No, Victor answered her concisely. Gwen. Then let's eat together. Hearing her invitation, Victor immediately set off, walking into the mansion a step ahead, his face unruffled and his heart unperturbed. Gwen. She tried to scrutinize Victor with her sense of justice, but all of his actions and words were honest. Strange, Gwen muttered, shaking her head to rid her mind of those unfounded thoughts. In the dining room, Victor elegantly cut his food with a knife and slowly brought it to his mouth with a fork. Gwen ate while watching Victor eat. Although she didn't want to admit it, Victor was truly pleasing to the eye. Even just sitting beside him watching him eat gave her a feeling of increased appetite. His behavior and manners were the epitome of elegance. If Victor didn't count as nobility, then perhaps there were no true nobles in this world. Comparing herself, despite being a girl, she seemed somewhat rough when eating. Gwen felt a bit dejected, yet also puzzled. How could such a proper and elegant nobleman do such a foolish thing that showed no understanding of propriety? She was, of course, referring to his confession to the underage daughter of the Duke. Well, it had nothing to do with her anyway. Victor had said he would handle these matters. After they finished breakfast, Gwen put on her knight's armor. The silver-white armor made her skin appear even more snow-white and delicate, and her exquisite, perfect face carried a cold, aloof quality. She looked like a Valkyrie who had stepped out of the ice. As for Victor, looking at the white horse Gwen was leading, he asked a question. "Do I need to ride a horse too?" Gwen suddenly remembered that Victor was a mage, and it wouldn't be possible for him to walk such a long journey. How careless! She hadn't considered this point. In Gwen's memory, Victor had never ridden a horse before. What should she do? Did they have to share a horse? While Gwen was struggling internally for quite a while, Victor had already asked a servant from Gwen's household to go to the stable and bring out a horse suitable for long-distance travel. A knight's family never lacked for excellent horses. Gwen saw him preparing to mount another horse and was about to speak, but then she saw Victor very skillfully flip onto the horse's back in one smooth motion. "So you can ride a horse? You don't look like a novice." Victor didn't respond to her. After all, Gwen could discern the truth in words. The less said, the better. However, Gwen was quite right. Victor indeed wasn't a novice. He was a professional player. In the game, he had even ridden dragons before. The two of them set off on the road, one in front and one behind. Gwen had to report to the knight's order first, so Victor just followed behind her. The two didn't say a word on the way, but Gwen felt it wasn't very natural. She looked back at Victor, who still had his usual calm poker face. Feeling Gwen's gaze, he turned his eyes to meet hers. Gwen quickly turned her head back. Seeing her look away, Victor continued to admire the scenery along the road. When they arrived at the knight's order, the knights for this expedition were already prepared and waiting for orders. Dozens of people stood in a row, awaiting Gwen's command. At this moment, Gwen standing at the front reminded him of the powerful and perfect Grand Knight he had seen in the game before. Equally spirited and valiant. Gwen, as usual, first had the knight's order drill, and after the drill, Gwen stood on the platform and addressed the knights. "The accompanying mage we applied for last time has been found. I believe some of you already know him." Gwen stepped back, gesturing for Victor to come up and show his face. Receiving the invitation, Victor unhurriedly walked onto the viewing platform. Victor Kravina. At this moment, almost all the knights flashed this name in their minds. His infamous reputation was well known, and there wasn't a single self-proclaimed righteous knight who didn't know of him. Everyone hated this villain, and if possible, they would all like to give Victor a good fight. But undeniably, after seeing him in person, the knights all became a bit flustered. They took back their previous arrogant words. That was a third-level mage. If he were to suddenly start killing people here, who could stop him? Perhaps Grand Knight Gwen could try. But rumor had it that Knight Commander Gwen was engaged to him. The knights became even more reverent towards Victor. Victor, seeing these knights showing him great respect, although his face remained expressionless, felt a bit stifled inside. He had thought there would be some face-slapping scenes, such as the knights disrespecting him, causing controversy, and then he could reasonably teach them a lesson, demonstrate his power, and establish his authority. Now it seemed he had thought too much. As a villain who struck fear into people's hearts, his mere existence was enough to command respect. Vega, perched on his shoulder, was silent for a moment before commenting. "You were really looking forward to such an outrageous development?" "Just wanted some fun, otherwise it's too boring," Victor replied. Gwen recounted the number of people once more, and finding no issues, was about to announce their departure. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, and a small boy in armor, clearly young in both height and age, came running over carrying a sword. "Sister Gwen! You forgot your sword," he shouted as he ran. The sword was about the same size as him, and the hilt covered his eyes. As a result, unable to see the path, he tripped over a stone. Thud, he fell. Ah! The silver sword flew out, its tip pointing directly at Victor. All the knights were startled. If that thing couldn't be dodged, it could be fatal. They were about to warn him when they saw Victor extend his hand. What was he doing? Was he going to use magic? Don't. It is strong magic resistance, Gwen shouted urgently. However, Victor still didn't move. Under everyone's terrified gaze, Victor's outstretched hand suddenly grabbed one end of the sword. At the same time, his body made a nimble turn. The silver sword, which should have flown far, was easily pulled back. This movement was so smooth and fluid that it left all the knights on the scene stunned. Victor casually twirled the sword, leaving the members of the Knights' Order dumbfounded. What the hell? Grand Knight Gwen's precious sword was being casually played within his hands? Was he really a mage? Gwen was equally stunned, her body still in the position of reaching out to stop him. She blinked, looking at Victor, unable to speak for a long time. Victor played with the silver sword in his hand for a while, then returned it to Gwen, very humbly saying sorry, in front of her. It's been a long time since I've touched this thing, so I played with it a bit. Gwen looked directly at Victor, suddenly remembering their conversation from this morning, and said with some resentment. You know how to use a sword. Victor shrugged, his face expressionless. I'm a mage. Of course, in his heart, he added another sentence. A full-time mage. Seeing the collective shock among the members of the Knights' Order, Vega turned its head to glance at Victor. It seemed to understand Victor's intention. Because, showing off really felt good. Gwen snatched back the silver sword and sheathed it, no longer paying attention to him, and issued an order to the Knights' Order. All knights. Mount up. We're setting out. Today was the first day of the prop shop's opening, and Liao was very excited, so she personally presided over the shop today. At the same time, she had invited many industry insiders to promote it. However, the effect was not very good. She sat in the store, watching the mages passing by outside. Some people saw the few bottles of magic potions displayed on the cabinet outside the door and were quite tempted, but when they saw the prices, they inevitably balked. So expensive. Almost all the passing mages said such words. Liao wasn't anxious. As long as someone discovered the value of these potions, everything would be fine. However, things didn't go as smoothly as she had thought. Instead, it attracted many uninvited guests. Is this the shop? Liao looked towards the voice and saw several fierce-looking, tattooed thugs outside the door. She yawned. Here they come again, troublemakers. Liao touched the mage's hand she wore, a gift from Victor. Somehow, at times like this, she actually thought Victor wasn't so bad. At least when doing business in the territory, no one ever dared to have designs on the Kravina family's business. A cold female voice came from behind. Do you need me to drive them away, Miss Liao? Better not, Liao said, looking at the menacing ruffians with some pleasure on her face. If we drive them away, who will help us make a name for ourselves? A voice sounded from outside. Start smashing. The burly men outside raised their weapons and started smashing Lia's shop indiscriminately. Even the magic potions displayed at the entrance weren't spared. Everything was smashed to pieces. The azure potion flowed onto the ground, filling the air with the scent of money. Liao watched their violent actions impassively, appearing remarkably calm. Miss Liao, shouldn't we stop them yet? The voice behind her grew anxious. She knew the value of those potions, even breaking one bottle was a significant loss. Liao sat calmly in her chair, watching the thugs continue their rampage with composure. It's fine. Let them smash. The more they break, the more they'll have to compensate. Of course, Liao was well aware. These people were likely just a bunch of ruffians sent by someone else. How could they possibly compensate? Feeling that enough time had passed, she touched the mage's hand on her right hand and was about to stand up and go outside. What are you doing? A voice of rebuke came from outside. Liao was slightly startled. Someone intervening? She stood inside, looking out. A golden-haired young lady exuding noble aura stood by a carriage, angrily scolding the tattooed thugs. Who was that? Liao raised her head, carefully examining the familiar face of the blonde girl, and already had an answer in her heart. The Duke's daughter? Why was she here? Just passing by? Or, was it intentional? The Duke's daughter, Erica, had been renowned for her exceptional talent since childhood, and her reputation remained illustrious to this day. Some believed her future achievements would surely surpass those of the once genius Victor. Including last time, if Victor had flirted with a girl from any other family, it wouldn't have been worth making the news headlines. But Erica's public influence was simply too great. Liao thought to herself. I'm afraid her appearance here, showing kindness, will spark another wave of news hype. In reality, Erica hadn't thought too much about it. Although it was a day off, after Victor left, she didn't have much interest in studying at the academy. Because apart from Victor, the level of other teachers was really too poor, even worse than her own. Taking advantage of today's break, she decided to give herself a day off, go shopping, and relax a bit. It was also a way to ease her mind. As a result, she overheard the servants at home chatting privately about the Kravina family opening a prop shop in the eastern part of the capital. Kravina, that was Victor's surname, of course she remembered. However, the Eastern District. Erica was very interested, but the shop was in the Eastern District, quite far from where she was. She lived in the Central District, which was full of nobles like Erica. The capital was so large that she couldn't even explore the entire Central District in a day. But she still decided to go and have a look. What would a shop owned by Professor Victor's family sell? After spending half an hour riding in a carriage to get there, she saw a group of people causing trouble in front of the prop shop. The Kravina family crest hung above the shop, confirming it was indeed Victor's property. The scale wasn't very large, compared to other bustling shops, this alone was enough to lose quite a few points. But she wasn't here to score it. Seeing people smashing the shop, Erica instinctively became angry. "What are you doing?" Her shout rang out as she got off the carriage, looking like a young lady surrounded by stars. Many passers-by saw her figure and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Erica Ducloy." Simply put, there was no one who didn't recognize this beautiful and kind-hearted young lady. She would always send food and coins to help the poor and needy through difficult times, and she wouldn't back down when facing villains. "It's the Duke's young lady. Run!" The leader of the thugs, seeing Erica, shouted to the others around him, and they hurriedly left, seemingly frightened. Leah gave a look to the shop assistant behind her, and immediately, she felt a gust of wind pass by her back. When she looked back, there was no one there. After doing this, she finally put on a smiling face and went out to greet Erica. "Miss Erica, thank you for your help. As a weak woman, I was really scared when this happened. If you hadn't come, I really wouldn't have known what to do." While listening to Leah's tearful account, Erica was sizing her up. The woman before her was very beautiful. Tall and slender, with features that could be described as exquisitely perfect. Especially those mature charms about her made even this underage girl feel a bit inadequate in comparison. She was about to say it was nothing to thank her for, but as her gaze moved downward, it suddenly paused, lingering on Leah's hand. Was that Victor's glove? Erica clearly remembered seeing it on the first day Victor arrived. Because it had many magic stones, she had particularly noticed this kind of glove on Victor's hand for the first time, and hadn't seen it since. This glove appeared on this woman's hand. Erica couldn't be certain it was the same pair, after all, their hand sizes were completely different. So, is she Professor Victor's family member, she thought. Thinking of this, Erica felt a bit sorry for the woman before her. Those people must have come seeking trouble because of Victor's bad reputation, but the consequences had to be borne by the girl in front of her. Looking at the shattered pieces on the ground and the spilled potions, she thought for a moment and decided to compensate the woman before her to soothe her emotions. "I'm very sorry that such a thing happened here in the capital. I will compensate you for all your losses today, in the name of Ducloy. Please tally up the losses of these props, and if there are any left, I will buy them all." "Oh my?" Hearing Erica's generous offer, Leah cupped her chest with one hand and touched her face with the other, smiling. The Ducloy's ingrained ability to win people over, as expected of the Duke's daughter. Although, she was only 17. "Miss Erica, let me confirm, do you really want to compensate for my losses? You should know, the price is not cheap." Before Leah could respond, Erica had already called over her accompanying maid, ready to pay. Leah smiled and quoted the price. 1,000 geos. These losses, 1,000 geos? In the eyes of ordinary people, this was already a very expensive price. But Erica thought it was reasonable and signaled her maid to take out the money. However, she then heard the other party add a sentence. 1,000 geos, per bottle. What? The maid's hand paused slightly as she was taking out the money. Even Erica felt like she had misheard. Not just Erica, even the passers-by felt it was bizarre. What kind of joke was this, selling a potion for 1,000 geos? Is the water in your bottles made of gold or something? The maid calculated the price and was slightly stunned. Erica also showed a difficult expression at this point. This amount of money was just about a month's pocket money for Erica. But money shouldn't be spent so carelessly. Now she understood a bit why Victor was so resented. He was completely a profiteer. Before she could respond, Leah added with some difficulty, "Although I'd like you to compensate, the head of the family said that one person can only buy 2 bottles per day, no more." There's even such a rule? It was the first time Erica had heard of limiting sales like this. Especially when trying to compensate, the other party actually didn't want to take more. She thought for a moment, realizing that the head of the family the other party mentioned was obviously Victor. However, being able to purchase only 2 bottles made Erica very interested. Could this thing really have some miraculous effect? So, she picked up a bottle of potion that was still undamaged and asked Leah, "What effect does this have?" Leah looked at her and smiled, explaining, "It's used to restore magical power." Erica could hardly believe it. She had never heard of such an item that could restore magical power. She wanted to buy a few to take back for research, but the shattered pieces on the ground made her hesitate. However, Erica quickly firmed up her resolve. Words spoken and water spilled can't be taken back, and besides, Victor had taught her so much knowledge. What if she spent this money on compensation today? It would just be settling accounts with Victor. So, she said directly, "I am a student of Professor Victor Kravina, and since I've witnessed his shop suffering losses, I can't just ignore it. I will compensate based on the cost of the potions plus the labor cost for making them, but on one condition." Leah raised an eyebrow upon hearing Erica's words. "I want to buy all the remaining potions as well." She cared more about things related to magic than anyone else. So, she planned to take them back for research. Hearing this, Leah looked back at the remaining goods on the shelves. There were only 10 bottles left intact. Seeing this, she didn't care about those rules Victor had mentioned and nodded. Victor had said he wasn't afraid of anyone figuring out the potion's ingredients, because no one but him could make it. Leah believed this was some special magic that could only be made by him, and since the other party had said so, she naturally wouldn't worry about any business secrets being revealed. Since Miss Erica is so generous, I won't refuse. So, including labor and cost price, each broken potion will be 300 geos, and the remaining ones will still be at the original price. Hearing this, Erica readily agreed. Deal. Leah handed the 10 bottles of potion to Erica's maid and reached out to receive the compensation money and the regular payment for the potions from the maid. Looking at Erica before her, Leah marveled, spending thousands so freely, just because she was Victor's student? She wondered what kind of love potion that black-hearted fellow, who would cut open his own chest, had given this young lady. After Erica left, Leah took out another 50 bottles of potion from the shop, still priced at 1,000 geos each, and continued selling. The mages passing by saw her take out 50 more bottles, and half of them nearly fainted. So you still had stock. In a small alley. The thugs who had earlier smashed the shop were sprawled in corners, half dead. Their bodies showed various wounds, presenting an extremely gruesome scene. Who ordered you to do this? A masked person in a cloak, only revealing the upper half of their face and emerald green eyes. She held a wooden sword, pointing it at the head of the lead tattooed thug. He lay on the ground, all 4 limbs broken. The pain made him wish he could pass out on the spot. But the wooden sword hanging over his head still made him panic and cry out hoarsely. It's Duke Levi. It's Duke Levi." He hastily reported the mastermind, hoping to gain a glimmer of hope for survival from the masked person. Bang! The wooden sword came down, and the tattooed thug finally got his wish and passed out. Then, she grabbed this person's foot and, step by step, dragged him out of the alley. Splash! Cold water was thrown onto the man's face, instantly waking him up, his eyes wide open. Huff! Huff! The man gasped for air desperately. He tried to move his body but found himself in pain all over, his limbs fixed to a frame. Unable to move, that was his condition. The masked person in front of him put the water basin on the ground and leaned against the wall with arms crossed. She still wore the same outfit, a cloak covering her entire body, only revealing emerald green eyes that stared at him, quite frightening. He clearly remembered that his gang of brothers had all been taken down by her agile and skillful techniques. Awake? Now that you're awake, let's have a chat. The man looked around, trying to locate the source of the voice. This was a dark and damp basement. Soon, he saw the woman sitting in a chair, guided by the sound. She was playing with her nails, the table in front of her filled with torture instruments that couldn't pass censorship. Vaguely, he saw a peculiarly shaped glove on the woman's hand, embedded with several gemstones, he couldn't count how many. There's a saying, the wise adapt to circumstances. With all these torture instruments before you, I think they'll surely be able to pry open your mouth. Cold sweat instantly soaked the man's body. He frantically tried to move, attempting to escape his restraints through struggle, but in vain. He couldn't budge. He hurriedly shouted, I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Slap. The masked person in front of him suddenly slapped him hard across the face. I haven't even asked anything yet. What do you want to say? Leah played with the pliers in her hand, looking at him and laughing. This crisp slap woke the dazed man up completely, and at the same time, anger took over his rationality. Do you know what you're doing? Kidnapping. Illegal punishment. You'll be arrested. So what? When you die like a stray dog on the roadside, who killed you, do you think anyone will care? Leah stood up, her eyes cold, looking as if she had done this many times before. The man struggled desperately again. Damn it. Damn it. How dare you do this, what gives you the right? Leah looked at him as if he were an idiot, because I have money. The man. One sentence silenced him completely. Just because you have money, you think you're great? Just because you have money, you can. My brother is Victor, he's a noble, a third-tier mage. The man. He stopped talking. Leah tapped the table with the iron pliers, and continued, since you know you've provoked our Kravina family, you should have been prepared for this. Now speak, who ordered you to do this? The Duke, it was the Duke who made us do it. He still didn't change his previous statement. Seemingly to make Leah believe him, he voluntarily gave an address. That's our base, you can go there to find out. The Duke gave us a large sum of money to smash your shop today. I'm not lying, you have to believe me. Seeing the man's hysteria, the masked person approached Leah and lowered her voice. He said the same thing before. Could it really be the Duke's doing? Leah clicked her tongue, seemingly unconcerned. A clumsy attempt to frame someone. If you hadn't said this, I might have had some suspicions about the Duke, but your insistence on pinning it on him actually reduces his suspicion. The man was stunned for a moment, and in that brief instant, Leah immediately noticed. Seeing this, she couldn't help but laugh again. As her charming laughter subsided, she held her stomach, raised her alluring eyes, and said with a smile. You really believed that? I was bluffing you. But seeing your reaction, it seems it really wasn't the Duke's doing. I thought a Duke wouldn't use such low-level tactics. The man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something more, but Leah simply waved her hand. All right, deal with him, Leanne. Don't forget to remove his organs, we can still sell them for some money. Oh right, and his accomplices, dispose of them all, don't leave a single one. Leah patted the man's face, smiling like a devil. The man's body trembled continuously. He struggled in fear, wanting to say something. But in the next second, Leah's palm gently turned over, and a vial of potion appeared in her hand. The azure potion shimmered with a dazzling glow under the lamplight. What a pity, even if we sell all your organs, your value still can't compare to a single item from our shop. She smiled at him, swinging the potion back and forth in front of his eyes. Of course, this thing worth 1,000 geos, in my eyes, is just like you. Worthless. Crash. The next moment, the vial smashed against his face, shattering with a bang. He only felt numerous liquids flowing down his numb face. Red and blue potions intertwined, making it impossible to distinguish whether it was blood or potion flowing. Madwoman, you're just a madwoman. Let me go, let me go. The man's voice trembled, his eyes wide open. Under the dual torture of mind and body, he was already beyond recognition. Leah saw the expression on his face and couldn't help but laugh again. A beautiful smile, yet it penetrated the heart like a demon's. Under the man's bloodshot gaze, she yawned, turned around, and said indifferently. Finish it quickly. Yes. A few hours later, Leanne had dealt with everything. She secretly climbed through the window into Victor's study. Now that Victor wasn't here, Leah sat at the desk, handling recent accounts. There was no one else in the room. Leanne took off her hood, revealing short pale golden hair and long, pointed ears. Just these ears, different from ordinary humans, were enough to prove her identity. An elf. Miss, everything has been cleaned up. Leah didn't raise her head, but already knew who had come, and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. It's my honor, Miss Leah. Leanne continued, I collected quite a bit of money from those people, and also went to raid their base. These people had recently received a considerable sum of money, about 5,000 geos. Leah took the money bag Leanne handed over, weighed it, and put it aside. Quite a lot indeed. That man wasn't lying after all. Leanne looked up and couldn't help but ask. Was it really not the Duke's doing? Leah's hand paused, and she couldn't help but laugh. After closing the account book, she looked at her with a smile. You believed it too? What? She said with a chuckle, even if the Duke's suspicion is reduced to the minimum, it doesn't mean he's cleared of suspicion. We've just added another direction of suspicion, but the fact that the Duke still harbors enmity towards us hasn't changed. Perhaps someone is stirring up trouble, deliberately provoking conflict between us Corvinas and the Duke, while the person behind it all reaps the benefits. Or maybe the Duke simply dislikes us. After all, there's no need for two of the youngest third-tier mages in the capital. Leanne didn't understand these noble calculations. After a pause, she asked the question she most wanted to ask. Why didn't you continue to interrogate him? He wouldn't have talked, because he doesn't know who the instigator really is. Leah flicked the money bag with her hand, making the geos inside jingle. Using money for the transaction is enough to show that the person isn't an important member, so he could only insist it was the Duke's doing. Leah continued. Why do you think the Duke's daughter came to the Eastern District? And happened to encounter those shop smashers? And finally, spent a large sum to compensate for our broken potions? Hearing her words, Leanne frowned. She had heard that Erica spent over 10,000 geos just for compensation, which still seemed incredible. Can a person be that kind-hearted? I don't trust her explanation. Leah shrugged and said helplessly. I've lived with Victor for over a decade, I know what kind of person he is better than anyone. Although he has a talent for learning magic, it's still half a lifetime too early for him to teach others. Probably during his time at the academy, he relied on teaching assistants to write his lecture notes, and he just casually lectured in front. Erica actually said she was his student. What could Victor possibly teach her? Meanwhile, far away in Sancher Town, Vega sneezed. Victor glanced at him. Can crows catch colds? But he didn't have time to care about a crow that might catch a cold right now. They had arrived at a town at the foot of Mount Vesuvius. The town wasn't big, and they could only find one in here. The knights didn't need to worry too much about where to stay, they could even sleep at the post station leaning against their horses for a night. But Gwen was a woman, and also their respected knight commander, so the knights insisted that Gwen must spend the night at the inn to rest well. Similarly, Victor was a mage. He also needed a good sleeping environment to replenish his spiritual power. So the two had to come to the inn together. They had originally agreed on 2 separate rooms, but... Innkeeper, is there really only one room left? Gwen looked somewhat anxious, which Victor found amusing. It was the first time he had seen such an unstable side of her. At this moment, she looked as if she wanted to build a new room on empty ground right away. The innkeeper was also very helpless. Sir Knight, how dare I deceive you? There really is only one large bedroom left. Moreover, seeing you two together, a man and a woman, you should be a couple, right? Sharing a room shouldn't be a problem. Gwen anxiously wanted to say something more, but Victor interrupted her in advance. This room will do, it's fine. Hearing Victor's words, Gwen immediately widened her eyes, looking at him in disbelief. Victor and Gwen stood at the doorway, looking into the room. Why did you agree to this? We should have asked more questions or waited a bit longer. Gwen said. Victor glanced at her and replied, remember why you're here. You didn't come here for a vacation or to sleep. Hearing Victor's words, Gwen shook her head and calmed down. However, it was clearly awkward for a single man and woman to stay in one room at night. Moreover, there was only one bed, albeit a large one. Gwen furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before volunteering, I'll sleep on the floor. Victor nodded and agreed, all right. Gwen was taken aback. As a knight, she was used to sleeping anywhere in her armor. However, Victor's reaction made her feel somewhat displeased. Gwen couldn't quite understand why she felt this way. In her mind, there was no concept of being courteous or not. Victor was a mage, more fragile than her, so he should naturally sleep on the bed. However, after a long day's journey, Gwen felt sticky inside her armor. To be honest, Gwen wanted to take a bath. She had been on long missions before and had always managed to endure. But perhaps because there was now a man in the room, she suddenly became conscious of whether she might smell or not. She patted her cheeks, trying to shake off these unnecessary thoughts. Gwen wasn't one to impose on others. Given the size of the inn and the current time, it was clear that they couldn't provide her with a hot bath. But with all the sweat on her body, what if she really did smell? What should she do? She was so preoccupied that she forgot she was still wearing her full armor, which made noise with every slight movement. Victor, while magically examining their surroundings, didn't forget to set up a sound-blocking barrier at the door. After ensuring there was nothing unusual around, Victor heard the scraping sound of armor and frowned. He turned to see Gwen, looking extremely troubled. She was biting her finger, her face full of worry. "Why haven't you taken off your armor yet?" Victor asked. Hearing his words, Gwen became a bit shy, lowering her head as her cheeks turned slightly red, almost imperceptibly. "You mean you want to take a bath? In a place like this?" Victor sat in a chair, holding his forehead. There were no partitions here, let alone a ready-made bathroom. The entire room only had one large bed, 2 chairs, and a table. It was too rudimentary. Under these conditions, Gwen actually said she wanted to take a bath. "What a willful request," Victor remarked. Hearing Victor's words, Gwen felt even more embarrassed. She had only mentioned it casually and was even prepared to sleep in her armor. It would just be uncomfortable. She was a knight, even if she smelled a bit, she could endure it until she got home. She missed the warm bathroom and comfortable bed in her own home. Suddenly, a bright green light flashed in front of her. Gwen looked up to see Victor's suspended hand constructing a mysterious magic array on the floor. The green light rings began to overlap, and the carved paths gradually merged. First-tier magic, wood carving. As soon as the magic array formed, vines and wooden tendrils sprouted from the floor array. They automatically bound together, forming the shape of a bathtub. The magic simultaneously polished the exterior of the tub, making it smooth and gleaming with a dark luster. Gwen blinked, seeing the bathtub she had been longing for suddenly appear on the floor. Victor hadn't stopped his actions. Blue and red magic arrays alternately spun and combined between his left and right hands, flashing alternately. The air in the room gradually became hot. Victor clasped his hands together, and the 2 arrays converged, forming a brand new formation. A double magic array? This was the first time Gwen had seen such an advanced technique of multicasting, as she wasn't a mage herself. But what did Victor intend to do? It became evident. The air grew humid, and water materialized from the array, coming into contact with the heat from the red array. Almost instantly, the water temperature rose sharply. Scalding hot water, as if squeezed from an air sponge, poured into the bathtub. Gwen was completely stunned by the scene before her, blinking her eyes, feeling utterly amazed. This was done by magic?" she asked. She had seen mages before, but never one who could do things as effortlessly as Victor. For the first time, she realized how convenient magical abilities could be. "If you trust me, then please, go ahead," Victor said while snapping his fingers. A small black array appeared on the ring on his hand, and black mist curtains surged out from the array, isolating the space between them. This side couldn't see that side, and that side couldn't see clearly here. Seeing Victor complete all this, Gwen suddenly felt emotional. Having a mage by your side during a mission. Perhaps it wasn't so bad after all? She wasn't a fussy person, and Victor had already done so much. Moreover, she had her sense of justice activated. So Gwen removed her armor and undergarments and sank into the bathtub. Now, she felt nothing but bliss all over her body. Vega raised its eyelids, looking at Victor sitting in the chair reading a book, with a hint of disdain in its eyes. "I find it hard to imagine you wasting your spiritual energy just to do such trivial things." Victor took out a bottle of blue potion and gulped it down. The small amount of mana he had just consumed was replenished. Being away from home, he needed to remain vigilant at all times, keeping himself in the best condition. Putting down the empty bottle, he replied to Vega. "You don't understand. Fine, fine, I don't understand, Vega mimicked him, deadpanning a retort. It's the first time I've seen you care so much about a woman. Victor shook his head, remembering the Valkyrie Gwen from the game. That mage of her, unstoppable whether facing gods or demons, was still deeply etched in his mind. She was undoubtedly the most difficult boss he had ever encountered. If one could avoid being her enemy, who would want to become her opponent? As he thought this, the rustling sounds from next door reached Victor's ears. Victor. In some ways, he was a normal man. The sounds from next door disturbed his thoughts. The content of the book seemed impossible to remember now. At this moment, he just felt incredibly irritated. Would it be too late to set up a sound blocking spell now? Gwen would notice. But, he lowered his head slightly. First-tier magic, self-suggestion. His eyes flickered briefly, then dimmed. Gwen, freshly bathed, poked her head out from the other side of the curtain. I also washed my clothes. Could you? Before she could finish, Victor's hands were already activating another array. First-tier magic, hot wind. A bright red magic array lit up on Gwen's side. She looked back, feeling warmth behind her. Thank you, I can dry them now. Gwen said, somewhat embarrassed as she pulled her head back. Phew. Victor kept his eyes cold, maintaining the last shred of rationality in his mind. By the way, don't you need to take a bath? Gwen asked Victor from the other side. He held his forehead with one hand, his face showing an irritated expression. I have a wind-repelling spell on me. I don't get dirty from dust and wind. Also, if you're suggesting I use the water you've just bathed in, I'll come over right now. Victor spoke coldly to Gwen. Right now, he just wanted Gwen to get dressed and come out quickly. I'm sorry. I got carried away, Gwen apologized. Calm down, calm down. This phrase kept echoing in Victor's mind. I've been thinking, perhaps I need a bed. Otherwise, the clothes I just washed will get dirty, Gwen suddenly remembered and made another request to Victor. Gwen. I'm not your parent. Listen carefully. I can't cater to your every need. Victor exclaimed. Gwen, now dressed, was sleeping soundly on the only large bed. As for Victor, he sat quietly in the chair, expressionless. He had acted after all. First, he used magic to put Gwen to sleep, then used magic to move her to the bed. That Gwen should have been cold and heartless, he thought. The Gwen he knew always coldly executed the royal family's orders, like an emotionless killing machine. But the current Gwen hadn't reached that level yet. Although she was still aloof towards others, she still existed with unnecessary emotions like an ordinary person. She would continuously question the innkeeper about having only one room left. Even after he had helped her, she carefully continued to make requests of him, yet didn't dare to cross his bottom line. When she made mistakes, she would apologize, and her attitude wasn't as unyielding as he remembered. Certainly, she was still strong, but... She's not the Gwen I knew, he thought. He turned his head to look at the sleeping Gwen and shook his head. But this thought lingered in Victor's mind, impossible to erase. Gwen stood at the front of the line, directing the knights on how to proceed. Today we're investigating the volcano. If you notice any unusual activity, don't act rashly. Report immediately. The knights looked at Gwen, feeling that she seemed in particularly good spirits after waking up. And she seemed cleaner. The knights didn't know what had happened last night, and Gwen was already looking towards Victor beside her. The knights seemed to have an "oh" expression on their faces. Victor, seeing that Gwen had organized the troops, turned to leave. Victor, where are you going? Gwen asked. We can escort you to a designated location, or you can directly accompany the knight squadron. No need, Victor replied. He raised his eyebrows, looking towards the dormant volcano in the distance. He knew that a huge monster lay dormant there, and his mood was a mix of heaviness and excitement. I'll be acting separately from you for now. Why? Gwen asked, puzzled. Victor had come with the knight squadron, but now he was proposing to separate and act alone. She didn't understand. If Victor didn't need the protection of the knight squadron, why had he accompanied them in the first place? Or rather, what was his real purpose for coming to Mount Vesuvius? I need to go to the volcano's crater first, Victor said. Under Gwen's sense of justice, all lies would be exposed. But he wasn't lying, which meant Victor truly intended to go to the crater. Gwen recalled Victor's initial reason for accompanying them. Could it be that the magical creature you mentioned is at the crater? Victor fell silent for a moment, the image of that colossal magical beast flashing through his mind. So, he answered, something like that. What did he mean by something like that? Yet he wasn't lying. Gwen was curious, but wasn't the type to pry into others' privacy. This was, after all, a dormant volcano, and Victor had said he was very familiar with Mount Vesuvius's terrain. There shouldn't be any problems. Gwen nodded, agreeing to his request to leave the group. I'll come find you once I've finished my business, Victor said. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue magic array sparkling with tiny stars appeared beneath his feet. With a flash of blue light, his figure vanished without a trace. Seeing a living person disappear right before her eyes left Gwen feeling dazed. A knight who had witnessed their entire exchange approached Gwen, who was still in a daze, and asked, "Knight Captain, did you two have a quarrel last night?" Gwen turned her head, opening her mouth. "No, it's not what you think." Before she could finish, the knight continued. It's normal for couples to have conflicts. I often argue with my wife too, but our son is already 8 years old. Quarrel at the head of the bed, make up at the foot. How can there be overnight grudges between husband and wife? The more Gwen listened, the redder her face became. Stop talking nonsense. Let's move out, she scolded the knight and hurriedly left. Huh? Knight Captain Gwen. I didn't say anything wrong. Sigh, young ladies these days are so sensitive. It's clear I hit the nail on the head. Gwen couldn't hear clearly what the knight said afterwards. Her face was slightly red, like a little girl whose secret had been exposed. But in reality, she knew better than anyone. There was no relationship between her and Victor. Just as she would never fall in love with Victor, Victor would never fall in love with her. Gwen mounted her white horse, thinking somewhat gloomily. If nothing unexpected happened, she might end up marrying Victor after all. After all, the engagement between their two families had been decided long ago. Gwen was the second daughter of the family. She could only comply with the family's decisions, unable to change them. Gwen didn't want to get married, let alone to the Victor she knew before, who made her feel terrible. How could I possibly marry such a jerk? As this thought flashed through her mind, she suddenly recalled the events of last night. He had been like an elegant nobleman, every action that of a gentleman. He had even given her the only bed, though she didn't know when. When she woke up, she found Victor quietly sitting in the chair, reading that abstruse magic book, having sat there all night. She felt guilty, but Victor told her in return that mages had their own ways of resting, only needing quiet surroundings. Was he really a jerk? Gwen couldn't help but wonder. Dedicated to becoming an absolutely righteous knight, Gwen had never truly disliked anyone. Not even Victor. I should have been quite quiet last night. Shaking off those unnecessary thoughts in her mind, she raised her silver sword and swung it forward. Move out. A shower of blue light fell from thin air, forming a teleportation array in midair, revealing Victor's figure. He opened his eyes, and the scenery around him had changed dramatically. The surroundings were so desolate that there was almost nothing left, only a few scattered charcoal-like stones standing on the hill. He was now positioned halfway up the volcano, quite a bit ahead of the night squadron. This was the maximum range his teleportation magic could reach. Trying to teleport directly to the summit in one go was still unrealistic. Seeing that there was no one around, Vega, perched on his shoulder, spoke to him in a loud voice. Why did you choose to separate from them? The night squadron's route should align with yours. If you had stayed with them, you would have reached here eventually. Victor patted its head and explained. I don't need their company. There are some things I need to investigate on my own. There's no need for others to know. Vega found this strange. Victor seemed as if he had been planning this for a long time. Recalling how interested Victor had been upon hearing about Mount Vesuvius, Vega couldn't help but suspect that he knew something. The man and the bird walked on Mount Vesuvius, which had erupted once before. However, after that eruption, Mount Vesuvius had lost its eruptive power and became a dormant volcano. The residents at the foot of the mountain had established towns, and now, several hundred years of history had passed. After centuries of weathering, the ground here had formed into charcoal-like limestone, full of cracks and weathered volcanic rocks. Hoping to see any plants here? That would be a bit difficult. But after hundreds of years, no one worried anymore that this volcano would erupt again. The volcano was about several hundred meters high, and Victor quickly reached the summit area. The closer he got to the summit, the more clearly Victor could feel that extremely rich fire element. It wasn't just him, Vega had the same feeling. It turned its head, glancing at Victor with a somewhat peculiar look. Interesting. I really want to open up your head and see how you thought of coming here. You've actually discovered a calamity. Victor's expression remained very calm. Vega understood that he had known all along that something was here. Calamity. To be precise, this was the specific name recorded in history for the furnace beast. There were 6 calamities in the world, corresponding to 6 magical elements: wind, wood, fire, earth, water, and thunder. And what was sealed in this Mount Vesuvius was the fire calamity, Gildan. Its form was as vast as the sky, its entire body bathed in furnace fire, like a demon god in flames. The reason they were called calamities was that once they appeared, they would cause natural disasters and chaos in the land, to a degree that struck terror into people's hearts. Their existence was only harmful, never beneficial, to any living being. This was the calamity, true to its name. I'm curious. It's sleeping so well here, what do you want with it? Vega asked Victor, looking down at Gildan below the volcano's crater. To collect some interest in advance. Victor stood at the volcano's mouth, looking down from above. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, making one wonder if anything existed down there at all. Hot air shot out from the mountain's mouth, the astonishing heat hitting their faces. His gaze suddenly became very determined. The cold wind and scorching air intermingled, blowing his coat. At this moment, standing at the highest point of the volcano, even Vega's voice beside him was hard to hear clearly. Hey, what are you standing here for? Don't tell me you're going to jump down from here. Victor didn't respond. Vega fell silent for a moment. You're not really going to jump, are you? Its word-by-word inquiry had no effect whatsoever. Because Victor had already said to it. Hold on tight. With that, he leapt towards the 100-meter-deep volcano. You could at least ask for my opinion. The scenery of red-hot rocks around them kept falling, and Vega used its beak to grip Victor's clothes tightly. At this moment, it even forgot that it was a bird with wings. The scene before their eyes kept shaking, and finally, after a flash of white light, the figures of the two disappeared in midair. Having been a god for so long, this is the first time I've felt so crazy. When Vega opened its eyes, it seemed to have arrived in another space. It was pitch black all around, with only the floor visible to the naked eye. It's so dark. Victor? Victor? Victor was right behind it. Seeing that the crow had woken up, he picked it up and placed it on his shoulder. Vega was about to ask Victor to light a fire to illuminate the surroundings, but before it could speak, a huge snoring sound erupted from the darkness in front of it. It almost deafened the crow's ears. Damn, who's snoring? Vega stopped talking. It saw the source of the snoring, or rather. At this moment, it was right in front of Vega, eyes closed in deep sleep. How should it be described? Like a towering pillar reaching to the sky. It was as tall as a mountain, inspiring awe and fear. The fire calamity, Gildan, had appeared before them. A cold sweat broke out on Vega's head, making its feathers seem to shine brighter. Kid, you're not thinking of challenging it, are you? Don't joke around. I'm just an ordinary bird now, I can't help you with anything. Victor didn't look at it. He conjured a flame at his fingertips, illuminating the path ahead. It also illuminated the true form of this giant beast. Don't say that. You are my greatest asset in defeating it. The next second, the wind-like snoring stopped. Huge red eyes opened, like enormous lamps. Rueawer. It looked down at the two ants from its towering height, its roar echoing throughout Mount Vesuvius. Scorching lava dripped from Gildan onto the volcano's interior, splashing magma several meters high. Gildan's appearance shrouded the volcano's sky with burning black clouds, with ash and sparks floating in the air. Long-term exposure to high temperatures had turned its hard armor a dazzling red. Its thousands of fangs seemed ready to devour everything on the volcano. The magical beast roared to the sky, causing Mount Vesuvius to tremble. Vega. Establish a link with me. What? Establish a link? Are you joking? Do you really intend to fight it? I don't want to die. Vega flew in the air, screaming at Victor with all its might. Inwardly collapsing, if it had known Victor was this crazy, it would never have made a contract with him. One day, following Victor might lead to its sudden death. Still thinking about rising again? Dream on. We've come this far. I guess there's no other way but to establish a connection with you. Vega reluctantly extended a wing to touch Victor's forehead. Instantly, a clearer connection appeared in Victor's mind. Establishing link with evil god Habika, synchronizing. Synchronization successful. Victor saw a crow icon appear under his status bar, immediately realizing the link had been successfully established. Why don't you use this connection to enhance your teleportation magic and get out of here? Don't say I didn't warn you. Vega flew back and forth by his ear, chattering incessantly. Victor ignored Vega's pleas to escape, instead feeling excited despite the scorching heat at the volcano's mouth. Run? Victor's face showed an arrogant smile. To Vega, he had definitely gone mad. But Victor wasn't crazy. He had long wanted to challenge this calamity. Ever since he heard the name Mount Vesuvius, he knew he had to come. Just as he had imagined, the furnace beast Gildan was sealed at the bottom of the volcano's crater. This was a separate dimension. No matter what scale of battle they engaged in here, it would hardly affect the outside world. It was a perfect natural arena. After Gildan was first defeated, it was resealed in this space, becoming something like a dungeon for players to challenge. So its current sealed state wasn't much different from its dungeon version in terms of strength. Looking at the beast that blotted out the sky, Victor felt extremely confident. He had defeated this creature countless times before. And now, he was using Victor's even more powerful body, with superior skills. Moreover, he had Vega as a cheat code. He wasn't lying when he said Vega was an indispensable and powerful aid for Victor. Infinite mana, this cheat was advantageous for any class, but none more so than a mage. Vega's single eye began to flicker with a blue glow. Victor felt his body filled with magical energy vast as an ocean, his status bar's mana value skyrocketing. 10,000, 20,000. Completely breaking the limit. Victor knew this was the maximum mana value the game could handle. Victor, LV 39. HP, 1000. MP, 9999999 / 99999. With this much mana, it should work. Gildan was still moving its body. The long sleep had covered it with a layer of giant rock armor, but this also restricted its movement. It would take a long time for it to break free from its constraints. This was the perfect moment Victor had been preparing for. He raised both hands, constructing magic arrays in the air. Layer upon layer of intricate magic arrays filled the surroundings. Vega, watching from above his head, saw endless formations begin to revolve and arrange themselves, amazed at Victor's arcane prowess. Victor didn't stop after setting all this up. Instead, he threw out several transparent crystals, embedding them in 6 directions around the volcano's mouth. Victor, are you planning to use this entire volcano as your formation site? Victor didn't speak, but when Vega saw the smile on his face, it knew it had guessed correctly. The volcano was covered with abstruse runes, countless array wheels revolving in the sky. The 6 crystals gradually linked up, runes beginning to appear on them, countless patterns starting to connect, bend, and leap. A huge magic array covered the volcano's mouth like a lid. With a flick of his fingers, various colored and differently shaped spells formed wheel-like formations surrounding Gildan. Victor glanced at the status bar below Gildan. Frozen, poisoned, vulnerable, agitated. Countless negative status effects began to attach to the magical beast. He lightly stomped his foot, and dozens of faint lights burst from the formation, injecting into Victor's body. Attack increase, water attribute attack enhancement level 7, fire resistance. Victor felt various powers coursing through his entire body. So this is the effect of the buffs. He felt his muscles grow stronger, his reactions more nimble. He could even clearly see the lava dripping from its body. Having done all this, Victor looked up. At this moment, Gildan, already towering to the clouds, now had a health bar appear above its head. But its length would make ordinary people despair, easily over 100 meters long. Victor, with his enhanced perception from the buffs, could see the end of the health bar. LV 50. In the gaming world, there's a saying often used to praise top gamers. As long as you dare to show your health bar, even if you're a god, I can kill you. A red light flashed in Gildan's eyes, illuminating the horizon. It had activated. Everything around became even more perilous. The heat rose dramatically, flames could even intermittently self-ignite in the air, and heat waves swept across everything on the volcano. This is the natural disaster caused by Gildan. Scorching earth. The crow warned from Victor's shoulder. Victor naturally knew what was happening, but he still nodded symbolically to Vega. 10 identical blue magic arrays appeared on his 10 fingertips, moving slightly. An azure castle slowly flickered into existence in mid-air, waves of energy bursting forth from its center, sweeping across heaven and earth. Third-tier magic, Tidal Sanctuary. Gwen led the night group up the mountain path, casually cutting down a monster. She looked at the fallen monster's corpse. It looked like a crab, carrying a scorching rock shell on its back. Even after death, its 2 pincers kept snipping at the air. Soon, the shell suddenly cracked open, and a red crystal rolled out. Gwen, quick-eyed and quick-handed, picked up the glowing red crystal and examined it carefully. She immediately recalled that Victor had mentioned needing these crystals to make magical items, which piqued her interest. Everyone, when you encounter these monsters, remember to collect these crystals. She displayed the red crystal for the knights, to remember its appearance. Yes. The knights responded in unison. After all, Victor had helped her quite a bit last night, and she didn't want to owe him any favors, so she thought of helping Victor collect some items. A rumbling sound from the mountain top reached every knight's ears. Gwen suddenly raised her head, looking towards the volcano's mouth. A plume of black smoke slowly rose from the summit. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the mountaintop, echoing across the land. She looked seriously at the summit and asked, "Did you hear that? That huge roar?" Gwen couldn't be certain, it just sounded like a roar. The knights looked at each other and shook their heads. "Knight Commander, you must have misheard. It's probably just the noise of the volcano spewing ash." Gwen shook her head at his words, disagreeing. She thought to herself. Could it be that only I could hear it? What on earth was that? As Gwen pondered, a sudden flash of insight struck her. Victor had said he was going to the volcano's mouth. Could he have discovered something there? All knights. Quickly head to the volcano's mouth. Find Victor. Upon receiving the order, the knights quickly organized their ranks and advanced uniformly towards the volcano's mouth. But even after the knights had circled the volcano's mouth, they found nothing. The knights told Gwen that the surroundings were getting increasingly hot, with temperatures rising to abnormal levels. Split up and search. Seeing this, Gwen immediately ordered the knights to divide into 5 teams and begin searching for Victor. After a long time, the knights gradually returned, one by one, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Knight Commander. All 5 teams couldn't find a trace of him. The horses can't stand the temperature anymore and are resting on the mountainside. Gwen, her forehead covered in sweat, was also feeling dizzy. How had this dormant volcano suddenly become so scorching hot? Could this dead volcano really be about to erupt? She shook her head, not having the energy to think further. Neither the horses nor the knights could withstand the rising temperature any longer and had to retreat down the mountain to rest. Even though her own armor was specially crafted with a level 1 heat resistance effect, it was still unbearably hot. Gwen waved her hand, just about to lead the knights away, when she saw a pillar of fire suddenly shoot out from the volcano's mouth towards her. Everyone, get down. The knights, not knowing why, quickly laid on the ground upon receiving the order. Even the horses obediently knelt on the mountainside. Gwen turned her head. The fire pillar gradually dispersed into sparks, falling to the ground. The shocking temperature made everyone present feel chest tightness, their breathing labored as if their airways were burning. The volcano's mouth? How could it spew out such a thing? The more Gwen thought about it, the more confused she became, but there was no time for further contemplation. The volcano is likely to erupt. Quickly go and evacuate the people at the foot of the mountain. She waved her hand, issuing the order. The knights hurriedly descended the mountain, rushing towards the town. Gwen looked at the increasingly agitated volcano, her heart filled with worry. Victor, where on earth have you gone? Victor was now at the bottom of the volcano, in the sealed alternate dimension. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his coat fluttering in the hot waves. A phrase automatically flashed through his mind. That year, I stood with my hands in my pockets, not knowing what a worthy opponent was. A shocking pillar of fire rushed towards him. Victor calmly watched as a curtain instantly rose from the magic array at his feet, easily blocking the attack. Empowered by countless magic arrays, he teleported and maneuvered, with waves surging all around. The enormous boss in his eyes was like nothing more than an oversized, entertaining toy. Gildan's body gradually rose, surprisingly carrying a small mountain on its back. Lava gushed out from its body, kicking up sand and stones in its wake. The sand and stones passed through his body, but it was as if they had hit a water screen. A stream of water fell, and the original Victor disappeared. Second-tier magic, Water Phantom. The next second, the real Victor appeared behind the magical beast, condensing a tidal spear made of water in his hand, thrusting it towards Gildan's rear. Due to elemental weakness, Gildan felt the damage from the water spear intensely. In pain and anger, it spewed lava towards Victor once again. Seeing Gildan's increasingly fierce output, Victor easily dodged those lethal attacks, relying on his invincible evasion. Whenever Gildan raised its hand, Victor knew exactly what it was about to do. Gildan thrust both palms into the ground, and a towering pillar of fire erupted from beneath Victor's feet. Victor instinctively waved his hand. Second-tier magic, Water Curtain. An instantly generated blue water membrane blocked the fire pillar's assault. Gildan narrowed its eyes at Victor's easy response, feeling utterly frustrated. It let out a long roar to the sky, venting its discontent. After a long battle, Victor remained as relaxed as he was at the start. However, Gildan's health had only decreased by about a few dozen points. Seeing Victor handle the situation so easily, Vega fell into self-reflection. Being able to fight toe-to-toe with a calamity, is this guy really human? Unable to figure it out, it simply gave up thinking and shouted at Victor. Hey, it's been hours. Are you going to keep fighting? Hearing Vega say this, Victor pondered for a moment. When he first saw Gildan in the game, he and the Player Alliance fought it for 3 days and 3 nights. So then, let's fight for another 3 days. Victor rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating this exhilarating battle. Second-tier magic, Gale's Ice Storm. Second-tier magic, Death Ritual. Second-tier magic, Still Water. Countless techniques were used at Victor's fingertips, magic arrays flashing one after another in the air, like stars under dark clouds. Vega, watching Victor pour out spells, was completely stunned in midair. Damn, this guy is really a freak. This is nowhere near the power of a third-tier mage. Numerous colorful wave attacks continued to wear down the towering monster. The surrounding rock was also dissipating under the intense pressure. Gildan, under attack from so many spells, felt as if countless thorns were pricking its body. Though not fatal, it was painful. Its tail whipped violently, suddenly shearing off half of the narrow volcano mouth. It crashed into the magma with a thunderous boom, splashing thousands of meters high. Victor, stepping on a black array at his feet, instantly vanished into black mist. Reappearing on the intact side of the volcano mouth, he seized the gap in the attack to continue his output. Gildan opened its fangs, a fireball as bright as the sun forming in its throat, ready to unleash. Boom! The fireball suddenly burst forth, striking the nearby mountainside. Rocks shattered, dust billowed to the sky. Victor formed a magic array, swapping places with an ice shell he had buried nearby. The ice shell took the point-blank magical sphere in his place, vaporizing into the air. Second-tier magic, Ice Substitute. With his remaining long-distance teleportation still cooling down, Victor had precisely calculated the maximum evasion distance of the ice substitute. Flying sand and stones lightly grazed his clothes. He hadn't taken a bit of damage, the boss's skill had just barely missed him. Victor clasped his hands together, and a giant gate, glowing with white light, appeared behind him. Third-tier summon, White Spirit's Evil Tongue. As Victor gave the command, the huge white marble gate behind him slowly opened. Billowing mist instantly engulfed the entire volcano. Vega's vision was instantly obscured by white fog. It shouted at the top of its lungs, "Victor! Victor! I'm still here. Don't let whatever you summoned attack me." With Vega's knowledge, it certainly knew what Victor had summoned. White Spirit's Evil Tongue, indiscriminate in its attacks. Gildan, enveloped by this white mist, constantly waved its giant claws, trying to dispel the fog. But the white mist clung to its surroundings like a spider's web, impossible to tear away no matter how it tried. A pair of thin, pale arms, as if withered, slowly extended, reaching for Gildan. Gildan's head was grabbed by the hands, forcefully being pulled towards the gate. But due to the lava demon god's immense weight, the white spirit couldn't budge it no matter how hard it pulled. So the white gate began to sway precariously. The first part of the white spirit's body to emerge was a head, or something resembling a head. 7 eyes were spread around its head in a circle, each gaze causing Gildan intense dizziness. Its body continued to stretch out, the lower half intertwining like 3 sky-covering pythons, covering the magma at the volcano's bottom. It tore open the skin at the back of its neck, forcibly producing a third arm. Pulling out its own spine, it transformed it into a blade, cleaving open Gildan's rock armor. Seeing the white gate collapse, Victor could only hold his forehead and sigh. This guy is still so reckless. The summoner's strength wasn't as great as his, its only advantage being that it was tougher than him. With the white spirit entangling Gildan, Victor freed himself up to cast dozens more weakening spells on the magical beast, preparing for the next round of magic. Victor pulled some materials from his backpack, crafting some magical items on the spot, casually tossing them at the boss. The effect was minimal. Still better than nothing, Vega consoled himself, watching him. Soon, after Gildan's health bar had emptied by about 10%. The flames in Gildan's eyes became more vivid, and the lava on its body flowed away rapidly. Its hands were enveloped in an intensely violent flame. Rock spikes also gradually formed on its tail. Victor's eyes lit up, a sense of excitement rising in his heart. He had regained the feeling of battle from the past. That excitement made his brain flush with blood. In this form, Gildan's defense increased significantly, and its skills were also greatly enhanced. This was the true reason it was called the Furnace Beast. The flames turned into lava, leaving Victor nowhere to stand on the lava-covered ground. Even the white spirit screamed in pain from the enhanced environment. Since there's nowhere for me to stand, I'll make a place myself. As Victor said this, he drew a regular square in the air. With a snap of his fingers, a block of water vapor turned into a high-density ice block, floating in the air. The battle continued, with Victor standing on the ice block to continue casting spells. Meanwhile, outside, Mount Vesuvius was showing an alarming state. Most of the knights had already gone to evacuate people from the towns at the foot of the mountain, leaving only Gwen and a few knights who had retreated to the middle of the mountain, constantly monitoring for any special anomalies in the volcano. Just as Gwen's intuition had predicted, it really happened. They looked up, staring at the gradually reddening surface of the volcano, with streams of water vapor rising from the crater, as if the true color underneath was revealed after the outer shell had fallen off. "Knight Captain, the volcano mouth is as hot as an iron plate now," one of the knights warned her. Gwen's expression was grave as she turned to notify the few knights. "Quickly. Report to the capital immediately. Request reinforcements." The knights nodded and ran towards the town to contact the capital using magic crystals. At the Duke's mansion, Erica was in her room, holding a bottle of blue potion, sitting on the bed with a blank stare. She felt like all the knowledge she had learned in her life had been for nothing. Previously, she would have thought spending so much money to buy these few bottles of potion was definitely a loss. Just this one bottle of potion can sell for 1,000 geo? But now all she could think was, this thing only sells for 1,000 geo? She stared at the bottle of potion in her hand, lost in thought, her mind in a jumble. The Duke had gone out on business and hadn't returned home yet, but she was already eager to tell her father about this discovery. "Your Grace, do you need me to inform the young lady that you've returned?" Hearing the servant's voice outside the door, she darted out like an excited fawn. However, Duke Levi's response left her at a loss. "No need, tell her I'm going on a long trip and won't be back for a few days." Standing at the door, Erica had heard everything and stopped in her tracks. Seeing his beloved daughter had already heard, Duke Levi showed a bitter smile. "Erica, the Emperor has issued a mission, urgent support is needed." She was very confused and couldn't help asking the Duke. "Father, you're a Duke, why do you need to go personally?" Duke Levi beckoned her to come closer, and Erica obediently walked over. He stroked Erica's head, gently explaining. "My dear daughter, this is no small matter. All third-tier mages in the capital are required to go, and naturally, second-tier mages are in the lineup as well. Because you're relatively young, you won't be summoned by the royal family." Erica suddenly remembered Victor, who had gone on a mission a few days ago. He was also a third-tier mage. Now that her father was also being summoned, could they be going to the same place? What exactly has happened there? Why do they need so many mages? Erica asked her question, but before the Duke could continue explaining, she eagerly said, I want to go too. Hearing Erica say this, Duke Levi immediately became serious and refused. No, you're still young, and you need to go to school. I'm not young anymore, I'm a second-tier mage now. If all second and third-tier mages in the capital are leaving, naturally the academy is no exception. Am I supposed to go find the principal to teach me personally? She knew the principal wouldn't easily leave the capital because he was the only fourth-tier holy mage within the capital's borders, needed to personally guard the capital and deter those hidden lawbreakers. As for others, Erica arrogantly and confidently believed that besides Victor, no one in the academy could teach her anymore. Even if you say so. The Duke thought carefully for a while, hesitating. As Erica said, she was no longer young. At 17, next year would be her coming of age. He couldn't keep Erica protected in his hands forever, that way, she would always remain a fledgling. Erica had her own dreams, so when necessary, he also needed to let her go. He couldn't let his excessive fatherly love clip his daughter's proud wings. Alright, Erica, I allow you to accompany me. The place we're going to is Mount Vesuvius. The Royal Knight Order has sent out a distress signal. To be precise, Mount Vesuvius might be about to erupt. Only mages could prevent natural disasters like volcanic eruptions. Especially this time, the scale of Mount Vesuvius's eruption might be extraordinary. After all, 100-ton-long pillar of fire shooting out from the volcano's mouth was not normal in any era. Once the lava from the volcanic eruption spread for hundreds of li, villages and crops could be destroyed. Not only would it cause enormous economic losses to the capital, but it would also threaten the lives of many creatures near the volcano. The capital took this matter very seriously, immediately gathering all available mages in the city. The Empire's army dispatched batch after batch of mages, continuously heading towards Mount Vesuvius. Duke Levi and Erica were no exception. After nearly a day of travel, the overnight long-distance journey had left everyone somewhat exhausted. In the early hours of the morning, the team finally reached their destination, and everyone rested on the spot. Due to the collective evacuation by the Night Order, all the people of Sanchez town had gathered outside the town. Even chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and other livestock, including cats and dogs, were driven out without exception. Outside the town, it was a scene of utter chaos, like chickens flying and dogs jumping. The villagers watched as large numbers of troops and mages entered the town, no one knowing exactly what was happening. At this moment, the atmosphere around the camp was extremely tense. Duke Levi was among the last batches of mages to arrive. When he got off the carriage, many mages from other noble families greeted him with smiles, actively approaching him. It's been a long time, Duke Levi. A white-haired nobleman walked towards Duke Levi, leaning on a cane, with other noble mages closely following around him. Long time no see, Mr. Beck. Duke Levi responded politely. We probably haven't met since the last kingdom gathering. Beck reminisced, speaking to the Duke. The Duke nodded, smiling in agreement. This must be your daughter, she's truly graceful. Oh, you're too kind. Beck noticed the badge symbolizing a second-tier mage on Erica's chest. Pushing up his glasses, he continued. Indeed, your daughter has already reached the second-tier stage. It seems the academy wasn't exaggerating. Erica knew these were just pleasantries among adults. But hearing her evaluation from other renowned mages still made her a bit happy. No one dislikes praise, and Erica, who had grown up surrounded by compliments, was no exception. Duke Levi smiled at his daughter, she was his pride. Haha, your daughter's magical talent truly makes us old men envious. The adults exchanged pleasantries, gradually calming down. In the mage circle, almost everyone knew each other. Duke Levi was one of the few third-tier mages, and the remaining few third-tier mages were also nobles. In the Carentia Empire, high-level mages were almost monopolized by the nobility. It was rare for even a single second-tier mage to emerge from the commoners. At this moment, a silver-white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Duke Levi glanced at her, knowing this was the second daughter of the Dellon family. She currently holds the position of captain of the Royal Knight Order in the capital. Gwen Dellon reporting. When the mages saw Gwen approach them with a solemn expression, their hearts tightened. Was the volcano's current situation not optimistic? Esteemed mages, since the volcano showed abnormal changes yesterday, it has remained in a relatively stable state until now. Gwen gripped her silver sword tightly, sweat dripping from her forehead. The mages breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her news. The white-haired mage patted his chest, his hand holding the cane also relaxing considerably. This way, they only needed to take preventive measures here, rather than expending a lot of energy to directly confront a natural disaster. At this time, Erica was standing quietly beside Duke Levi, observing everything. "Father, who is this?" Duke Levi whispered in Erica's ear. "This is the current captain of the Royal Knight Order." Erica nodded. It was her first time seeing the captain of the Knight Order, and she was somewhat shocked to learn that the captain was a woman. She didn't know Gwen, much less that Gwen was Victor's fiancée, but Gwen knew her. The magical prodigy student known throughout the country, Gwen had naturally heard of her. Not to mention that because of Victor's incident last time, it made her remember Erica clearly. Gwen looked at the blonde girl before her, thinking to herself. So this is Duke Levi's daughter? She's really beautiful, no wonder Victor impulsively confessed. Previously, she had only seen Erica in newspapers. Meeting her in person this time, Gwen was also momentarily stunned by her aura. Just one look at her would make people feel like they were falling in love. Well then, Knight Captain Gwen, what exactly happened at the volcano? Gwen briefly explained to Duke Levi about the Knight Order's investigation after arriving at the volcano. What? You say you heard a huge roar when you were halfway up the mountain? After the Knight Order investigated the summit, the volcano's temperature suddenly rose? And it even shot out a 100-meter-high pillar of fire? Beck and the other third-tier mages listened in shock, asking each other. What's going on? I don't know, do you? I don't know either, never heard of such a thing. The mages looked at each other, standing there not knowing what to say. Duke Levi also fell into deep thought as he listened to Gwen's account, just as clueless as the other mages about what was happening. Gwen remembered something else and said. This time we requested an accompanying mage. He went to the summit ahead of us, saying he was going to investigate something, but then he disappeared. We still don't know his whereabouts. What? Now they were all stunned. After all, such words were too easy to arouse suspicion. Erica also froze upon hearing this, as if realizing something. For the first time, she actively spoke up from the side to ask. Who was that mage? Gwen looked at her puzzledly, then answered. You should all know him, it's Victor Clavenna. The moment this name was mentioned, it immediately caused a stir among the mages. Several mages who harbored resentment towards Victor seized this opportunity, righteously declaring. It must be Victor's doing. That's right. He's done other bad things before, this must be his handiwork too. Everyone present knew of Victor's notorious reputation. Once there was a chance to slander him, they showed no mercy. Duke Levi was also perplexed, but still tried to persuade the other mages. Everyone, let's not rush to conclusions. The most important thing now is to prevent the volcanic eruption and minimize potential damage. Hearing the Duke speak, the mages stopped arguing. As Levi said, at this point, finding the mastermind behind this wasn't important. Getting through the immediate crisis was the top priority. Roar. As they were speaking, a furious roar suddenly came from atop the volcano. This time, everyone heard it loud and clear. The mages collectively looked towards the volcano's summit, unable to utter a word. Was that sound from a living creature? Ma'am. You can't go through. The voices of surrounding knights attracted everyone's attention, and all eyes turned in that direction. It was an old woman, trying to push past the knights' blockade to enter the base. Someone has angered the volcano god. Someone must have angered the volcano god. She shouted from behind the guarding knights. It's all over. We're all doomed. The mages looked at each other. Duke Levi waved his hand, saying to the knights. Let her in. Yes, sir. The knights stopped obstructing her, and the old woman quickly broke free from their grasp, limping over with her cane. Grandmother, what is the volcano god? Duke Levi asked her kindly, but the surrounding mages, seeing the old woman's earlier frenzied behavior, started chattering. What can we learn from this crazy old woman? What volcano god? I've never even heard of it. She's probably here to cause chaos. Duke Levi, we should quickly send her away. Duke Levi didn't heed the mage's advice, instead looking kindly at the old woman and asking. Grandmother, if you have something to say, please feel free to tell me. The old woman looked the Duke up and down, suddenly changing from her previous frenzied demeanor to a mysterious tone. Hundreds of years ago, someone sealed a flame-burning demon god under the volcano. That sealing angered the volcano god, causing an eruption here. But after that eruption, the volcano remained silent for hundreds of years. Now that the volcano is stirring again, it must be because the sleeping volcano god is angry once more. It's about to break through the seal and burn the sky and earth to ashes. The many mages present listened in bewilderment, quickly interjecting. Duke, don't mind her, it's just some folk mythology. Duke Levi's expression, however, was extremely grave. He smelled a familiar scent in this story. At this moment, Erica glanced towards the summit. She touched her chest, as if in thought, then turned to Duke Levi and said, Father, I want to go to the summit to take a look. I feel, there's something up there. Absolutely not. Hearing Erica's request, the Duke waved his hand, his attitude extremely firm as he exclaimed. Erica, I can agree to many things, but on this matter, there's no room for discussion. Erica, unwilling to give up, continued to plead for her father's permission. Father, I'm already a second-tier mage, I have the ability to handle things on my own. Unless your strength surpasses mine, I absolutely won't allow you to set foot on the volcano's crater. Seeing Duke Levi's stance, Erica could only fall silent. This was completely unreasonable. Her father had been immersed in third-tier magic for over 30 years. Everyone said that if a new fourth-tier holy mage were to appear, it would definitely be Levi Duke Chloe. Erica thought about how she couldn't even surpass Victor. How could she possibly jump 2 tiers to reach the 4th tier? But Erica felt a tightness in her chest. In that roar just now, she had heard a voice speaking. Some voice is saying it hurts. Meanwhile, Duke Levi had already started issuing orders to the mage squad. The volcano's abnormal activity was becoming more apparent. The 3rd-tier mages took formation, with 2nd-tier mages taking turns to supply magic as support. They needed to draw magic arrays to summon powerful war magic to cover the entire Mount Vesuvius before the eruption. When the time came, whether it was lava erupting or something jumping out of the volcano, they would eliminate it all. Finally, injured? Vega stared blankly, looking at Victor in disbelief. His current state couldn't be described as good. Half of his coat had been burned away, and flames continuously burned at the wounds where magma had attacked his body. However, this was actually the first time Victor had been injured after an entire day of intense battle. Monster, it could only describe him as such. Even though he was facing a calamity-like disaster, he had been able to fight against it for a whole day, and even wounded it. During this time, he had only been injured once. This was because he was momentarily distracted and grazed by that shocking pillar of fire. Just this one hit had caused him considerable damage. If he had been struck directly by the fire pillar, he probably wouldn't even have bones left now. It's still too much of a strain after all. But being injured was definitely not good news. It meant Victor's energy was declining, and he was falling into fatigue. The continuous battle was gradually making it difficult for him to concentrate. Why don't we just give up? While you still have enough magic power, quickly teleport away. Vega persuaded him, although he knew Victor wasn't the type to give up easily. But his condition wasn't optimistic. Victor didn't answer it, instead casting magic to buff himself with fire resistance, stopping the burns, while dodging another shocking pillar of fire. If I leave now, this magical beast will instantly break out of Mount Vesuvius. At that time, it would truly be a catastrophe for all living beings. Vega, do you understand? Vega was stunned. After saying this, Victor remembered that Vega was an evil god, so he continued. I'm sorry, I forgot that you probably don't care about these things. But I do. Victor threw away his shattered, completely ruined coat. He let it flutter in the wind, falling into the magma. The coat turned into sparks in the air, completely dissipating. I'm not trying to be a good person, but I also don't want this unstoppable giant beast to break out of its cage, and then have people put a hat labeled World Destroyer on my head. He had already reduced Gildan's health by 1/3, which was his proud achievement. As long as he could break through the magical beast's defense, there was no boss he couldn't kill. Victor still looked at the enraged Gildan with the same determination as at the beginning, becoming even more excited. Only in such high-intensity battles did he feel like he had found himself again. It's just one injury, I haven't lost yet. Because this was a battle that staked his dignity as a power leveler. The mages summoned from the capital gathered on the mountainside of the volcano, encircling it completely. They raised their arms high, their magical power interconnecting and gradually forming a massive magical array surrounding the volcano. Streams of light flowed, magnificent for hundreds of li. Many magical steel nails embedded in the volcano were affected by the formation, their magical chains beginning to jingle and rattle, penetrating deeper into the volcano. Runes were inscribed upon the formation, making the enormous array increasingly substantial, spreading outward for hundreds of li. Second-tier mages stood at a lower level than the third-tier mages, continuously supplying them with magical power. When the first batch of second-tier mages became exhausted, the second batch took over. Once the earliest batch of second-tier mages had rested and recovered, they returned to the field, rotating in cycles. Over a dozen third-tier mages concentrated, beginning to chant towards the center of the magical array. The god of the abyss weeps. Gather the world's cold. The god of mercy begs. Sing the tears of the underworld. Although Erica was the Duke's daughter, she received no special treatment. She was assigned to the ranks of the second-tier mages like everyone else. After evacuating the civilians, the knights stood guard nearby to protect these mages from disturbance. Magic attracts magical beasts, so they guarded the mages, slaying any creatures that approached. This magical array covering the entire Mount Vesuvius becomes more powerful the longer the spell is maintained, said Duke Levi, a third-tier mage, as he strained to adjust the formation. He only hoped that the volcano's eruption could be delayed further. If this grand array could be maintained for a day, it would definitely be able to intercept the entire eruption of Mount Vesuvius. This continued for an hour. The first batch of second-tier mages descended the mountain, and another batch took their place. Erica was among this batch of mages. She stood behind Duke Levi, beginning to chant softly, transferring her magical power to her father. While chanting spells and drawing the array, Duke Levi observed Erica's every move. Seeing Erica able to hold her own, he felt somewhat proud. Erica, you've grown up. The second round of mages went down, and the third batch was about to come up, but Erica didn't leave. She secretly drank a bottle of blue potion she had purchased from Leah, instantly feeling her spiritual power replenished. Duke Levi was surprised to see Erica still continuing, and at the same time, he was very pleased. I didn't expect Erica to possess such an abundance of spiritual power. When I was her age, I was far from her level. Another hour passed, and after the third batch of mages went down, the fourth batch had already come up. Erica was still standing on the magical array, continuing to supply magical power to Duke Levi. She secretly drank another bottle of potion, fully restoring her spirit once again. If Duke Levi was merely surprised before, now he was completely shocked. Is Erica's talent really this terrifying? This astonishing spiritual power has already surpassed many third-tier mages. And he, as Erica's father, only now realized how powerful his daughter was. Soon, the fourth batch of mages also depleted their magical power and went down to rest successively. Erica secretly drank another bottle and continued supplying power. All the third-tier mages around Duke Levi noticed Erica. It had been 4 hours already. Where did she get so much magical power from? Could it be that within the chest of this genius girl, there was an ocean called magic? These mages couldn't help but ask the Duke. Duke Levi, is your daughter a monster? To have such terrifying spiritual reserves. Indeed, I've never seen anyone's ox plow for so long without rest. Duke Levi began to worry. He feared his daughter was pushing herself too hard, potentially causing irreversible damage to her body. But seeing that his daughter still seemed quite relaxed, he held back what he wanted to say. What was really going on? He couldn't figure it out. Until 5 hours later, when the first batch of the second round of mages had already gone down to rest again, the second-tier mages who should have been in the same group as Erica once again climbed to the mountaintop. To their surprise, they saw the Duke's daughter. She was still standing on the magical array below Duke Levi, like an astonishing lamp, her whole body radiating magical light. Don't you need to rest? Indeed, after each batch of mages went down, Erica would secretly drink a potion to keep her magical power at a relatively comfortable level. Erica sensed the shock and surprise in their eyes and felt very proud of her actions. Thanks to the potions made by Professor Victor, I can continue to persist like this. Father will surely look at me with new eyes. While she was still feeling elated, Duke Levi's roar came like an iron hammer, jolting her back to reality. Erica! Go down and rest right now. Erica! It was the first time she had seen her father so angry with her. For a moment, she felt scared and shrank back, lowering her head as she went down. However, her reputation had already spread throughout the ranks of the second-tier mages. Who understands? She's just a freak. When I went down for the first time, she hadn't left, and when I returned for the second time, she was still up there. You mean Duke Levi's daughter? I saw it too, her spiritual power must already be comparable to a third-tier mage. Even Victor might find it hard to compete with her. Erica had good hearing and heard these secret praises about her, feeling somewhat proud. Some even compared her to Victor, and when she heard this, she couldn't help but feel jubilant. But Erica was also very clear that without those potions, she could never have sustained for such a long time. Those magical potions were made by Victor. Thinking of this, the praises she heard suddenly felt incredibly ugly. Indeed, she was no match for Professor Victor. Perhaps, in her entire life, she would never be able to catch even a glimpse of his back. Roar. Another earth-shaking roar came from the mouth of Mount Vesuvius. Rocks began to crumble, and ash flew towards the ground. The dark clouds above the volcano seemed to be shattered, with cracks appearing, burning red within the gaps. The mountain began to tremble, and magma started to stir restlessly inside the volcano. Look! What's that? A knight pointed at the high-temperature raindrops falling from the sky. Countless fire rains fell near the volcano's mouth, and rocks exploded like bombs when touched by the raindrops. All the mages and knights became alert. The mages immediately began to draw temporary magical arrays to deal with the crisis, while the knights started to enchant their armor and silver swords with magical items. Was the volcano about to erupt now? Suddenly, Erica heard a voice in her heart. It hurts so much. That voice again. What exactly is happening? She clearly heard this voice coming from the volcano's peak, and she really wanted to go up there to see. Moreover, perhaps Professor Victor was there. Erica remembered the mage's slanderous words about Professor Victor. She didn't want to consider Victor as the mastermind behind the volcanic eruption. But in this situation, anyone would suspect Victor. The disappeared Victor, and the imminent volcanic eruption. No. I must find a way to get to the volcano's mouth and take a look. Thinking this, Erica noticed the Night Order guarding the formation nearby. There was the only woman in the Night Order. She was beautiful, the second most beautiful woman Erica had ever seen apart from her mother. The first was the sister in the Kravina store. Completely different from that sister's aura, she was like a knight who had walked out of ice, with a cold presence. Just standing there made people feel a sense of distance. Unapproachable. Erica had heard that this knight was the current captain of the Royal Knight Order, Gwen. She decided to approach the sister and ask for permission to leave. If I directly say I want to go to the volcano's mouth, it definitely won't work. Erica paced on the spot, thinking, when suddenly an idea popped into her head. She pretended to be anxious and rushed in front of Gwen. As she had hoped, her behavior indeed caught the other's attention. Night sister, I need to use the bathroom. Could you let me leave here for a while? No. Gwen answered decisively. I'm here to ensure the safety of all of you. Miss Erica, please endure it. Ugh. Cold and rigid knight, only knows how to follow orders. Erica muttered, returning sulkily. But she felt increasingly anxious inside. The voice from the mountaintop, the disappeared Victor, all seemed to be reminding her of something. She must leave here and go to the peak. At this moment, Duke Levi suddenly appeared beside her, patting her shoulder. Eep. Erica's body trembled, like a startled little rabbit. Duke Levi said sternly. Dear, give me an explanation. Duke Levi appeared behind Erica, his hand on her shoulder, his face extremely stern. Seeing her father suddenly appear behind her, Erica felt a bit nervous. She thought her plan to sneak away had been discovered. Her eyes wandered as she pondered her next move, but then she heard Duke Levi ask. Explain to me, how were you able to persist on the magical array for so long earlier? Hearing Duke Levi's question, Erica immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Her tense smile also relaxed. Oh, it's about that. Erica moved behind the Duke, saying mysteriously, it's because I have a treasure. A treasure? Duke Levi was puzzled. What kind of treasure could have such an astonishing effect, making Erica's spiritual power so strong? Erica proudly told her father. It's something from Professor Victor. What? Victor's? Hearing this name, Duke Levi was truly bewildered. He certainly knew Victor was a genius, having become a professor at such a young age. Has Victor already created an item that could increase spiritual power? No, that's not the point. The point is, why did Victor's item end up in Erica's hands? Did Victor give this kind of thing to Erica? Was it to curry favor with her? Duke Levi suddenly became furious, feeling a fire whoosh up inside him. Damned Victor, you're still thinking about Erica. He wished he could wring that bastard Victor's head off right now. Daring to covet his precious daughter, he must be taught the meaning of consequences. But then, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Didn't Erica really dislike Victor? How come she now seemed so proud when mentioning Victor? The more Duke Levi thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Victor was deceiving his daughter. Seeing Duke Levi like this, Erica took out a small blue potion from her bag. What's this? Duke Levi curiously asked, seeing the potion she took out. He had never seen a blue potion like this before. This was bought from Professor Victor's item shop, and it only cost 1,000 geo per bottle. Duke Levi. Misunderstanding cleared. He had thought Victor was seducing Erica at the academy. Now it seemed it wasn't as he had imagined. He looked at the potion in Erica's hand and suddenly froze. Wait. Erica, how much did you say this thing costs? Duke Levi doubted if his ears were playing tricks on him. 1,000 geo, he must have heard wrong. Erica puffed out her chest, proudly repeating, 1,000 geo. Duke Levi. When did he raise such a spendthrift daughter? Never mind, this is his daughter, his own flesh and blood, his own flesh and blood. Duke Levi took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and forced out a smile, saying to Erica with a stiff expression. Daddy doesn't remember ever teaching you to waste money like this. Hearing her father say this, Erica immediately retorted. I'm not wasting money at all. Your spiritual power is no longer sufficient to sustain the array, right? Duke Levi nodded. Just as Erica said, although countless second-tier mages were providing magical power, his own spiritual power was already largely depleted, and he could only come down to rest. This was something no mage could avoid. Even with a body full of powerful magic, if spiritual power was insufficient, magical power couldn't be mobilized, arrays couldn't be arranged, runes couldn't be carved, and magic couldn't be released. If someone could continuously cast magic for 3 days and 3 nights without collapsing, well, there's nothing more to say, just challenge them to a duel right away. Even boasting shouldn't be so far-fetched. Although that's what he thought, Levi still remembered Erica's heroic figure, continuously supplying magical power on the array for 5 hours. Could it be related to this thing? Try this. Erica opened the potion's cap and handed it to her father. Duke Levi frowned at the small bottle of blue potion, feeling somewhat resistant. It didn't look like anything good. This liquid looks like industrial wastewater full of dye. Could this possibly taste good? Hurry up and drink it. Erica urged him impatiently. Hearing his daughter's urging, Duke Levi swallowed it down, suppressing his resistance. Whoosh! A faint blue light appeared on his body. Almost instantly, his internal spiritual power recovered by a small half. It was enough to support him to continue casting spells. He felt his fatigued spirit instantly become much lighter. Duke Levi rubbed his forehead, the previous fatigue almost entirely dissipated. As a high-level mage who had been immersed in the 3rd tier for over 30 years, he naturally understood how astonishing the effect of this thing was. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, he quickly pocketed the now empty bottle, lowered himself to protect Erica, and whispered in her ear. Don't let this get out, at least, not now. Tell Daddy, how many bottles do you have left? Erica counted on her fingers. She had bought 10 bottles in total, wasted 1 at home to test its effect, consumed 4 while continuously releasing magic on the array, and her father just drank 1 to restore his spiritual power, so there were 4 bottles left. Duke Levi grabbed Erica's shoulders, lowered his head, and said seriously. Keep this a secret until we return to the capital. If this gets out now, it might attract the covetous eyes of ill-intentioned people. You can't handle this thing, give it to Daddy, Daddy can handle it. Hearing her father speak like this, Erica sighed and shook her head. No way, I spent a lot of my pocket money to buy these. I'll double your pocket money when we get home. Deal. Erica thought to herself. Anyway, this was made by Professor Victor. When I see him at the academy, I can just ask him to make some more. Professor Victor should agree to my request, right? Feeling like she had made quite a profit from her father, Erica was in a very good mood, so she readily handed over 3 bottles to Duke Levi. If it weren't for her father saying that she should keep 1 bottle with her just in case, she would have given them all away. Duke Levi hugged the potions and carefully left. Seeing her father's somewhat comical appearance, Erica couldn't help but laugh. Duke Levi quickly returned to the mountainside and stood on the Grand Array again, continuing to release magical power to construct the formation. Several third-tier mages who were still resting saw Duke Levi climb the mountain again. They couldn't help but ask. Lord Duke, don't you need to rest? Duke Levi turned to look at them, showing a kind smile. My spiritual power is still sufficient. You rest first, I can maintain the Grand Array myself. Again? The several third-tier mages whose magical power was exhausted were stunned on the spot. Just now it was your daughter standing there for 5 hours without budging, and now you're up there and won't come down? Is your entire Ducroy family full of freaks? At this moment, Erica was extremely happy. If it weren't for getting the Duke out of the way, she wouldn't have given away the potions even if her pocket money had increased tenfold. She wanted to go to the mountaintop, and at this point, she could only try her luck with Gwen. So, Erica returned to Gwen, pretending to be shy as she said, Sister, I can't hold it anymore. We're both girls, sister, you must understand me. Erica looked at Gwen with teary eyes, pleading. Gwen thought for a moment, and suddenly, her face turned slightly red. She seemed to understand what Erica was talking about. However, had that time of the month come for her today? This kind of thing concerns a girl's dignity. Gwen thought about it and had to agree to Erica's request. Erica's reason was indeed hard to refuse. Erica was very happy at first, almost jumping up, but remembering what she had just said, she could only pretend to still be in unbearable pain. Then she heard Gwen say, For your safety, I will accompany you. Erica immediately deflated. With such a powerful knight captain by her side, her chances of escaping under her nose were slim. But Erica hadn't given up yet. As long as she found an opportunity, she could still get away. Soon, the two came to an uninhabited area. The volcano's surface was all flat ground, with hardly any cover to be found. They finally found a rock that could barely provide some cover. Erica's eyes darted around, and with a red face, she asked Gwen to move away a bit, saying she was a bit shy. Gwen was puzzled for a moment, then said, We're both girls, what's there to be shy about? Nevertheless, she stepped back a few paces. Erica crouched behind the rock, about to make the motion of taking off her pants, when she looked up and met Gwen's eyes. She felt somewhat indignant and said to Gwen from afar, Can you turn your head away and not look at me? Gwen. She silently stepped back a few more paces, then turned her head away. If she didn't want to look, fine, it's all the same anyway. In this brief moment of turning her head, a blue light shone on the volcano. Gwen just caught the edge of the faint blue light and instantly turned her head back. The teleportation array had already formed, and Erica's body stepped into it, smiling and waving at Gwen. Tell my father I'll return safely. Gwen rushed forward, reaching out to stop her, but the distance was too great, and she couldn't make it in time. Whoosh! Erica's figure instantly disappeared. Gwen grasped at empty air, lowering her head to look at the ground, muttering. Teleportation, magic? Where could she have gone? Gwen recalled Erica's initial inquiry. Who was that mage? Victor Kravina. This name suddenly flashed in her mind, and her gaze quickly turned towards the mountaintop. The next second, it was as if a whirlwind had risen beneath her feet, and she sprinted towards the summit at an extremely fast speed. Phew, I finally managed to escape successfully. Erica was overjoyed. She knew that under normal circumstances, she would never be able to shake off Gwen. To prevent being caught, she had deliberately prepared a teleportation spell well in advance. Waiting for the moment when Gwen wasn't paying attention, she activated it instantly. She was very fortunate that Professor Victor had taught her how to use teleportation magic correctly when he first came to the academy. Although she couldn't teleport dozens of kilometers away like a third-tier mage, she could still manage a range of a few kilometers. Gwen probably thinks I've teleported far away. Instead of teleporting to the mountaintop, Erica had moved several kilometers across the mountainside, essentially reaching the other side of the mountain. The surrounding scenery was still somewhat desolate, with little change. Erica began to walk towards the volcano's peak. As she went higher, she could feel the temperature rising significantly. She hadn't gone far before feeling unbearably hot. The surrounding rocks were emitting steam, as the moisture in the air was being evaporated by the high temperature. Further up, she could even see various rock fragments that had burst due to the extreme heat. Looking at the scenery around her, Erica felt apprehensive, but she continued to climb the mountain despite the scorching heat. At the same time, she didn't forget to add a few heat-resistant status effects to herself. As a mage, she knew this phenomenon was caused by the abundance of fire elements on the volcano. I knew it, this isn't a simple volcanic eruption. How could a normal volcanic eruption bring out so many magical elements? Erica confirmed her suspicions. Only by going up the mountain could she see more. Her father and the others only knew how to use magic to isolate everything, without ever thinking about solving the problem from its root. Those old mages with their rigid thinking. She muttered to herself, then suddenly thought of Victor, who was also a third-tier mage. The youngest third-tier mage, whose record no one had been able to surpass until now. The volcanic disturbance. Was it really caused by Victor? Crack. As she was thinking, the sound of a stone being crushed came from behind her. What's that? She whirled around to look. A red hedgehog had burrowed out of the ground, its body wrapped in faint flames, charging straight at Erica. Level 2 magical beast. Fire hedgehog. Erica casually conjured a magic array, aiming it at the creature. Second-tier magic, water cannon. As she spoke, a huge water bullet began to spin rapidly in Erica's hand, then burst forth in an instant. The fire hedgehog was knocked back tens of meters, landing on the ground with its 4 legs in the air. The flames on its body had completely evaporated, leaving it looking like charcoal. It was clearly dead. Naturally, the strength of a level 2 magical beast was no match for an elite mage who had been training for years. An instant kill was to be expected. That was so easy. Erica could hardly believe it. This was her first time defeating a magical beast in the wild. It turned out she wasn't weak at all. She felt proud of her bravery. Mount Vesuvius was inherently a rather dangerous place. Fire-type magical beasts were quite widespread. The higher one went, the more numerous the magical beasts became. Not only that, but their strength also increased in proportion to their numbers. At first, she could handle them easily, but later on, it started to become more challenging. The closer to the summit, the more powerful the monsters became. Erica could barely manage to defeat them, but she felt something wasn't right. I recognized all these magical beasts from the academy, but why is there such a big difference between their actual strength and what we were taught in class? Another fire hedgehog sprang out of the ground. This time, Erica had to use several spells before she could completely defeat it. Compared to the previous magical beasts, its claws had become sharper, and the flames on its back were more intense. Naturally, its aggressiveness had also increased. These magical beasts, have they been enhanced? This thought flashed through Erica's mind. The dense fire elements in the surroundings have made them stronger. The increase in fire elements wasn't a coincidence. She wanted to climb further up the mountain, as Erica felt that she would find the answers she was looking for at the summit. However, the terrifying temperature was starting to make Erica feel dizzy, and the increasingly powerful magical beasts were also making her hesitant. Even her magic was gradually failing to withstand the high temperature of the flames. Erica stood still, deciding to rest and think of a way to reach the summit. Suddenly, she remembered the last magic potion left in her bag. She looked at the magic potion, then raised her head to gaze towards the summit. A flash of inspiration struck her. I've got an idea. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Gwen was sprinting nonstop towards the summit, even though the surrounding temperature was so hot that she was sweating profusely. The silver sword in her hand was as cold as ice, cutting down one magical beast after another that tried to block her path. First Victor, and now the Duke's daughter. Why do they all like to cause trouble? Didn't she want to find Victor? No, of course she did. To be precise, she wanted to find him so badly she was almost going crazy. She wanted to find Victor and confront him face to face about whether he was really the cause of the volcanic disturbance. If he said yes, her fist would land on Victor's face the next second. However, Gwen had to obey orders. She had to protect all the mages and the residents. Victor, you just wait. Gwen swiftly cut off the heads of the magical beasts blocking her path, running towards the summit as if there were no obstacles. Soon, she too encountered a barrier. In front of her, astonishing amounts of lava were gushing out from the cracks in the volcano's surface. It was as if the volcano was wounded and bleeding. This made it impossible for her to continue forward. The scorching heat of her armor was unbearable, forcing her to step back and look at the summit, pondering for a solution. Severely wounded. It must be severely wounded. Vega kept marveling. Before it, the shell of the fire calamity had fallen off, and an astonishing amount of lava was flowing out from the wounds on its body. This was the fire calamity, with vast amounts of lava flowing out from within its body. That was its blood. What a terrifying creature. Vega kept exclaiming. It was referring to Victor. Third tier magic, torrential rend. Third tier magic, sandstorm mudflow. Various magical arrays swirled in the sky, with 5 arrays continuously outputting magic in the air. Below, the volcano was constantly churning with lava, and spots of magma were bursting out from the surrounding rock walls. Victor kept casting spells, adding various negative enhancements to Gildan's body. After the damage accumulated to the point of severe injury, Gildan's movements became extremely slow, and even the chance to scratch Victor no longer existed. This battle was enough to change Vega's perception. It didn't even blink its eyes, ignoring its burning feathers. It can't be, is he really going to win? If Victor won, Vega would be willing to call him the strongest human it had ever seen. No, that's not right. Even if Victor didn't win, his strength was already beyond imagination. To be precise, what he possessed wasn't overwhelming power. The gap between Gildan and Victor was like an unbridgeable chasm. Gildan's form was enormous, so powerful that it only needed to hit Victor once to kill him completely. However, it couldn't do it. Even though Victor needed to defeat it countless times, it only needed to win once. Yet in this battle with such a huge disparity, Victor had turned the impossible into possible with his own hands. After nearly 3 days and 2 nights of intense fighting, Gildan had only managed to scratch Victor once. As for Victor? In battle, he was as calm as a stroll in the park, completely at ease. Gildan's attacks seemed to be in slow motion in his eyes. For some unnecessary attacks, he didn't even need to teleport to avoid them. Just a few steps were enough to dodge them perfectly. The damage he had taken earlier didn't seem to affect his condition. Instead, it had ignited his fighting spirit. In the time since he was injured, his magic use had become even more fluid. Finally, someone fell into a weakened state first. The weakened one wasn't Victor, but Gildan. The calamity, which humans were supposedly unable to defeat, was for the first time driven into a corner by a single human. Its health had dropped to 30%, an absolute state of weakness. Its shell no longer glowed, and its power and speed had decreased significantly. Vega was dumbfounded. In that amazing state earlier, it couldn't even scratch Victor. And now, it has fallen into a weakened state. Doesn't this mean Victor was sure to win? Vega looked towards Victor, but found that he didn't seem to think so. Not only had he not relaxed, but his expression was solemn, on high alert. He was even muttering to himself. That attack is coming. That attack? Which attack? Vega was stunned. Then, a terrifying tremor resonated in the air, almost causing it to lose control of its body balance. The volcano shook violently, and even the ground began to tremble. The earth gradually disintegrated, the lava slowly ceased to flow, and a giant object began to surge upwards from beneath the layers of magma in the volcano. The entire volcano teetered on the brink of collapse, and Gildan's eyes shone like 2 suns, emitting scorching light. A pillar of fire broke through layers of lava, melting rocks, covering the sky and the earth. Countless fiery rocks wrapped in lava fell everywhere, like a shower of meteors. Wrath of the Flame Rift. Victor knew exactly what this was and slowly spoke the name of Gildan's final move. Vega, while dodging the rapidly falling fiery rocks in the air, looked at the pillar of fire that was about to break through the constraints of the volcano's crater diameter, and cursed. Fire calamity. You fucking sore loser. How could anyone dodge this? Dodge? Victor sneered. He had never thought about dodging. Almost at the last moment, Victor's eyes lit up with an astonishing azure color. Terrifying magical elements enveloped the entire base of the volcano. In an instant, a massive phantom castle appeared in the sky, as if it would completely suppress the entire mountain mouth. The castle lit up with multiple enormous magical arrays. Hum, hum, hum. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 barrier arrays began to construct rapidly. The arrays interconnected, and the patterns of the 3 layers gradually intertwined, forming a heaven-reaching arc at the center of the giant array, like a sacred tree bud suddenly blooming. The endless power made Vega feel the danger even from mid-air above the volcano. The sun-obscuring array slowly descended, breaking through layers of gloomy clouds. For a moment, it seemed to reveal a vast expanse of azure sky. A powerful pressure enveloped all creatures except Victor. The gigantic Gildan's feet sank into the ground, its head barely able to lift. Vega was also knocked down by this pressure, coincidentally landing on Victor's shoulder. War magic. Damn it, when did he set this up? Vega looked at the enormous array falling from the sky. Those fiery rocks carrying lava vanished instantly like pebbles in the face of the war magic. Once again perched on the shoulder, it could no longer utter a word. It could only inwardly grumble, isn't war magic supposed to require a group of mages to cast? This freak can cast it alone, isn't that too much? The next second, the pillar of fire rising from the ground collided with the arc from the sky. As the 2 world-destroying attacks clashed, Vega could no longer hear the surrounding sounds. There were only dazzling light waves and a sky-piercing momentum. The powerful collision of attacks even tore the sound apart completely, and the airflow shattered the mountain body, causing it to collapse frantically. In a daze, it seemed to hear Victor's chant entering its ears. Magic Imperial Capital, Fall of the Ark of Apocalypse. Zing. A white light shot into the sky, enveloping everything. A blue array appeared out of thin air at the volcano's peak, and a figure gradually materialized from within. It was Erica. Without interrupting the array, she had also increased its casting range. Undeniably, this was the most effective method she could think of right now. The biggest difference between second-tier and third-tier mages when using teleportation magic was their mana reserves. And the mana reserve also determined the teleportation distance. Erica took a sip of the potion, restoring some mana, barely managing to release a teleportation array with sufficient range. And now, she has reached the volcano's summit. Before her was the crater. The temperature at the peak was already beyond human tolerance. As soon as Erica stood on the ground, the scorching heat instantly caused her head to throb. If she hadn't used some fire-resistant magic in advance, she would have likely fainted immediately in this astonishing temperature. She patted her chest, looking at her feet, appearing shaken. Clasping her hands together, a white array began to rotate in her hands, with wisps of coldness seeping out. She applied the magic to herself, barely managing to keep her body at a constant temperature. After doing this, Erica finally looked around. Nearby, there was nothing. Only the volcano's crater, as if it had just erupted, with the surrounding heated rocks glowing red like burning iron blocks. In the scorching heat, even the air became distorted. Erica had hoped to find some answers at the summit, but the scene after reaching the top was not as she had wished. The sweltering heat made her dizzy, and a feeling of weakness had spread throughout her body. This won't do. I might have to leave here. She still had enough mana to support herself in casting a teleportation spell to leave, even if she could only go down the mountain a short distance, it would be better than just standing at the summit. Her hands lit up with a faint glow, and an array began to form in her hands. Suddenly, Erica's heart violently contracted. The newly formed array instantly dissipated. A low, mournful cry came from the volcano's crater. The pain seemed to transmit to Erica's heart, and she fell to her knees, unable to bear it. Her knees were also instantly severely burned due to the high temperature of the ground. What's happening? Erica struggled to utter these few words, feeling as if her heart was being gripped by something, causing excruciating pain. The mournful cry that only she could hear continued. In a daze, the volcano began to shake, and a sky-high jet of lava burst forth from the crater. Looking at the slowly flowing red-hot lava, to Erica, it was like blood spurting out when the volcano was in pain. And now, it was about to become the weapon that would take Erica's life. Erica gritted her teeth. Between life and death, she quickly made a judgment. The remaining magical power surged out, forming a barrier to separate her from the flowing lava. She didn't want to die yet, at least, not in such an unclear and frustrating manner. But her remaining magic was not enough to sustain this barrier. The lava seeped through the barrier, soon about to flow to Erica's legs. Her body had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. Almost the next second. Within her field of vision, a white light seemed to burst out from the volcano's crater. Erica, as if forgetting the impending crisis, fixed her gaze on that white light from the volcano's crater. What is that? The mages and knights in the town of Sanchez and on the volcano's slopes all noticed the intense disturbance the volcano was producing at this moment. This is a sign that the volcano is about to erupt. A mage suddenly shouted, but everyone could see it now. The lava bursting from the crater was the most powerful evidence. All the third-tier mages had solemn expressions, on high alert, ready to instantly release this terrifying war magic under Duke Levi's command. The powerful war magic was enough to completely suppress this volcano. Duke Levi was very confident, just about to cast the magic, and even planned to have Erica continue to supply him with magic. "Erica, can you still hold on?" he asked out of habit, but no one answered him. When Duke Levi turned around, Erica was nowhere to be seen. "Erica? Erica?" Now Duke Levi became anxious. He searched left and right at the base, but couldn't see Erica anywhere. How could she disappear at a time like this? Duke Levi became agitated. At this crucial moment, when they were about to activate the war magic, she had vanished. If she had run up to the volcano, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? Duke Levi didn't want to believe Erica was so reckless. He could only continue searching on the mountainside. All the mages waiting to release the magic were stunned. Why had Duke Levi suddenly stopped the operation of the array at this critical moment? Many third-tier mages looked at Duke Levi, anxiously saying, "Your Grace, if we don't activate the Great Array now, the volcano will erupt completely. It's going to be too late." The Duke almost shouted, commanding them. "No. We absolutely cannot activate the array. Your Grace. What exactly has happened?" Everyone was confused and could only hurriedly ask. "Erica is missing." When Duke Levi told everyone this news, they all stood there dumbfounded. If Erica was at the summit right now, then the moment the magic array descended, she would likely be instantly torn to pieces by the powerful magical pressure. But if they didn't activate the magic, the volcanic eruption would evolve into a massive disaster. Duke Levi's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. If he had to make a choice, he would rather sacrifice all his honor and status, even not save those innocent lives. He wanted to exchange it all for Erica's return. At this critical moment, everyone was trying to persuade Duke Levi. Even if they could beat the volcano by 1 second, they could prevent the disaster from coming. But if Duke Levi, as the magic leader, didn't give the word, the array would just keep standing there. Suddenly, a sky-piercing white light instantly burst out from the volcano's crater, shooting straight into the clouds. Everyone looked at this white light tearing through the black clouds and illuminating the sky, attracted by this scene. In an instant, the sky revealed its true face, shining upon the earth, and the gentle moonlight pierced through the vast gloom, falling on everyone's shocked faces. Drip, drip. Soon, raindrops, like sprites after a disaster, began to fall one by one from the sky. The rain poured down, hitting the mountaintop, striking the flowing lava. As if possessing magical power, it fell on Mount Vesuvius. At this moment, the volcano lost all its power. That astonishing temperature dropped rapidly. The entire volcano was like a high-temperature molten iron doused with a bucket of clear water, emitting violent steam. No one felt hot anymore. On the contrary, in this sudden downpour, they actually began to shiver. The flowing lava was now gradually solidifying, those fiery rocks slowly turning back to their original black color. Has the eruption of Mount Vesuvius stopped? A mage voiced the shock in everyone's hearts. The rain wet Duke Levi's hair. He squinted at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking, his expression incredibly complex. Near the summit, feeling the raindrops falling, Gwen raised her head, looking at the sky revealing its clear moonlight, and let out a sigh of relief. She had been very close to that white light just now, clearly feeling that terrifying power. The lava blocking the way had now cooled. She stood up, picked up her silver sword, her will determined, and rushed towards the summit. Erica stood there in a daze, looking at the sky, her mind blank for a moment. When that magical power appeared, she was closest to it. That was definitely not magical power that humans could possess. She knelt in the rain, closing her eyes, letting the rain soak her. At this moment, any crisis no longer existed. Under that astonishing magic, it seemed as if all crises had been completely resolved. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius was like a wonderful joke played by heaven on everyone. Its erratic state made everyone believe it was about to erupt, and at the last moment, when everyone was on edge, on high alert. When the atmosphere had been built up to its peak, the volcano ceased. Its prank had succeeded, attracting everyone's attention. 2 streams of tears flowed from Erica's eyes, and even she herself couldn't tell at this moment whether what was flowing down her face was rainwater or tears. She was scared. She had almost died on this volcano. She had almost been unable to preserve even her bones. She had almost paid the price for her pride and arrogance. The sound of crying attracted a fire hedgehog. In this astonishing rain, its body emitted steam from being soaked, blending perfectly with the environment. It bared its fangs. The distance between it and Erica was very, very close. It only needed to explode with power in its legs, a short sprint, and it could bite through her throat. And Erica, at this moment, had completely exhausted her magic power, and even her spirit was extremely fatigued, leaving her without any ability to resist. She had been crying there nonstop, unaware that danger was approaching. The next second, the fire hedgehog pounced towards her, letting out a terrifying cry. Erica reacted, but her weakness no longer allowed her to make any resistance. She was going to die. Dad. Boom. A fire snake, as hot as lava, grazed Erica's cheek and struck the fire hedgehog. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The fire hedgehog instantly turned to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. Erica stood there stunned, forgetting to cry, staring blankly at this scene. Then she heard a familiar voice from behind. I should have taught you. A mage should always prioritize their own safety above all else. She whirled around, seeing Victor swaying unsteadily. Professor. You. She was overjoyed, but before she could say anything more, she suddenly saw that Victor's body was flowing with astonishing lava. The lava fell to the ground, rapidly cooling, with misty steam rising. The next second, Victor fainted, falling straight at the edge of the volcano's crater. Erica was stunned. She quickly ran to Victor's side, reaching out to touch his body. Ouch, it hurts. The astonishing temperature of Victor's body would cause burns just from touching. Victor. What's wrong with you? Victor. Disregarding the risk of severe burns to her hands, she used her last bit of magic to cover her hands with a thin layer of ice, intending to lift Victor up. The scorching heat made her hands hurt, but she recklessly tried to lift Victor up. The next second, Erica's burned legs couldn't bear the pressure. With a thud, both of them fell to the ground. Fortunately, the volcano had now completely cooled down, otherwise, they would have been seared into meat patties. In an instant, a resentful emotion rose from the bottom of Erica's heart. She hated herself. She hated her own arrogance, and even more, she hated her current helplessness. Everything she had learned at the Magic Academy seemed to have become a burden. But she stubbornly tried again and again to lift Victor, even though her whole body was being burned by his temperature. Erica utterly hated her own weakness, but she didn't regret climbing to the summit. If she hadn't been there, who would have noticed the severely injured Victor? He would certainly have died here. Erica tried again and again, getting up, falling, getting up, falling. Even though the distance she could move was barely 2 meters, she still continued. Without magic power, she could only rely on her own body. Victor had saved her, so now, she had to save Victor too. Little girl. A sudden voice sounded in her ear, causing Erica, who was once again struggling to lift Victor, to suddenly freeze. She looked left and right, trying to find the source of the voice. But no matter how much she searched, there was no one on the summit. Except for a one-eyed crow standing at the volcano's crater. It was Victor's pet, inseparable from him. Erica had even fed it before. Suddenly, Erica's eyes widened. No matter how heavily the rain fell. Not a single raindrop seemed to touch the crow's feathers. Its feathers seemed as if they had been polished, smooth in this rain, making it seem like a unique existence. The one-eyed crow opened its ugly beak, its single eye flashing with blue light, revealing an air of wisdom. Do you really want to save him? Erica stared blankly at the crow before her, unable to react for a moment. The crow can talk? Vega folded its wings across its chest, bowing politely. Its gentlemanly demeanor left Erica somewhat dazed, but she couldn't ignore the fact that it was still a crow. Allow me to introduce myself briefly, young lady. I am the evil god, Habika. Evil god, Habika? Erica murmured the name, but clearly, she had never heard of it before. She knew the Empire's history well, and there had never been any record of such a deity. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't recognize me. You can call me by my current name, Vega. Now, allow me to ask again. Do you truly want to save Victor Kravina? Erica finally snapped back to reality. At this moment, she didn't care who or what the being before her was, nor did she care about its identity or capabilities. Like grasping at the last straw on the edge of despair, she nodded repeatedly, only wanting the evil god before her to save Victor. Vega closed its eyes and chuckled softly. The ritual is not yet complete. To save him, you need your own power. Believe in me, become my follower, and I will help you fulfill your wish. Black magic arrays, like venomous snakes flicking their tongues, spread across the ground, gathering beneath Erica's feet. Dark mist began to rise from around the array, enveloping Erica. She had never seen such magic or such an array before, and it made her feel extremely uneasy. Was it because it was an evil god? Erica had no other choice. She could only nod and agree to its terms. As long as she became its follower, she could save Victor. This was Erica's only thought at the moment. Without any hesitation, she quickly said, I agree. I will believe in you and become your follower. Vega looked at the devout Erica, its single eye radiating arrogant triumph. Very well, I acknowledge your sincerity. Its gaze shifted to the unconscious Victor. It mused inwardly. To think a girl would go to such lengths for you, Victor. You've truly gained something precious without even realizing it. In an instant, mist spread from Vega's body, as if injecting some magical power into the array on the ground. The black array began to writhe frantically, its edges extending tiny tentacles that danced upon the earth. Then, a burst of light enveloped both Vega and Erica. The next second, the light shattered like a mirror, and the array vanished. Erica opened her eyes, trying to find any changes in herself. However, nothing had happened. There wasn't even a mark on her body. Was this the contract signing ritual? If Vega knew the young girl's thoughts, it would surely laugh its beak off. Because it had no teeth. Signing a contract was never just a matter of words, and this dark array was merely a one-way connection for followers. To sign a contract with it? At the very least, one would need to sign a formal contract like Victor did. Is this enough? Erica asked, looking at it with confusion and obvious urgency in her voice. Was this enough to save Victor? That was undoubtedly what she was thinking. Vega looked at her, smiling without speaking, then narrowed its eye and asked. Before saving him, I need to ask you a question. Why are you here? Why are you at the volcano summit? Erica paused for a moment, considering her words carefully before finally telling the truth. I heard it, the volcano, crying out in pain. It said it was hurting. Oh? Vega glanced at Erica with interest. Suddenly, it understood everything. It narrowed its eye and chuckled lightly, as if using words to guide her step by step. And then? What can you hear now? Hearing Vega's question, Erica frowned and shook her head. I can't hear anything anymore, she said. This was to be expected. Vega turned its head, thinking to itself. Because the fire calamity has been put to sleep by this terrifying man. It would perhaps never forget that scene. When the final magic arc fell into the depths of the volcano. The surging, boiling pillars of fire and lava seemed to freeze and stagnate. The arc devoured everything, including Gildan. In fact, Gildan should have been able to withstand that kind of attack. If it had been at full strength, such war magic wouldn't have even scratched it. But at that time, Gildan was already severely wounded, its body flowing with lava, its proud defense reduced to almost nothing. Gildan ultimately crumbled into lifeless rock within the volcano, forced into a deep slumber. As for why it was slumber rather than death. Because calamities do not die. As long as magical elements exist in the world, calamities will continue to live. And Victor's current state, to put it bluntly, wasn't due to injury at all. Having witnessed his battle with the fire calamity firsthand, Vega didn't think there was anything that could hurt Victor now. At this moment, he had fallen into a state called magical overload. Victor had used magic borrowed from it to fight Gildan continuously for 3 days and 2 nights, without any restraint. But that power ultimately wasn't Victor's own. The magic Vega allowed him to use wasn't infinite, there was bound to be a threshold. Normally, the consumption wouldn't reach that threshold. But Victor was far from normal. So, at the last moment when his magic was depleted, the link between it and Victor was forcibly severed. Yet this still wasn't enough to make Victor faint. Even more insanely, before Gildan fell asleep, he had torn off a piece of Gildan's magical essence and forcibly fused it with himself. This was why Victor's body seemed to be flowing with lava. Because his body was digesting Gildan's magical essence. Victor had already exhausted his own magic, and then forcibly accepted an astonishing external magic source. If he didn't faint, who would? But it wasn't a big deal, he'd recover after resting for a few days at most. Right now, what interested Vega more was the girl before it. Interesting, how interesting. A girl who can communicate with calamities, I fear even if she doesn't know how incredibly valuable she is. This was quite a windfall. As it was rejoicing, suddenly, it heard hurried footsteps. Someone's coming? Vega smiled and looked towards the slope, its extraordinary vision spotting a silver figure. It naturally recognized who it was, but now wasn't the time to reveal itself. To avoid trouble for itself and Victor, it flapped its wings and moved in front of Victor. Its beak grasped Victor's collar. Yet its voice continued to sound in Erica's ear as usual. You saved Victor. I'll make sure he knows about this. Little girl, we'll meet again. As soon as the words fell, before Erica's eyes, Vega's body suddenly began to expand. The jet-black crow instantly transformed into an astonishing black-feathered giant eagle. It grasped Victor's collar in its beak, flapped its wings, and instantly took flight. A gust of wind blew, scattering all the surrounding debris. In almost an instant, it disappeared from Erica's sight. Victor. The black silhouette in the sky grew smaller and smaller, more and more blurred, until it faded from her vision. Gwen, arriving too late, missed her chance. She hadn't been able to catch Victor and question him thoroughly as she had hoped. Instead, she saw the gradually disappearing black dot in the sky, her expression extremely grave. Victor? What on earth is going on? Then, she noticed Erica. Erica's body showed numerous burn marks. She knelt on the ground, trying her best to force a smile. As if using the last of her strength, with a thud, she fainted and collapsed to the ground. Gwen. She walked forward and slowly picked up Erica. When she looked up at the sky again, all that remained was the endless downpour of rain.